Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Melissa Institute's conference on gun violence prevention, what we know and what we need to know. I'm Etiony Aldarondo, and I'm honored to serve as the Executive Director of the Melissa Institute for Violence Prevention and Treatment in Miami. For 28 years, the Melissa Institute has been a trusted source of information on violence prevention, safe communities, and mental health worldwide. Today, more than 100,000 people from over 130 countries have benefited from the Institute's educational resources and its trainings. In addition, we frequently consult and provide research-based information on violence prevention and treatment to diverse organizations locally in South Florida and across the country. It is exciting to see that for today's conference, we have 26 registered participants from municipalities across the state of Florida, various parts of the United States. In fact, we have over a dozen different states represented today, Canada, and the UK. Welcome all. Please be aware that the Institute's training, like the one that you are now participating in, and the educational materials accessible through our websites and YouTube channel are prepared with the guidance and support of the renowned members of our scientific board and are available for free. All we ask in exchange is that you use this information and these materials to support your efforts to repair the world. If your situation allows it, please consider donating to support our programs. Today, as we gather to address the critical issue of gun violence and how to prevent it, I'm reminded of the tragic events that led to the founding of our institute. 29 years ago, almost to this day, a young woman full of promise for the world named Melissa Apman lost her life to senseless gun violence. Melissa and a friend were returning to their car from a Cinco de Mayo celebration in St. Louis, Missouri, when they were hijacked by two young men. In a horrifying act of violence, they shot them both, tragically taking Melissa's life. The Melissa Institute was born out of the profound loss of Melissa, with a mission to honor her memory by working tirelessly to prevent such tragedies from happening to others. Today, we continue to carry forward Melissa's legacy as we convene to explore what we know about gun violence prevention and what we still need to learn. Throughout our conference, we will delve into research on gun violence and various approaches to addressing gun violence, from legislative and law enforcement strategies to community-based and school-based initiatives. Each session offers valuable insights and perspectives that are essential to our collective understanding and efforts to prevent further loss of life. Our keynote address will provide an overview of recent trends and changes in gun violence and explore effective prevention and intervention efforts, as well as those that may not be as effective and should be reconsidered. In our sessions on legislative and law enforcement approaches, we will examine the role of policy and law enforcement in reducing gun violence. We will discuss the effectiveness of existing laws and identify areas of improvement to ensure the safety of our communities. Our discussions on community-based strategies will highlight the importance of engaging with local communities to develop tailored prevention efforts. We will hear from experts who are on the front lines, working closely with communities to address the root causes of gun violence and build safer neighborhoods. Finally, our session on school violence prevention will explore strategies at protecting our students and educators. From recognizing common warning signs for threat identification and prevention to the impact of lockdown drills, this session will explore effective strategies for preventing and responding to mass school shootings, drawing on scholarly evidence and real-world lessons. As we embark on this journey together, I encourage you to engage fully in our discussions, share your insights and experiences, communicate with fellow attendees through the chat feature, and submit your questions through the Q&A feature. Together, we have the power to make a difference and prevent future tragedies. Thank, thank you for joining us today, and let us work together to build a future free of the scourge of gun violence. Now, it is my distinct pleasure to introduce to you the mayor of Miami-Dade County, Daniela Levin Cava, who will help you understand the synergy between this conference and the work being done under her leadership to prevent gun violence in our communities. Mayor Daniela Levin Cava was elected Miami-Dade County's first woman mayor in November of 2020, after 40 years of advocacy for South Florida families. As mayor, she oversees nearly 30,000 county employees, serves nearly 3 million residents, and manages an annual budget of nearly $12 billion. She's focused on building a more resilient and prosperous Miami-Dade. Her initiatives include combating gun violence, building a future-ready economy full of the opportunity, tackling the housing crisis, and preserving our precious environment. As a social worker, lawyer, and activist, she previously served as the county commissioner for District 8 and worked with vulnerable populations through Legal Services of Greater Miami and Catalyst Miami, an organization she founded. With her husband, Dr. Robert Cava, she raised 2 children, Elisa and Edward, in Miami-Dade. And let me now welcome Mayor Levin Cava. Mayor Levin Cava, the stage is yours.
Good morning, everyone. I am very grateful to be with you, and thank you so much, Etiony, for that warm introduction. We actually go way, way back, even before our association with the Melissa Institute. So I'm very proud to be with you and for your leadership role. And I'm very honored to welcome everybody to this virtual conference. 28 years. It is incredible what can happen out of a horrific tragedy. And so I think it's really important to ground ourselves in the history of how the Melissa Institute came to be and the incredible vision, generosity, and perseverance, dedication of Melissa's parents in creating this important leadership organization for violence prevention and treatment in South Florida and beyond. So your cause, as you know it, is to prevent violence and save lives, especially the lives of children. And that is one that is near and dear to my heart. Not only am I the first woman mayor, but I'm the first social worker mayor and the first organizing mayor around family and children's issues. So I come to this conversation after a lifetime of commitment. My previous work includes running the Guardian Ad Litem program, the Department of Children and Families, children and family programming, recovery post-Hurricane Andrew for families that were displaced and affected, and foster homes that were upended. I also founded Catalyst Miami, at the time the Human Services Coalition, to empower low-income families and focus on advocacy for children and families. So I've learned throughout my career, not just my career, starting as a child really, that economically secure communities are safer communities, and that to prevent gun violence, we must lift people out of poverty. We must deal with all of the aspects of a community, not just the symptoms, if you will. So it has been my life's work, and I was very honored to receive the Melissa Institute's Community Service Award in 2005. I was CEO of Catalyst at the time. It was long before I had thought about running for office, and I am very, very proud to have seen the work of the Melissa Institute since then. It started as a local initiative to prevent other families from going through the pain and suffering of losing a loved one to gun violence, as had happened for the Atmans. And now it is a trusted source of research-based information and guidance on violence prevention to thousands of people worldwide, fact-based. So this includes my office as mayor. I've reached out to the Melissa Institute for guidance and expert input on the county's Peace and Prosperity Plan, which is an innovative and transformational program that we fund to get to the root causes of violence. We've also worked alongside the Melissa Institute to strengthen our social service providers that are serving youth and families throughout the county. The Melissa Institute's work complements much of what my administration is doing to prevent and combat violence. And we definitely need a community-wide approach. And that is, I know this is even beyond Miami-Dade County, but we all benefit when we work together to come up with the very best evidence-based approaches. You have probably heard, if you're here locally, of the Peace and Prosperity Plan. It's a 20-year, $90 million investment to address the social and economic disparities at the root of gun violence. We target resources toward community revitalization needs and economic insecurity. And it includes crime reduction programs like Fit to Lead, which is an innovative internship program for vulnerable youth. We have SAFE and the 305 grants for residents to fund what their community needs. And we just did another round of grants. We have our Community Violence Intervention Initiative, or CVI, which is part of a national consortium. And we've introduced groundbreaking policing methods as well, like the Crisis Response Unit, which responds to emergencies with a licensed mental health professional alongside our police, and has proven so very effective in its first year. We've had no escalation of violence from any of the calls. Alongside the 11th Judicial Circuit of Florida and our Jackson Health System, we will be soon opening the trailblazing Miami Center for Mental Health and Recovery. So stay tuned for that. And it will serve people from our jails, our hospitals, and our streets. It's a state-of-the-art facility and will provide compassionate and comprehensive care. Additionally, I opened the county's first Office of Neighborhood Safety, which, along with implementing the Peace and Prosperity Plan, also runs reentry programs for individuals returning to our community from incarceration so they can live healthier and more productive lives. It offers housing assistance, job creation, childcare services, and helps to economically empower these vulnerable families. And it is revitalizing our blighted communities and so much more. And I know we have Anika Holder, our director of that office, on this call as well. This is just the tip of the iceberg of what is being done in the community. I applaud the work of the many, many nonprofits, advocates, families, and changemakers who all share in this goal of a safer community. And we're working hard, and through the Carrie Meek Foundation and others, to provide resources to those groups so they can do their work in the communities that they serve. So again, I welcome all of you. We're bringing together in this forum national and local experts on gun violence prevention, and it will strengthen our web of social services. So you'll be hearing from experts that I work with frequently, nonprofits like Wayne Rawlins, what he does with our Walking One Stops and Ummah Futures, and partners with government like our state attorney's office. So thank you everyone for your continued support of the Melissa Institute and everything you're doing to make our communities healthier and safer. And I know that we will overcome. We will overcome the scourge of violence and create a future where everyone can be safe and can thrive. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mayor Levin Cava, for your leadership and for your continued support of the Melissa Institute. And above all, for everything you do to make our communities safer and healthier for everyone. Hope you get a chance to hear a piece of some of the sessions, but if not, they'll be taped. And you have plenty of time to go and see them at your leisure. Thank you very much for being with us today. Now, I have the distinct pleasure of introducing the conference keynote speaker, Dr. Alex Piquero. Alex, as I call him, is a professor in the Department of Sociology and Criminology and Arts and Sciences, distinguished scholar at the University of Miami. He's also an esteemed member of the Melissa Institute Scientific Board. Dr. Piquero previously served as the director of the Bureau of Justice Statistics, one of the nation's 13 federal statistical agencies appointed by President Biden in 2022. Dr. Piquero is a nationally and internationally recognized criminologist with more than 26 years of experience. Over the course of his career, Dr. Piquero has given congressional testimony on evidence-based crime prevention practices and has provided counsel and support to several local, state, national, and international criminal justice agencies and elected leaders. His expertise ranges from criminal careers to criminal justice policy and crime prevention to the intersection of race, ethnicity, and crime with a focus on quantitative methodology. Dr. Piquero has published over 500 scholarly articles and several books, and is among the most highly cited criminologists in the world. He has also served as editor of the Journal of Quantitative Criminology and the Justice Evaluation Journal. He is a fellow of both the American Society of Criminology and the Academy of Criminal Justice Sciences. In 2019, Alex received the Academy of Criminal Justice Science Bruce Smith Senior Award for outstanding contributions to criminal justice. And in 2020, he received a Lifetime Achievement Award from the Division of Developmental and Life Course Criminology of the American Society of Criminology. I'll leave you now with Alex Piquero.
Thank you, Etiony, for the very kind introduction to my work and my career. Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be with everybody here at the Melissa Institute's 28th Annual Conference on Violence Prevention and Treatment. As Etiony said, I'm a professor of criminology and sociology at the University of Miami and the former director of the Bureau of Justice Statistics appointed by President Biden in June of 2022. Before I get into the roadmap of my presentation, I want to take a moment to thank our great mayor, Danielle Levine-Cava, who I worked closely with over the few years on various efforts related to public safety. She is a champion of the work and also a champion of the evidence and the data. I'd also like to thank the local police departments here, Miami-Dade County Police Department, City of Miami Police Department, the Miami Beach Police Department, the South Miami Police Department, and all of the other agencies in town and the men and women who work tirelessly to keep our community safe, as well as the State Attorney's Office for their dedication on work in violence and gun prevention, and of course, Carlos Martinez in the Public Defender's Office, who's part and parcel of a really focused effort among all the public safety people here in Miami-Dade County to really focus on doing everything we can to keep safe and give them a viable path for the future. So my work today here is going to focus, Etiony, on things you and I have talked about a lot. And we've had many conversations about gun violence and what the data show and what the politics say and what the perceptions are. And so I think, as any good criminologist who loves data, we have to start with the facts. And this is important because the facts seem to have gone in different kinds of directions, depending upon which social media outlet or which media outlet you look at. So let's start with the data. As you know, I was the former director of the Bureau of Justice Statistics, and BJS has an incredible resource called the National Crime Victimization Survey, or the NCVS. The NCVS follows 200,000 people in 100,000 households every year and asks them questions about their victimization, with the exception of homicide. It also asks about whether or not they report them, but that's a little bit secondary. But what I wanted to do here is show you what the rates look like for violent victimization by age group since the 1990s. You can see very clearly there's a high point then and a continuation drop all the way through. And that's an important piece of the puzzle. And that, again, that's self-reported victimization data. Where we are today is much better than where we were some 30 years ago. Now, I want to also go to now the FBI's data, and this is the percentage of all arrests by sex, by age, by year, by age group in the last few years. And I point this out by age group for one main reason. There have been lots of discussions the last couple of years of a juvenile crime wave or a juvenile violent wave. Well, if that's the case, the data would support that. And as you can see here, it's certainly not the case. The percentage of all arrests seem to peak much later than early adolescence or mid-adolescence or late adolescence. And the same pattern holds when you look at murder and non-negligent manslaughter. So the discussion and some rhetoric that exists out in the world today about an onslaught of juvenile violence and juvenile crime, it is not borne out by the data at hand, both official records and the NCVS data. I think those complementary data sources are really important to put side by side and keep them at hand. Now, the last few years have not been the same. And so I started where we were in 1993 to really kind of level set what the data show and what's been happening. And of course, the pandemic hits. So what I've done here is plot for you data from an organization called the Council on Criminal Justice that I'm a member of. The council has a crime trends working group of which I'm the senior advisor for. And we have been tracking crime, especially homicide, in 32 U.S. cities, in big cities from the United States, that include Baltimore and Chicago, to smaller cities like Richmond. And these data here go from right before the pandemic started to end of year 2023. Now, these data are procured from law enforcement websites. And the FBI data for 2023 calendar year won't be out until the fall of 24. And so that's why we have a limited set of cities when we ran these analyses. So what you can see here in 2018 and 2019 on my left side staring at the screen is that we were still where we've been for a long period of time, pretty low relative to where we were. And of course, 2020 happens. And then everybody remembers the episodic spike that many U.S. cities saw with respect to violence, particularly homicide. And then you can see that's a sizable increase. Now, a lot of people have their specific, theory or reason why that spike happened. But I think it's really hard when a lot of things are going on at the same time. So, for example, one of the things that occurred, in February when people started to stay home, and then March when the world locked down, is kids were no longer in school. They weren't being exposed to teachers or counselors. All of the prevention and intervention efforts that we do day in and day out, they were taken off of the street as well. And moreover, in addition to that, the police were understaffed. A lot of them were sick. In fact, COVID was a significant cause of death among some officers. And then you have the stress and anxiety and all of those things. We know that there was an increase in alcohol sales, lots of other things that were going on as a result of COVID. And then the tragic killing of George Floyd on 25 May 2020. That set off a series of protests, not just in the US, but around the world. Some of those protests were related to violence, but it coincided with what we see in seasonality with respect to violence kind of increasing in the summertime. And that is what we saw in a lot of US cities. Not all. For example, St. Louis saw a real big spike in homicide in July 2020, but other cities like Baltimore and Detroit didn't. So there's always a national picture and there's always a local picture. Nevertheless, that trend continued into 2021. However, as we got into 2022, you can see the homicide rate, at least in these cities, starts to kind of go down. And in year-end 2023, we're still on the downtrend. And my purview of the 2024 quarterly data from the FBI and all of the websites and police departments that I'm tracking, again, continue to show for most US cities, we're seeing at least single-digit declines or double-digit declines compared to where we were last year. So barring anything unforeseen or catastrophic, I perceive that year-end 24 will look a lot better than year-end 23. And I think we're going to be right kind of where we used to be before the pandemic. At least that's our hope. And again, all of those things that kind of turned off at the beginning of the pandemic now have basically been turned on in the as a result of the world kind of opening back up. So we just got to keep doubling down on the hard work that the men and women of the world are doing in respect to crime prevention. I want to turn now into the specific focus of today's conference, and that's on gun violence. Gun violence or firearm violence, as lots of people talk about it, this is a US problem. This is not an England problem. This is not an Australian problem. This is not a Canadian problem. It's not an Italian problem. It's a United States problem. So I recently published 2 papers that I want to highlight for you and show you why I think these are relevant to the discussion. The first one appeared in the Cambridge Journal of Evidence-Based Policing, and it was focused on racial inequality and firearm homicide victimization, but not other types of US violence. The question I was motivated by was the following, very simple, straightforward. Is violent crime victimization among US minority groups higher than for white Americans in general, or is there a distinct failure of equal protection by race with respect to firearm homicide? So how did I do this? Well, I examined per capita rates of violent victimization for Blacks, Hispanics, and whites, as reported in recent years in, remember the BJS National Crime Victimization Survey, it's self-report data, as well as in the official firearms homicide data collected by the U.S. Center for Disease Control using local and state death certificates. So we're going to look at violent victimization using the self-report violent victimization and violent victimization looking at firearms from the CDC data. We'll start with the self-report victimization trends. The bar charts show on the right, my right-hand side, the victimization rates for whites, blacks, and Hispanics, and you can see that they are virtually identical regardless of violent crime type. And on the left-hand side, I've plotted the ratio, and you can see there the ratio is virtually 1-to-1. So when you look at violent self-report victimization over a period of time, there's no difference across race and ethnicity. However, when you plot this by firearms, the story is much different. At the bottom, the green line, that's the white firearm victimization rate, followed by the Hispanic firearm victimization rate, followed by the black firearm victimization rate. You can easily do the math to compare the ratios. They are stable and they're sizable. So when we think about the problem of violent victimization in the United States, it's a certain kind of violent victimization among a certain group of people. I want to turn now to the issue of fatal and non-fatal shootings, and I want to highlight non-fatal shootings because in the United States, we do not have a national data collection on non-fatal shooting data. This is a problem. When I was the BGS director, I was co-chair of an interagency working group with members from the Domestic Policy Council, as well as the Office of Science and Technology Policy. And we were tasked with delivering to the President of the United States a document that talked about the status of police and crime data in the United States and where the gaps and challenges and opportunities were. And we highlighted non-fatal shootings. We have no national data collection on non-fatal shootings. I'm part of a group of individuals who are focused on building the infrastructure for firearm data broadly defined. We know that the White House's recently developed Office of Gun Violence Prevention is focused on non-fatal shootings as an important source of information. And there's lots of entities throughout the government that are really working to kind of provide this data for the country. Right now, it exists basically in local police departments. And as you see, I use the data from Boston. Boston is to be credited. The police department not only provides open portal data for people to download, but also includes fatal and non-fatal shootings. And they break it down by police district. Now, Boston historically has had fewer homicides than lots of other cities its size, but occasionally it has homicides, and it also has many more non-fatal shootings. And so what we were able to do is we were able to graph the non-fatal and fatal shootings by police district, and I did this along with a colleague and friend, Andy Wheeler. What we found was that 50% of all shootings occurred in two districts, in Roxbury and in Mattapan. Those districts happen to be heavily concentrated by minorities, primarily African Americans, as well as suffer economic disadvantage, much more so than the majority of other police districts do in the city of Boston. We also calculated the risk of being fatally shot in these two districts. For a Black male, they are almost double than in other districts throughout the city of Boston. Here we plot them for everybody, and you can see the darker the color, whether it's total, fatal, or non-fatal, are overrepresented in those districts of Mattapan and Roxbury in the middle part of the city. But what you also see is in other districts, they're nowhere near the numbers of those two districts. And that's an important question about, well, why is it the way it is here as opposed to other places? So now that we have some data in the background, let's talk about where we go with this and what we do with this. As I told you before, I was a member of the Council on Criminal Justice Violent Crime Working Group, another working group that occurred at the outset of the pandemic, and it was led by an individual named Thomas Abt. Thomas is also the founding director and associate research professor at the University of Maryland, where he heads up the Violence Reduction Center, the VRC. The group that I was part of is a series of academics, researchers, and policymakers. And we were focused on what the evidence shows with respect to violence prevention, both from a policing strategy and a non-policing strategy. This is very important because people think it's either police or it's non-police. And actually, you can't do one without the other. And so we put together a series of different groups that kind of assess the evidence. And we came up with a series of different efforts that are very good. They work, they reduce crime, they reduce violence, and they're translatable across jurisdictions. We put this together in this report that you can easily download into a PDF, and it's easily readable with the appropriate citations. And it's called Saving Lives: 10 Essential Actions Cities Can Do to Tackle and Reduce Violence Right Now. This report, largely at Thomas's behest, has been incorporated into several cities' violence crime reduction plan throughout the United States. And we're really glad to see a lot of people refer to it. In fact, the U.S. Department of Justice's Office of Justice Programs has actually lifted this up as a model violence crime prevention strategy. So we're very heartened by that, and we hope that it's useful for people. And of course, they need to modify it for their local jurisdictions, but we hope that it serves as a good resource going forward. Now, where do we go with that in mind? When I think about violence prevention, I think about the 15-year-old kid who might pick up a gun tonight, the 10-year-old kid who in 5 years might pick up a gun tonight, and the 5-year-old kid who in 10 years might pick up a gun. And so that necessitates efforts that are prevention long-term, intervention short-term. And as Piquero said in his book On Crimes and Punishments, it's better to prevent crime than to punish them. I've gone on record with evidence from several meta-analyses that I've led that show that one of the best things you can do is self-control modification programs, or just teaching kids self-control. And it's not that just self-control prevents crime and delinquency, it also has many other positive aspects. Increased employment, increased educational outcomes, better interpersonal skills, lower drug and alcohol use. It just has so many touch points, because basically it's teaching people to consider the long-term consequences of their actions. One of the great efforts is actually led by one of the scientific advisory board members of the Melissa Institute, Leena Augimeri, and who's based in Canada. That's where Stop Now and Plan actually started. They have a really cool elephant logo. And it's actually been translated throughout the United States, being used in Florida and lots of other places throughout the US. It's effective for boys and girls and across race and ethnicity as well. And that's really important, because that says, look, everybody can learn self-control, and self-control is important for everybody. And my meta-analyses with my colleagues showed that these programs not only improve self-control, but they reduce delinquency and crime. Many of you are also familiar with the David Old's nurse home partnerships. There are other kinds of early family parent training programs. They all are kind of designed to do the same kind of thing. Teach parents how to deliver self-control to the kids and how the kids can adopt self-control. Other things, of course, everybody's familiar with cognitive behavioral therapy, cognitive skills development. These are things designed for crime prevention. Now, you can't do the right now with things that take a long time. So now you have the intervention efforts. And when I think about intervention, I think about how we work with the community, not at the community. Here we have focus and equitable hotspots patrol. So when you're patrolling areas that have high degree of violent places, or we know that violent individuals are in those locales, you are doing policing in a fair and equitably, procedurally just way, as a lot of police training has really moved in that direction, and largely at the heels of National Academy of Sciences report, as well as a report that President Obama commissioned on 21st century policing. We know that hotspots patrol and problem-oriented policing targeted in certain areas is very effective. We also have an evidence base that's emerging on community violence interruptions. I think you'll hear from Wayne Rawlins and several other people later on in the panels about this idea of community violence interrupters. And it's a big umbrella term, but basically what you're doing is you're training individuals, whether they're ex-offenders or social workers or trained professionals, to get right into the street and to stop social beefs that happen on social media, or high-risk kids from picking up that gun and solving that problem with a gun in their hand rather than having a conversation. The DOJ has just invested several $100 million over the last couple of years in CVI programs at a local level throughout the United States, including here in Miami-Dade. And the idea is to put infusion of resources to do programmatic and then also evaluative components. So I'm looking forward to seeing CVI as one part of an overall crime prevention strategy. And the last one is cleaning and greening. This seems so simple, but the evidence is also very clear. My colleague John McDonald at the University of Pennsylvania, as well as colleagues throughout the country, have looked at what cleaning and greening is and what it does to community crime rates. And this is taking dilapidated buildings and making them new and investing in the community. So, putting up parks and rec, tearing down abandoned buildings, putting new facilities there for people in the community to see. Because as I've said in print all along, you can be smart on crime by being smarter on people and smarter on places. And I think what an overall crime and violence and gun prevention strategy does is it focuses on the short term, it focuses on the long term. It uses the police, it uses the educational system, it uses the social work system, the healthcare system. All of these individuals have a role to play in public safety. And I think here in South Florida, we're very fortunate to have a community where all of the people involved in the criminal justice decision-making apparatus are all laser focused on how do we improve the lives of kids now and how do we create a better future for kids tomorrow. I'm so thankful that the Melissa Institute is a key partner here in South Florida at bringing together groups to focus on strategies and efforts and evaluations, but also the Institute serves as a model organization around the country in terms of its trainings and educational webinars and those kinds of things. You have a group of committed individuals, and looking at the panel of the rest of the day, it's a very exciting one. There's great people, there's researchers, there's academics, there are community organizers, there's people who have touch points all over the place. And as I said at the outset of my presentation, I'm so thankful that we have a leader in Miami-Dade County and Mayor Danielle Levine-Cava, who has public safety as one of her pillars. She's invested in public safety. She's invested in getting this community to be better and safer for the people now and in the future. And all of the people in this area are so committed to this. So I'm thankful to be part of this area. I'm thankful to be part of the Melissa Institute. And I'm so thankful that several of you got up early on a Friday morning to view my presentation. And as well, I invite you to stick around for the rest of the day. Several of these people are my friends and colleagues, and I know you're going to learn a lot about the work that they're doing. And I look forward to hearing from you in due course and learning much more from what everybody's doing locally and nationally. Thank you very much.
Well, I think we all would agree that we owe Alex a collective thanks for this really rich, informative presentation, for providing a context, so valuable context for the rest of the conference, and for his leadership, both locally here in Miami-Dade County and for the nation. We're very proud of having Alex as one of the members of our scientific board, and look forward to continue working with him and to supporting his endeavors. Alex mentioned one piece that I wanted to take a moment to say something about. He talked about in the area of prevention, the importance of cognitive behavioral therapy as an opportunity to help to add to our arsenal of tools to prevent gun violence. And I wanted to alert you to the fact that our founding scientific director, Donald Meichenbaum, who some of you may recognize as one of the creators of the cognitive behavioral approach for treatment, has recently put together an extraordinary collection of courses and videos and conversations, the legacy, we call it the legacy courses, and which you can access through our website. And it's really a phenomenal and unique product that summarizes Don's 50 years plus of work in the field, and should be good for both new as well as experienced clinicians and professionals in the field who want to really get a better understanding of how to really do this, and in this case, how to use it to prevent gun violence. Now to the legislative and law enforcement session of the conference. We're a little bit ahead schedule, which is okay. And leading this session, we are honored to have Mr. Nick Wilson, Senior Director for Gun Violence Prevention at the Center for American Progress, where he leads the organization's efforts to reduce gun violence and shrink the footprint of the criminal justice system while improving public health and safety. Before joining the Center for American Progress, Wilson was the Associate Director of Policy Planning and Coordination at the Baltimore City Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement. In addition to researching gun violence at nonprofits in Los Angeles and New York, he was the Executive Director of States United to Prevent Gun Violence and the Main Gun Safety Coalition. Wilson earned a degree in political science from the University of California, Los Angeles, and a master's in public policy from Harvard's Kennedy School of Government. I'll leave you now with Mr. Nick Wilson.
Thank you so much for that wonderful introduction. Good morning, everyone. Really appreciated that wonderful opening by Alex. It's always wonderful, whether it's one-on-one or seeing you in the news or these presentations. I always learn something new. And as always, I think you're doing a great job of presenting the latest and most important research. And it's an honor at CAP for us to be in a unique situation where we create some original research. We do a lot of translational research, and we try to emphasize being a little bit less of a traditional think tank where we sit and write 100-page reports, which we have one coming out in a few weeks. That's 30 pages. That started at 100 pages. But we also try to make sure that we're part of the conversation, more of an action tank that's able to really influence what's happening in DC, what's happening in state houses, what's happening in mayor's offices, and especially with things like community violence intervention, which Alex introduced, trying to make sure we get as much federal dollars we can to the local community where we know it's going to do the most good. So I'm going to build off of what Alex presented and talk a bit about gun legislation, some homicide trends we're seeing, and kind of how to talk about public safety in a holistic way. So I got some slides. Great. Hopefully everyone can see my slides. So Center for American Progress, we just turned 20 years old. This is our leader, Patrick Gaspard, who came from the Obama administration and Open Society Foundation, and has been long involved in progressive politics. So as I said, we're not just trying to present policy solutions, but we're also trying to change the country for the better. So I'm going to take us back to 2020, when fear of violent crime and the narrative started really changing. And we saw the erosion of kind of this bipartisan support for criminal justice reform, because when gun violence and other violent crimes start to spike, people sometimes stop believing the research or get concerned about the politics and try to change the conversation about public safety, even though, as Alex discussed, we've been seeing, especially since, the 90s, we've been really at a low for violent crime. But let's go back to 2020. We're all locked at home, and all of us had a cultural moment. For some reason, we decided all to watch Tiger King. We're baking our own bread, trying to hoard some toilet paper. Unfortunately, a lot of people were waiting in line to buy firearms and guns. And what was interesting is for a long time, we would talk numbers like this. There was this many guns sold. There was this many background checks. And for a while, the surveys were suggesting that it was people buying their 7th gun, their 8th gun, their 15th gun, people that were stockpiling or collecting, or just looking for the latest kind of, they would call it a toy. Obviously, I wouldn't call it that. But people were scared. There was this change in the social dynamic. There's kind of a breakdown in a lot of community. People were fearful. As we learned throughout the year, we started seeing a really kind of unprecedented, very quick spike, where we saw nearly a 30% increase in murders in 2020. When we were trapped at home, we saw especially some big spikes in domestic violence. That was very concerning, and it was very hard to provide services when people were at many times locked at home with their abusers, who were increasingly armed with firearms. So the big headlines we were seeing across the country was fueled by gun violence. Cities are breaking all-time homicide records this year. So here at Center for American Progress, we were talking to senators up for re-election, mayors, governors, and they're just like, how do we talk about this? What should we do? So it's very interesting to be part of those conversations. We did a lot of polling about how people thought about what people thought was happening, what they thought the best solutions were, right? Some of the best messaging. It was really fascinating to see in real time how people were discussing public safety in their communities. What we realized is people were increasingly recognizing the role of firearms as a public safety threat. People still, they supported their local law enforcement department. They wanted to see accountability, but they also understood that there's only so much a mayor can do when gun laws are set at the state and federal level. There's a thing called preemption, where the gun lobby went state to state, and in almost every state said, local mayors, if you're in a big city, if you're in Austin or Houston, and you're the people living there are very concerned about gun violence, they should be able to set their own laws. And it's kind of a conservative principle of home rule or local control, that a one size doesn't fit all. But recognizing that gun violence laws are super popular and bipartisan, the gun lobby and NRA went to each state and said, all right, gun laws can only be written at the state level, which are usually a little bit more conservative and a little bit more easily for the gun lobby to influence. So we took on that messaging, and we're telling mayors, like, first you have to acknowledge the fears that people have, and that everybody deserves to feel safe regardless of who they are. And it's important to acknowledge that. People, especially people on the left, or sometimes will do like, well, actually, it was more dangerous in the 90s, and be dismissive of people's concerns and fears. And we realized that's not what people want to hear. It's not reassuring. And again, any level of violence is too much, and we should take it seriously because of the real impacts on individuals, on families, on communities. And so we really, when people were getting beat up, saying, you're soft on crime, or you need to be tougher, you need longer penalties, you need to throw more money at things that we know haven't been working. We really said, like, acknowledge your fears, talk about a holistic solution, but really go on the offensive and build on that already innate connection between fear of crime with the weak gun laws and the panic buying of firearms. So we, this is very simplistic messaging. We had a lot more nuance, but pretty much saying, like, don't listen to the extremists. It's weak gun laws are to blame. We need to take action. The weak gun laws hurt children and teenagers. Homicide rates are going up. There's more mass shootings in states with weak gun laws. Police officers are more likely to be fatally shot in states with weaker gun laws, and they're less able to solve crimes and hold people accountable. And so if elected officials are serious about reducing violent crime, they must strengthen gun laws and invest in prevention. And this needs to be part of any public safety agenda. And investing in prevention is something that Alex also alluded to, that, we used to just say strengthen gun laws, but I think it's equally important to know that, we need to strengthen our gun laws. We need to go upstream and hold bad actors accountable, whether it's gun manufacturers, gun dealers that are breaking the law, whether it's the people that are straw purchasing and buying guns without background checks and selling them. Like, we need to hold those people accountable, focus less on holding someone accountable who's just carrying a gun for self-defense that maybe lives in a very dangerous neighborhood. And for those folks, we need to really invest to put our money where our mouth is on prevention, and whether that's community violence intervention programs, or it's the greening and cleaning, and other ways to really look at the gun violence problem and invest in victim services, invest in domestic violence services, in sexual assault treatment, all those things. And so this really resonated. We used our research to really dig down on how weak gun laws are impacting all people from across the country. We talked about how weak gun laws increase female gun homicide rates, how it disproportionately hurts communities of color. We did some interesting research on the Hispanic community, which doesn't always get as much attention as maybe the African-American community, but it's gun violence is one of the top 3 things that are motivating Hispanic voters when they go to the ballot box. And we need to make sure that we're speaking directly to them and making sure that we're proposing solutions that make sense to them. And so here's an example here. So from about 2022, leading up to the midterms, we worked a lot on making this connection and providing the data that can be used to change the narrative around gun violence. And again, really trying to encourage lawmakers not to do what's easy and repeat tough on crimes talking points that people of both parties kind of fall back into when they're not presented with a polling and data informed, effective and thoughtful public messaging strategy. Because what mayors and governors and elected officials and the media says really matters and really changes the perception of what is the problem and what are the solutions. So we're very proud that we're able to kind of neutralize a weakness around criminal justice and public safety. And really, I was much more involved, and the gun violence prevention team was much more involved because of that connection that voters have between weak gun laws and lack of public safety. So then things really started to change in 2023. We were going back to the movies. We were getting out of our homes a lot more. Kind of things were seeming to feel like a little bit back to normal. And very happily, we were seeing that gun violence really started to trend down in 2023. I'll be presenting some research from my colleague Chandler, who's on my team, who's been doing some really great quantitative work and really drilling down at the state and city level. And really excited that we're also with Professor Piquero kind of going to be doing some forthcoming research that's kind of looking back at the early days of the pandemic, really trying to test some theories about what was happening, what were the causes, and also test our theory that stronger gun laws really were a protective factor. Because following an alarming national spike in violent crime over the first 2 years of the pandemic, in 2023, we saw the largest one-year decline in murder rates in modern U.S. history. And this is something that really needs to be celebrated, and we need to make sure people know this. I live in Baltimore, and I talk to my friends, and we could feel the difference. People are walking out more at night. People aren't carrying their pepper spray as much. They're not looking over their shoulder as much. Like it feels different. But sometimes perceptions really lag. And people, as I'll show, people get their information from interesting sources and social media and the news. And so we really wanted to kind of dig into this and see what was happening. And what we learned is that this remarkable drop really did happen, but it wasn't felt evenly across the country. And we saw that states with the weakest gun laws really saw the least progress in 2023. And they really kind of seems to be confirming our thesis that if we want to avoid needless death and devastation, like our nation already experienced, keeps experiencing, that we need to follow the data and pass stronger gun laws and invest in prevention. And so, majority of U.S. cities saw historic declines in 2023. But again, we're an increasingly divided country, and I don't just mean politically. So let's look at the 2023 state trends, and then we'll zero in on cities, because people really think of gun violence and homicides and violent crime as more of a localized issue. So again, there was a historic drop in 2023, 12%. We're still waiting for official FBI data, but using gun violence archive data, going and looking at official city data kind of one by one, or building off of the work of folks like Jeff Asher, we were able to see that this double-digit decline in murder rate happened, and gun homicides were down 7.7% year over year. And then what we did is we looked at the 300 largest U.S. cities, and we used Gifford's scorecard, who does Gifford's gun violence prevention organization. They do a great job of every year looking to see what the gun laws are and kind of the investments in prevention, and giving them a score, A, B, C, D, F. And we really looked at the cities and the states with the strongest gun laws, those A's, A minuses, and then the F's. And we really started to see the stark disparity. So of the 300 largest US cities, cities and states with the strongest gun laws experienced 19.4% fewer gun homicides in 2023. 19.4%. That's enormous. That's huge. That's unprecedented. But cities and states with the weakest gun laws, with these F grades, they saw a decline, but only 5.1%. They really weren't getting the same public safety gains and that other cities were in those states. And so we saw marginal improvements to public safety, if any. So digging down, you can see the map. It's actually interactive. If you go to our website, you can check out how your state did and compare it to others. You know, it was interesting to see how people use this. You know, the Governor Shapiro of Pennsylvania, you know, they were very happy that Pennsylvania had this, was the state that had the second largest percentage decline. And that was something that they would talk about publicly, you know, showing their commitment to tackling the gun violence prevention issue. So we saw 36 states saw their gun rate decrease. So again, not all states, but a majority, a healthy majority. And then when we look at this, again, the ones with the strongest gun laws and then the weakest gun laws, that's where we saw a lot of difference. We saw a 13.7% decrease there. You can also, as you can see, you can look at the full chart on our website, but you can see in absolute numbers that there was a lot of decline across the country. Of the 14 states that saw increased gun homicide rates, so the ones that were trending in the opposite direction, half of them had a rating of a D- or lower. Only 2 had an A-, and no state had a rating of an A. And so again, we're not trying to overstate causation, but we did see this correlation. There's still some noise in there and anomalies, but the trends we thought are pretty persuasive and pretty consistent in previous and forthcoming research. You know, Massachusetts, Hawaii, and Rhode Island, you know, didn't have the biggest declines and had some increases. But I think it's notable that those are states that already have some of the lowest rates of gun homicides in the country. So it's maybe not a surprise that we didn't see this massive drop because they already were at very low rates. Massachusetts and Hawaii, they do have the strongest gun laws in the country. And Massachusetts is also, you know, it's great to have strong gun laws at the state level, but you're also influenced by the states surrounding you. So for example, you know, Massachusetts has strong gun laws, but it's also surrounded by states that also have strong gun laws, maybe not as strong, but strong. And so it's harder to go to the next state over and buy a gun without a background check if you have to go many more states over to find a state with weak gun laws. Hawaii is also benefits because it's an island, so it makes purchasing and trafficking a lot more difficult when you have to get on a plane or a boat. And again, Rhode Island, we just talked to Rhode Island Coalition Against Gun Violence, and they passed a stronger safe storage bill in the Senate recently, and they're strengthening their gun laws. So I'm expecting to see some progress there. And then of the 10 cities that saw the largest declines in gun homicide rates, 7 are in states with a grade of A- or higher. So just different ways of kind of saying the same point, but showing the consistency that the strength of gun laws in a state really did seem to matter. All right, let's go into the cities for 2023. Of the 10 cities that saw the largest increases in gun homicide rates, 7 are in states with a Giffords grade of F-. And so talking about, I know, so I was saying that we're kind of a divided country, not just politically. What really seems to be happening is there hasn't been much action at the federal level until recently. There was the Bipartisan Safer Community Act that did a lot, but didn't tackle some of the biggest loopholes in our gun laws. So really it's still at the state level. And we're seeing states, like I mentioned, Rhode Island and California, that already have pretty good gun laws or strengthening them. And then we have states like Alabama, Georgia, Indiana, Ohio, they're moving in the opposite direction. They don't have very many gun laws, and the few that they have on the books, they're actually trying to repeal or successfully repealing. And so these states, they pass permitless carry laws, meaning that someone can, not before you had to go do a background check, before you could carry a gun everywhere with you. Maybe you had to prove that you've fired a gun before, prove that you know the laws, maybe do a fingerprinting, just kind of basic things that make it a little bit harder for people that are legally prohibited from carrying a firearm from being able to, and make it easier for law enforcement to trace a gun and close cases when someone uses the firearm to commit violence. And so, it's unfortunate that on one side of America, people are investing in prevention and opening offices of gun violence prevention. They're doing safe storage. They're doing red flag laws. They're strengthening background checks and safe storage. And on the other side of America, elected officials are continuing to buy the gun lobby lie that more guns make us safer, and they continue to put politics over people. And so we, used our research to really do a lot of translational research, showing exactly how dangerous it is to let almost anyone carry a concealed handgun in public. It increases violent crime, firearm robberies, gun thefts, workplace homicides, mass shootings. It makes it harder for law enforcement to prevent and solve crimes. We quoted law enforcement from all across the country, all political ideologies, who were very concerned and upset about states like Georgia removing one of the most important tools law enforcement has to make sure that guns aren't in the hands of people that shouldn't have them. And so, the evidence overwhelmingly suggests that removing these concealed carry permit systems, which now a majority of states in the country do not require a permit, they're associated with higher rates of gun homicide and violent crime. And then last year in 2023, Illinois passed an assault weapons ban. New York increased access to victim compensation services for gun violence survivors. Maryland, after many tries, finally requires gun owners to secure their firearms around children to prevent suicides, school shootings, mass shootings, and unintentional shootings. One of the other things we learned in 2023 is that elections really matter. In 2023, Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer and Minnesota Governor Tim Walz signed key gun bills, and we called them kind of foundational gun bills, policies like background checks and red flags that really you need to have before you start doing other more specific gun bills. We say background checks are such a foundational that if you don't have background checks, it's really hard to have other gun laws, because you can prohibit all these different types of people, from domestic abusers to people with certain violent misdemeanors from getting guns. But if they can just go to a Walmart parking lot and buy a gun, no questions asked, and cash, those laws aren't going to be super effective. And so it was, one more example, Colorado saw a 19% reduction in gun homicides last year. And that was just huge. But rather than become complacent, the state legislature doubled down and passed additional life-saving laws, like raising the minimum age to purchase guns, enacting waiting periods, increasing access to justice for survivors. And Colorado was the most improved state on Gifford's gun laws ranking, moving from a B to an A-. Conversely, Mississippi, they had a 13% increase in gun homicides in 2023. And yet the legislature, instead of taking this seriously, they passed more dangerous gun laws, incentivizing teachers to carry guns in schools, and preventing law enforcement agencies or any agencies from maintaining any kind of gun records, making it very difficult to hold people accountable. And then, mentioning cities, we saw this disparity deepen even more in cities, where some cities established local offices of gun violence prevention, even though the White House created one last year, and then leveraged federal funds to invest in community violence intervention programs. So cities like Milwaukee, Chicago, New York, Philly, they all invested heavily in violence prevention, and they all had double-digit declines in 2023. And so there was an interesting correlation there, and we're looking forward to digging a little bit deeper and seeing if the trend continues and if there's some causal links that we can make. It is important to note that gun violence was still higher in 2023 than before the pandemic. And that there are significant threats to these hard-fought gains. Our extreme right-wing Supreme Court could roll back critical state and federal gun laws that have protected American lives for decades. We're really thinking a lot about one of the most important federal laws is being able to disarm domestic abusers. And the Rahimi case before the Supreme Court right now could put all people, but especially women and children, at much greater risk. They're even looking at, maybe we should not regulate machine guns and make them a little bit easier for people to get, or tasers. So there's a lot going on. And so we're really looking at states like California, encouraging people to follow their lead, where they were able to, they're knowing there's a dangerous fiscal cliff coming with ARPA money, American Rescue Plan Act, that are using being used by all these cities to prop up these Office of Violence Prevention and to make sure that they can expand their violence prevention programs. But that money's going to kind of come to an end in a couple of years. And so California added a tax on ammunition and firearms, that some of it will go to law enforcement and some of it will go to these violence prevention. And so we're seeing that trend happen at the state level too. So we need to find sustainable ways to double down on this success. So I'm going to fast forward now to the present, 2024. A lot of us were listening to the Beyonce album when it first dropped. Some of us are Swifties, I didn't forget you, but we're feeling back in a national conversation about music and seeing live music and feeling a little bit better, hopefully, because violent crime is dropping fast in the US. As this NPR headline shows, though, not all Americans really believe it. And then we're seeing this happen in cities like New Orleans that have been, having some of the highest crime and violent crime for years, and we're seeing some real decreases. So we talked about this a little bit earlier today, so I won't belabor the point. But here are, from 2016 up to 2024, you can see the spikes happening during the pandemic. You could see it kind of leveling out. And now you can see this really impressive decline from 2023 and now also for 2024. So this is gun victimization. These are homicides and non-fatal shootings. So it's easier to get murder data. As Alex mentioned, it's really hard to get non-fatal shooting data. But the Gun Violence Archive and some cities that report on it and collect on it were able to get some data. Mass shootings also on the decline, maybe not happening quite as quickly. There's a few reasons for that. We can talk about that later. And so what we did is, we know that public opinion changes quickly, people's attitudes change. So we decided to go back out and do some more polling. I think polling in public safety, and especially gun violence movement, is severely lacking compared to other advocacy movements. So we were trying to just get a sense of what was happening. And so our research kind of has been showing kind of over time that although categories of crime are declining, voters actually believe it's increasing. And that actually more people now think that crime is up a lot than when it actually was up, looking at kind of from a quantitative and historic viewpoint. And so we asked about crime in general, and we also specifically asked about gun violence, because we noticed in our last polling that gun violence was something that people really wanted to talk about and resonated with folks. I thought this was an interesting outcome. We were asking people like that who thinks it's going up, like, well, what makes you say that? Like, where are you getting your information from? And so a lot of it from news stories, some from social media. Some of them will say they'll get it from statistics, probably their local statistics. Not many from their elected officials talking about it, which you can either get the message that maybe that's not the best messengers, or for me, I think that maybe elected officials aren't talking about it enough. And I know it's an election year, there's a lot of competing priorities and demands, but public safety and gun violence continue to be one of the most motivating factors for voters. So it's something that people need to be talking about. I know this is a very busy slide, so I won't spend much time here, but it's interesting that people generally feel safer in their own neighborhoods, where they think crime is increasing in their city or around the country or kind of other places. And we see that it's pretty consistent amongst demographics. There's some differences in White voters definitely feel safer, but interesting to see some of the parity between Republicans and Democrats. And actually, it's interesting to see rural people saying that they feel pretty safe. One of the narratives we pushed back against is that during the pandemic, gun violence was a city problem and not a rural problem. We actually looked at the most dangerous counties in the country per capita, and most of them were in the rural South. One, feel bad for KFF. They saw that we chose Phillips County, Arkansas. What we saw was the most dangerous place, and sent a reporter out there to see what was going on over there. And it was not a wonderful staycation, to say the least, over there. And so this is an issue that's really affecting everybody, rural, suburban, and in cities. All right. I'm very excited. Chandler on my team was crunching some numbers to get us the most up-to-date numbers for this presentation and for our forthcoming research. And so I'm going to show some data that's current for as of the end of April. So as of just a few days ago, again, using Gun Violence Archive data. So there's always a little bit of adjustments later, but this is a pretty good snapshot of what's going on. And in addition to our polling, Pew Research did some January 2024 polling and saw that concerns about crime are growing among Republicans and Democrats, even as crime is declining. And as you can see, looking at the 50 largest U.S. cities, the ones on the top in red have seen increases in gun violence, both homicides and non-fatal shootings. But the vast majority of the large cities are seeing significant declines, and the trends that I mentioned earlier seem to be continuing. So you can look a little bit in here. Some cities that are, in Colorado and California definitely are increasing. Kansas City, you'll remember there was anyways, there's been some issues there, but yeah, you start to see, look at how impressive some of these numbers are with Philadelphia, Baltimore, where I live, Columbus, Detroit, really seeing these significant decreases. And so we'll have, by the end of the month, we'll have an interactive map where you can kind of sort and look at your cities and look at the states. But we're very excited to see these trends. And so these are kind of just some preliminary forthcoming information. Gun violence is down in the majority of large US cities. 75 of the largest 100 US cities and 40 of the 50 largest US cities experienced the same or fewer gun violence victimizations in 2024 compared to 2023. So again, that's when I say majority of large US cities, it's not just 50%, it's 75% are seeing the same or more likely declines. Again, overall, gun homicide and victimization rates are still higher than the pre-pandemic levels, which is, some folks, that's their benchmark. For us, pre-pandemic levels are still far too high, but it's, I think, important for narratives and kind of understanding what's happening. And some of those cities I mentioned, plus Jacksonville, Florida, and Charlotte, they were actually among 30 of the 50 largest US cities that actually do have lower gun violence rates this year in 2024 so far than in 2019. So that's really exciting. Those are going to not just pre-pandemic levels, but maybe setting kind of new records for all-time lows in places like Baltimore. One thing to note is, we're timing the release of this research because we want to change and influence narratives and get people's attention. A lot of times, folks like us will have really interesting research, and even if it's not behind a paywall of a journal, even if we put it out with a press release, it might get gobbled up by the news of the day. But it's a well-known trend that gun violence and homicides and violent crime, there's an uptick in the summer months. And so that means there's usually a media narrative happening at the end of May, early June, saying, are we going to, it's down now, but are we going to see a spike? And so we're really curious to be monitoring real time the trends that happen this summer. So we're going to move away from that kind of data for a little bit. I know that was a lot, but I think for a lot of us, that was very exciting data. And I kind of just want to preview something else that I mentioned is one of our long reports that's coming out later this month. We've been spending maybe a year on this really interesting, what we call an accountability and prevention framework. So when I mentioned we were doing the polling in 2021 and 2022, we felt like we're really on defense. We knew that because crime was up and the narrative people were saying like, oh, you know, kids these days, the youth are out of control, and, you know, things like carjackings that are very scary for a lot of people, and especially for people that maybe aren't used to worrying about violence in their neighborhood, having their car stolen and taken from them violently is something that really changes fears. And unfortunately, the data wasn't really backing up that this was a youth violence problem, but we were seeing, you know, this painful rhetoric, and so we really felt like we were on the defensive, saying like, no, don't kind of play into those narratives. Don't throw people under the bus. We know what works. Let's not change course. But we realized that, you know, it was really unsatisfying as an organization that really has strong values and beliefs in making a more safe and just world for everybody, regardless of income, ability, what community you're from, whether it's the LGBTQI or African American or Latino community. And so we really, AAPI, it's something we've really been focusing a lot. There were really significant fears around crime and hate crimes at that time, but we really wanted to say, all right, let's not stop talking about what we're against. Let's start talking about what we're for, and let's present a proactive public safety agenda. And, you know, it's easy to write a long report with a laundry list of progressive solutions, and we've done that before, and we're work with partners that do that. But we know that a lot of elected officials aren't going to read those reports, and even getting a staffer to do that is difficult. And they're going to be like, well, that's not really relevant to the conversation in my community. So we used the polling and using experts across CAP to really come up with a meaningful way to talk about and actually put policies in place that will make our community safer. And we realized that we call it accountability and prevention because we realized that if you just talk about prevention, voters will maybe perceive you as soft on crime. They won't think you're taking things seriously. But then if you only talk about accountability, if you only talk about the role of police and prosecutors, then you're alienating a lot of folks, and you're missing the opportunity to reinforce the message that moving upstream and holding people accountable and investing in housing and medical treatment and victim services, repairing harm to victims and crime survivors, like that has to be part of the conversation too. And so we're ensuring that here's our accountability slide. We're also trying to redefine accountability. It doesn't just mean lock people up and throw away the key with longer sentences. It really means holding the system and agencies accountable and thinking of ways to do restorative justice and repairing harm that is not just based off of just longer sentences. And then also just more collaboration with the community and being more responsive. And then we also suggest investing in prevention. And so you'll see that so these are just examples of 4 gun laws that the gun violence prevention movement has kind of coalesced around. Maybe one that's a little bit different. You hear a lot about background checks. Research shows that background checks are necessary, but not sufficient. A couple of states, you know, when a state passes background checks, it's helpful, but because of other kind of loopholes, difficult to enforce, you can go to nearby states without them. It's really not sufficient. And so we recommend a stronger version of background checks called permit to purchase. They are extremely effective. From Johns Hopkins University has some really great research on the effectiveness of permit to purchase laws. And then extreme risk protection order laws. I think those are one of the more mainstream ones that people really talk about. They're commonly known as red flag laws. We were really trying to push back against them being called that as a movement, but we kind of we lost that, and we kind of now will interchangeably call them ERPOs, which don't really roll off the tongue, but also red flag laws. And then child access prevention and safe storage laws. For every school shooting, the gun has to come from somewhere, and it's usually a parent or a friend has left it unsecured. And then a big one right now is focusing less on individual accountability, which is a lot of whack-a-mole and is what we've been doing for so long, and it really hasn't been working as much as people would like. We really need to hold the gun industry accountable. There are simple measures that they can do to stop selling guns to gun dealers that they know are selling them illegally without paperwork out the back door, or basic safety mechanisms. So that way, if someone so often you'll hear about a child, usually a child, sometimes an adult, taking out the magazine or the of a gun, maybe to clean it or show it to someone, and they forgot that there's one in the chamber. And this happens all the time. And there's a simple technology that's been around for 100 years that if you take out the magazine, then you can't fire the gun with the one in the chamber. But there's no incentive to do that because of this thing called PLCA, where the gun industry was able to get Congress to write in a very special exemption that, unlike every other maker of consumer goods, is very hard to sue them for negligence. It's not impossible. Some people think it is, and we don't want them to think that, but they do have very broad exemptions. And you'll know that, gun violence is the leading cause of death for children. Gun deaths have surpassed car deaths, and part of that is because cars have gotten a lot safer because people suing and people doing airbags and safety mechanisms to survive a crash. But we haven't seen any of that innovation in the gun industry because there's no incentives, and unfortunately in this country, lawsuits are one of the ways that we get change done. We're also going to have a lot of research on how to expand the public safety workforce. We want law enforcement to focus on what no one else can do, which is solve homicides and non-fatal shootings, build strong cases, and hold accountable the very small number of people in our communities that are driving violence. But we don't need them responding to every mental health call or doing traffic enforcement. And we need to, and especially with community violence intervention, there's certain neighborhoods and public housing and places that they can't operate. But these credible messengers that come from those communities, they have a license to operate in those areas and are able to gather information, provide resources, and provide messages of anti-violence to try to prevent retaliatory shootings, or something that's increasingly something that happened on Instagram or social media that will then lead to real life violence. And also that, we need to intervene. Intervention and prevention are different. Intervention is who is at the highest risk of being involved, either as a perpetrator or victim of gun violence right now. And that's constantly changing. How do we reach that small number of people with targeted resources and messages of deterrence and support? But then we do need to go upstream and focus on prevention. And that's like what Alex talked about, the kind of the parks and rec, and getting lead out of paint in the water and increasing economic opportunities. So we're going to have some very long reports, but we know that we get maybe 2 minutes of a public official's attention before their eyes kind of glaze over on charts and graphs. And same thing with social media, our attention spans are decreasing, myself included. So we've been really leaning into storytelling and digital storytelling, and seeing my face a lot less, and really centering the voices of survivors and people on the front lines doing this work. And so I'm really proud of the videos that we've done. We just released, I think, our 13th community violence intervention video yesterday, as well as we've been sharing great resources on, how to talk to survivors of gun violence, what maybe to say or not to say, or letting gun violence survivors who've been in horrific mass shootings, school shootings, community violence, police violence, tell their story to lawmakers directly and ask for what would make them feel safer. And then we've also, so we have 2 series, one about survivors speaking. We did one on Columbine recently with a Columbine survivor. that got a lot of views, that was really shared a lot during the Columbine 20th anniversary. And then we also have a lot of videos of success stories. Chris Edge here is becoming a friend of mine through this project. He was shot, then later he was stabbed 12 times by someone in a mental health crisis that was his friend, then he was shot again. But because of a hospital-based violence interruption program, we don't say it saved him. It's not, there's no savior complex here. They were there when he needed it and provided the resources and were constant. And now he's meeting with the president and speaking at our conference, and he's a rapper in South DC, and really turning his near-death experiences into just remarkable advocacy and storytelling. And just my last note, one city I didn't mention is DC, that really has, because lawmakers are here, because there's a lot of media here, it really has an outsized influence on the crime narratives, just like New York City. And DC has been really struggling with public safety, and but it's almost all localized to kind of South DC and the poorer parts, where DC's been gentrifying so much and growing so much, getting so expensive. But we've really been, and instead of investing more and more into the people that really need it, that have been here and are suffering from disinvestment, there's this increased movement to cut all funding, or a lot of funding, to the violence interrupters that are putting their life on the line, instead giving it to other programs that doesn't work. And so this is an honor to really be survivor-centered and focused in our, not just publicly with our videos, but also making sure that they're at the table when we decide what our priorities are on the Hill, in DC, and in state houses and locally. So that's my time. I talked a lot. I'm excited to answer questions later on a panel, but I can really appreciate everyone for your attention and looking at our resources.
Wow, Nick, bravo! What a wonderful presentation. Thank you for coming equipped with all this data, and for reminding us that, like what we like to say at the Institute, we believe firmly that violence is preventable, and that if we follow the science, if we do what is known to work, we will get the results. And now your presentation really tells us that we had to go beyond political will to do some of the things and find, workable strategies to get the message to be consumed by the people that we want to implement them. But we'll have more of a chance to talk about them, about all of this, in a few minutes. Now, let's move from the national scene to the local policy and law enforcement scene. And for this, we are now fortunate to have with us Deputy Assistant Chief Nilo Cuervo. Nilo Cuervo joined the office of the State Attorney Catherine Fernandez Rondo in June of 2014 as the division chief in the Felony Division, where he supervised a team of attorneys and prosecuted homicide cases. In 2018, Mr. Cuervo was appointed by the State Attorney to lead the Gun Violence Reduction Initiative. He works with police, local leaders, and the county's anti-violence initiative to build relationships with these impacted communities, deter criminal activity, and respond to contact shootings. GVRI team has investigated over 150 homicides, resulting in more than 50 arrests and confiscating more than 400 illegally possessed firearms, including AR-15s, AK-47s, and handguns with extended magazines. He has a special interest in developing community bonds and working closely with other agencies, which has led to participating with councils and commission groups throughout the county. Within his tenure, he has spoken at multiple town hall meetings, including those hosted by Senator Marco Rubio and Representative Federica Wilson, that steer him to serve as a liaison to community groups and advocates. Nilo continues to share his knowledge and expertise to pre-law students at Florida International University. It's a great pleasure for me to introduce you now to Deputy Assistant Chief.
Thank you, Etiony, so much for the wonderful introduction, and thank you everyone for allowing us to be here. It's really a great honor and a great pleasure to present before the Melissa Institute and all the amazing panelists and guests that are here today. My presentation, I also want to thank Nick, who just finished his presentation, because a lot of the information that he provided, which I second almost all of it, is very helpful information in transitioning into this my presentation. So Nick, thank you so much for that great data. I really appreciate it. Let me introduce myself. My name is Nilo Cuervo, as Doctor said. I work for our State Attorney, Catherine Fernandez-Rundle. And one of my roles as a Deputy Chief Assistant is to lead the Gun Violence Reduction Initiative, which is what I'm going to talk about today. So if I can please, I will share my screen now. One of the challenges, and again, Nick did a great job of explaining some of the data. Back in 2015, we were seeing an uptick in homicides and contact shootings and even non-contact shootings. So what the state attorney did back in 2015 is we essentially did, we got all the data and we rounded up all the data of every single homicide that occurred in Dade County, every single contact shooting that occurred in Dade County. And by contact shooting, I mean a shooting where somebody is hit by a bullet, but luckily survives. And then non-contact shootings, right? Which is when somebody is shot at with a firearm, but luckily is not hit at all. So we started looking at all these trends throughout all of Miami-Dade County. And one of the things that we learned is what you see on the screen. In 2015 alone, there were roughly 1,000 non-fatal contact shootings in Dade County, 300 contact shootings. And one of the worst parts about this was the clearance rate was very low, meaning of all these crimes that were happening, there were very few arrests being made. And of those arrests being made, a lot of those cases end up being no action or no process, meaning they were dismissed, either because the victims did not want to testify or the evidence simply wasn't strong enough. And so what was happening is we were having all these contact shootings and non-contact shootings, but we weren't having any success or enough success bringing these cases to court and getting justice for the victims, right? And making sure that the perpetrators of gun violence crimes aren't able to perpetuate further gun violence crimes, right? And so that was the challenge. But the issue, one of the issues is, as we all know, Miami-Dade County is an incredibly large county. Today we have approximately 2.7 million residents, and that doesn't include all the tourists in town and things like that. So the state attorney said, all right, but where is this crime happening? And again, I want to thank Nick, who says something that is very true, and the data supports it, is that gun violence disproportionately impacts communities of color. So one of the things that the state attorney did is said, all right, let's map this out, right? Where is this happening? Where can we really target these areas? Because another trend that we were seeing is that majority of the victims and the shooters in a lot of these cases are young people, right? They're typically between the ages of 18 and 29. So that's what the data showed us, right? We have victims and shooters are between the ages of 18 and 29. We have a lot of shootings, but we don't have a lot of cases getting successful results in court. So that was the challenge. So we have to work on that. So the state attorney said, all right, let's get a map and let's plot every single shooting that happens in Miami-Dade County. And let's see are they everywhere? Is there a particular area that we need to focus on? Where is the problem? So the first thing we did is we said, all right, let's look at homicides between January and September of 2016. We just took that, that metric and said, all right, let's plot it in a map for all of those who are familiar with Miami-Dade County, the map speaks for itself. For those of you who are not familiar with Miami-Dade County, this is the north end of the county. Towards the right or the east will be Miami Beach. And so we started plotting all of these incidents, right? And we noticed from January of 2016, we had 34 homicides, right? And so we plotted them. Those are the red dots, right? So we said, okay, how many contact shootings did we have in that same time? All right. So again, contact shooting is a shooting where a firearm is shot at somebody and makes contact with the victim, but the victim survives, luckily, right? And so we did the same thing, and here are the contact shootings. And as you can see, we had 77 contact shootings, right? That's a lot of contact shootings, right? We took the same time span, and we said, okay, now let's look at non-contact shootings, right? Shootings where somebody is shot at, but luckily is not struck by the bullet in any way. And we saw that there were 43. So what we did is, okay, now let's look at all of this evidence, right? Let's look at it all at once, and there you have it, right? And what you can notice is this is really all happening in an area that's about 50 blocks by about 30 to 40 blocks. So it's not a very big area. So what the state attorney's office did is we said, okay, here's the problem. We have to focus our energy on this community because this community needs our help, right? A lot of gun violence in this community is a community of color. They need our help, right? And so you see the concentration of all these shootings, these homicides, these contact shootings, and these non-contact shootings. And we said, all right, we have to focus here. We have to do something to help these folks, right? And so what we did is we then looked at all this data, right? And all these shootings, right? March 17th, Avante Shaw was shot, several times. No arrest was made in his case, and we just keep seeing all these examples of all these shootings. Samuel Roll was shot in the Flats. The Flats is the name given to a public housing unit that's in that community. We were also noticing, even police officers were getting shot. We had several police officers who were ambushed in their police car. It was an unmarked car, but they were ambushed in that community. And so we said, we have to do something about this, right? We have to do something about this. We did more data about public housing in the community. We noticed, again, high levels of shootings in those areas. So what the state attorney did is we started the Gun Violence Reduction Initiative, which is what I'm going to talk about today. This is the way that we are targeting gun violence in the communities that need it most. We have two such units. We have one in Northside, Miami-Dade Police Department Northside District, which is in that map that you saw there. And we have another one in Miami Gardens. I'm sorry, that's a typo. October 19th, it should say the Miami Gardens Gun Violence Unit, which is just further north, but within that map that you saw there. And so what the Gun Violence Unit is the following. What we did is, as you may know, the traditional concept of investigating gun violence goes like this. A crime occurs, whether it's a homicide, a contact shooting, or a non-contact shooting, right? The traditional model is that the police will go to the scene, of course. They will make the scene safe. If there's a victim, they will tend to that victim. They will make sure fire rescue comes and treats that victim, takes them to the hospital. And then once the scene is made safe, detectives will come in, right, and start investigating what actually happened, whether it be a homicide, a contact shooting, or a non-contact shooting. They will interview witnesses on scene. They will interview the victim, right? They will gather evidence, whether it be casings, whether it be a firearm, whether it be video. And they will conduct, their investigation. And then when they're done with their investigation, they will then go to the state attorney's office, right, and say, all right, they'll meet with a prosecutor and they'll say, all right, prosecutor, here's the evidence that we have on this case. Can we make an arrest? Can we not make an arrest? What can we do here? The problem with that model, is that by bringing in the state attorney at the end of the investigation, there's nothing now that can be done to make that investigation better because the investigation's over. So for example, the state attorney may say, wow, I wish we would have gotten a warrant to search this house or to search this car or to get these cell sites, whatever the case may be. Or I wish we would have done this or would have done that so we can make this case stronger. It's now too late for that because really the investigation is done. So what we've done is we've kind of flipped that model. And what the state attorney has done is created the gun violence unit, which now embeds with the police department 2 full-time gun violence prosecutors. So what happens now every time that there is a contact shooting in that area that you saw on the map, when detectives arrive to that scene, they will be arriving with somebody from my team, an assistant state attorney who has been trained and who has experience in investigating and prosecuting violent crimes. Why is this important? Because now we are part of the investigation. So what happens now is while the detectives are investigating the crime, right, and they do the investigation, they're the experts in investigating, but as the prosecutors, we are there giving them legal advice as to, do we need a warrant to search that house? Do we need a subpoena to get this information? We're already thinking about how this case could play out in court so that we can bring resolution and we can bring justice to the victims. So now we're working on the case together from the moment the case, from the moment the investigation begins. And so we're helping them secure search warrants with subpoenas, with legal questions. An officer may say, Nilo, I want to search that car. Can I? It's my job to say, well, I don't know if we have probable cause, or yes, but we got to do a warrant. So we're working on this case together from the inception. So as part of the program, there are 2 ASAs that are assigned, 2 prosecutors are assigned to the unit. There is also 1 full-time state attorney investigator. So one of the things that the state attorney did is that, as some of you may know, if you're a police officer here in Miami-Dade County, there's mandatory retirement age. After you serve a certain amount of time on the force, you're actually mandated to retire, right? And so what we saw happening is that there were a lot of detectives with a lot of experience having to retire from the police department, even though they're willing to work and continue to do the great work that they do and use all the vast experience that they have. So what we did is we said, okay, we will hire them as investigators for the state attorney's office, and they will assist in continuing to investigate these crimes. So now we have investigators with decades of homicide experience and contact shooting experience to help out in these investigations. And then finally, the unit also has a team of secretaries, paralegals, and we have victim specialists. And these really are victim specialists. Why? Because they also will go to the scene, right? They will go to the hospital to meet with the victim, see if they need any help with medical bills, right? In the unfortunate event that it's a homicide, does the family need help with funeral expenses, counseling services, all kinds of services, right? But instead of having them wait and come to the state attorney's office, to get these services, we are going to them. We're going to the community and helping them. We got to make it easier for our victims. We got to make it easier for our witnesses. And we also have an entire team of community outreach representatives that work in our office. And they're constantly talking to community members and stakeholders, right? And so these are the benefits of the program is when, another thing that was happening that really, when we speak to victims of crimes and witnesses of crimes, one of their frustrations has been they're a witness to a crime. The police officers come to that scene. They will interview the witness, right? And then sometime later, after an arrest is made, days later, weeks later, whatever the case may be, They then have to go to the state attorney's office to be interviewed by a prosecutor, because as prosecutors, we also have to meet our witnesses. That, that doesn't sit well with a lot of witnesses, because they say, well, I sat with the detective, I sat with him for an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. I told him everything I know. Now you want me to go to the state attorney's office, and I live all the way down south. The state attorney's office is all the way in the north end of the county. I got to take off work. This is just not worth it. So one of the things we did is, again, the concept of let's make it easier for our victims, let's make it easier for our witnesses, is that since there's an ASA on scene, that ASA can interview that witness right there. So that witness or that victim now doesn't have to come to the state attorney's office all over again to retell that story, burdening their day, burdening their daily life, their ability to go to work that day or go to school that day or whatever the case may be. So we're doing on-site interviews. We're doing immediate turnaround on search warrants. One of the things that was happening is typically when a detective wants to get a search warrant for a house, for a car, whatever the case may be, they have to submit it to an ASA, an assistant state attorney, for approval before it can be sent to the judge. A lot of times that could take hours, it could take a day. We're doing them on site and on scene. So everything is happening quicker so that the detectives can really conduct the best possible investigation. And then we have on-site victim services, as I spoke about. Our victim specialists will go to the scene, speak to the victim, speak to the witnesses, identify what services they need, and provide those services, whether we provide it through our office or through our many community partners. And then finally, we have the ability to investigate this as a team, right? The program has now been in effect since 2018. So we've been around long, and the program's been around long enough where we finally have some really good data that we can rely on, meaning is the program working, right? And the results speak for themselves. In the last 5 years, in just that area that you saw, remember, it's not all of Miami-Dade County. It's just that area that you saw on the map, which is about 50 to 60 blocks by about 30 to 40 blocks. We have made 90 arrests for murder. Now, one of the things that was happening, as I spoke earlier, is that a lot of times folks were getting arrested, but the cases were being dismissed because there simply wasn't enough evidence to take it to court. That is no longer the issue. Of the people getting arrested for murder, we have charged 97% of them, right? So now we're making better cases, right? So we can go to court and really get justice for our victims, right? We have arrested over 50 defendants for attempted murder with a 78% filing rate. And during this time, now that we have those programs, we have since, these numbers keep growing, but we have confiscated over 700 illegally possessed firearms. These are dangerous firearms who are in the hands of dangerous people. Because remember, one of the things about this program is we're focused on simply those people who are pulling triggers and who are violent felony offenders. Those are the folks we're investigating. Those are the folks we're prosecuting. Those are the folks we're targeting, the people doing harm to our community. And in those investigations, we have now recovered over 700 illegally possessed firearms. Assault rifles, illegally modified handguns, meaning guns that are meant to be semi-automatic that are illegally transitioned to become fully automatic, extended magazines. This is just one example. Last year, we conducted a search warrant on a contact shooting. And when we went into the house, this is what we found. Again, this is in that area that we saw on the map earlier. And as you can see in this one search warrant, we found this in one house. You see a number of assault rifles, AK-style rifles. Here at the bottom left, you see extended magazines, right? Some of these magazines hold 30, 40, 50 rounds, making them very dangerous, especially in the hands of violent offenders. Please excuse my cough, I'm sorry. This is just a close-up that I wanted folks to see. Here you have, the extended magazine, just really, really dangerous weapons in the hands of somebody who's engaged in criminal activity. One of the things that we often see is in gun violence cases, sometimes there is a narcotics nexus. This is another search warrant that we conducted where the offender not only is a violent felony offender, but he possesses a firearm, which he's not allowed to possess in the state of Florida because he's a convicted felon. And there you see all the drugs we found, cocaine, Molly, really, really, really dangerous drugs. And then you see what are the proceeds of the drug dealing activity. So we've made some really major arrests in the time that we've had the program. Back shortly in 2020, there were two young ladies who were hanging out in a apartment community in the Northside district, and they were the victims of a drive-by. And they were sisters. They were both shot. They were both murdered. They both died that day. Based on the GVI program, we were able to quickly make an arrest on that case, and we ultimately arrested two people. In 2021, we had a case that really shook the community, another drive-by shooting where a 7-year-old Alana Washington was shot and murdered. That is a scene that I was at. And we were able to make an arrest on that case. There was another case with a local pastor, well-known, beloved in his community, that was in a parking lot, having bought some food, was walking towards his car, and he was unfortunately in the middle of two rival gangs shooting at each other in broad daylight in a parking lot. And we made arrests in all of these cases. We also made an arrest in a fairly high-profile case involving members of the 4400 gang. One of the things that we're trying to do is investigate and prosecute gang members in the hopes to break up these gangs. And we were able to arrest, go to trial on, and get life sentences on two of their main members. And that was a really major arrest there. And then we've had some major convictions in the case of Alana Washington, the driver involved in that shooting, which not only did they shoot and kill 7-year-old Alana, they also shot a 1-year-old, luckily survived, and two other adults. So a total of 4 people were shot that day. And so that case, the case is still pending, but the driver has already pled guilty. We also obtained major convictions on several other cases. King Carter was one of the things that kind of started the state attorney's goal to start the GVI program. King Carter was, I mean, there you see him, little boy, who was shot, doing nothing wrong, playing outside, and his shooter was 17 years old, which adds to the issues of we're having young shooters, we're also having young victims. So one of the things that Nick spoke about that I also want to talk about is the prevention aspect of this, because as part of law enforcement, once we get involved, right, the shooting has occurred, and so we have to do what we have to do. We have to prosecute those offenders, make sure they're unable to do that. But one of the things that I do whenever we get a new case is that we really look into the victim and the defendant in this case, who said, what happened, right? What went wrong here that led these folks to conduct shootings, right? And here are some of the things that we have seen prevalent. These are things that I've seen in almost every single case, right? When you look at a defendant and you say, I want a background on this defendant, what has he been doing, throughout his life? One of the first things we see is lack of schooling. A lot of times, especially when they're younger, when they're 18, 19, 20 years old, We will ask for their school records, and we'll notice lack of attendance, if any attendance at all, or poor performance, not involved in any extracurricular activities. A lot of times we get offenders who did not have stable housing conditions as a younger person, lack of strong family support, lack of employment. These are the things that I'm seeing that that I often see on most cases, right? So these are the most prevalent issues. And mental health issues, right? And we have a lot of folks in this panel. We have a lot of folks listening here today who are mental health professionals. And this is what we see: conduct disorder, intellectual disability, bipolar disorder, depression. Now, obviously, I'm not an expert in each of these things, but this is the information that we're getting about a lot of our offenders. So when we talk about prevention, right? And, again, I'm a prosecutor, but the things I see every single day about these shooters, this is kind of the criteria that they meet, right? And this is where, as a community, as a society, we got to do a little better, right? Is to help these folks. So again, the entire premise of the program, and we've had a lot of success. One of the other successes that we've had, now that the program's been around for 5 or 6 years, is that, as you know, when somebody gets arrested, especially for a major crime like homicide or attempted murder, the case sometimes will last several years before they're either closed, before they either go to trial, or they plead, or the case gets dismissed for whatever reason. So we now have data as to how well we're doing actually in court. And of the cases we've taken to court and tried, we've actually had a 100% conviction rate as of now. So meaning we're actually putting good cases together that can go to court, withstand judicial scrutiny, and get results for the victims, right? Get justice for the victims, and make sure that the perpetrators can't reoffend, right? And so the program has had a lot of success. And so that's what we're doing to really help that community, and that community needs our help. Another thing we see is incarcerated family members. A lot of times an offender will get arrested. Again, where we're doing our background, we'll realize, well, dad is in prison or mom is in jail. And so, when somebody is, having to jump all of these obstacles, we can see where things possibly go wrong. But these are some of the things in terms of prevention that, again, I'm not an expert in psychology, you folks are, but these are some of the issues that we're seeing as revolving issues, constant issues, when we're talking about offenders of violent crimes. And that's really the end of my presentation. I appreciate everyone's time. I look forward to the Q&A question, because really what I'd like to do is just answer the questions that folks may have about this program. But if anybody has any other questions, outside of today's agenda about gun violence, my information is there. I'm always available to speak to folks, especially experts such as yourself, that can help us so that we can help you. I'd like to network and do what we can to curtail gun violence in Miami-Dade County. And I want to thank you very much. And I look forward to the Q&A session. But I do want to, again, say that, Nick, and again, I want to help you. I want to thank you, because a lot of your data really flowed perfectly into my presentation, because really Nick's data is why we have GVI, right? Mm-hmm. And so thank you so much, Nick. I appreciate that I was able to adopt your findings. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Deputy Assistant Chief Nilo. And it is a source of pride for us to know that we have a state attorney's office that is committed to this issue, data-driven, and finding kind of like creative ways to deal with this difficult problem of gun shootings and murders. And now it's time for us to move into our first panel discussion. And joining us joining Nick Wilson and Mr. Nilo in the panel is Michael Haggard, lead partner of the Haggard Law Firm and an honorary board member of the Melissa Institute. Michael is no stranger to gun violence and has represented hundreds of individuals and families affected by this epidemic. As gun violence has evolved into mass shootings, Michael found himself representing the families from the Marjory Stoneman Douglas, from the University of Virginia, and most recently, the hate crime mass shooting at the Dollar General store in Jacksonville. Haggard hopes to give victims the tools and resources to help rebuild their lives by convincing a judge or a jury to hold those responsible accountable. And he gives victims and their families a sense of justice and comfort that another family won't have to go through the same tragedy. In terms of how we're going to operate now, we're going to ask Michael to share his initial kind of like reactions to both Nick and Nilo. And we also give Nilo and Nick an opportunity also to add to this. We will then have questions. So if folks in the audience, the questions, please send them to the Q&A section. Those are the only ones that I'm reading. The Q&A section, the chat is too busy. So, all right. So let's take it, Michael.
Well, thank you so much. It's an honor to be here on this incredibly important subject with all of you in the Melissa Institute. I mean, what a program. And, you know, I almost wanted to disconnect my Zoom after I saw those incredible presentations by Nick and Nilo, and just, you know, I'm in awe to be on a panel with really what I consider heroes. I mean, doing this incredible tough work. You know, and Nick joked about the data, saying, you know, you get so much data, so much research that we need, because we all know we live in an echo chamber these days where people want to get into their corners, and especially on this issue, fight so much when we all know we have the same goal. I mean, we have one goal. There isn't a person on the right or left, and whether it's even in the NRA, that wants any gun violence. Nobody wants it. And obviously, Nilo, with your great office, unfortunately, when you put a lot of those victims up there, those were my clients. And you know, I say to people, it's kind of pathetic that, you know, that I'm a trial lawyer in the United States of America who specializes in gun violence. I spoke to a bunch of law students recently saying, how awful is that? That that somebody could specialize in that. My goal every day in my practice is to put myself out of business. You know, I don't want to ever see another gun violence victim. Obviously, the Parkland families, you know, UVA, when you talk about this issue touching everyone, I coached Deshaun Perry. And if people don't know, Deshaun Perry is one of the three University of Virginia football players that died in that tragedy, and I coached him on a youth football field. And then to think that I would have to represent his family. And so the layered approach that we have seen today to try to get to this resolution is incredible. And the one thing I would add, just from my perspective, is, you know, I think we always have to think of this, that it's a uniquely American problem. You know, there can be battles on a lot of issues, but one thing is indisputable in terms of the data, and that is we make up 5% of the world's population, actually less, but we have yet 90% of the world's gun violence. And I think sometimes we have to look at what are the differences then? Why is that occurring? And I think Nick touched on a lot of it, and it's not simple. I mean, it's got a number of different layers to it. But honored to be with all of you to try to get to the end of this epidemic in our country.
Thank you, Michael. Nilo, do you have any questions for Nick or vice versa before we move on to other questions?
Nick's presentation was thorough, very, very thorough. And I've worked with Michael's firm, and I know the work he's doing, and it's great work.
Great. Let me just move to some of the questions that we have. Let me take one from the from the audience. This one says, to the person who mentioned the class action lawsuits, I heard one organizer say that if all parents took out the maximum life insurance on their children, the insurance companies would have no choice but to lobby Congress for gun reform, as if it is the leading cause of death, as it is the leading cause of death in children. Anybody in the panel?
Well, I'll jump in there just because, you know, obviously it's dealing with lawsuits and those kind of things. And it is an interesting thing. I've heard people suggest that, you know, because of when you have 40,000 people die a year by gun violence, you know, and insurance companies would have to then deal with it. But I do think, you know, obviously, if the audience doesn't know, one of the things that I do is I represent victims of gun violence in what we call negligent security lawsuits, where there isn't security at a mall, there isn't security at an apartment complex. Like with King Carter's case, it had prior shootings, and King Carter simply at the soda machine and is gunned down. And, you know, I've gone to the biggest big businesses you can think of. I mean, the number one private commercial entity that has mass shootings is Walmart. Not even close in terms of, and, you know, and I may have a case against them there where they committed negligence, but the truth of the matter is Walmart is all over the place. They're a fabric of America. You would expect them to be the number one site of mass shootings. And Walmart has participated in the solution. They've come forward saying, look, we're not going to sell assault rifles. We're not going to sell ammunition for assault rifles. We are going to have specials where if you are a first-time gun buyer, you would like it, you are going to get safe storage materials. We will give you safe storage to prevent, obviously, accidental gun deaths of children and even suicides. Walmart, you know, is almost to the point of joining the effort with Brady, Giffords, and others of going to Congress for sensible gun reform because they are a victim. Our healthcare industry is a victim. And I sue insurance companies every day, but let me tell you, insurance companies are victims. They're paying for these losses, and they would benefit tremendously from a reduction in gun violence and obviously sensible gun violence reforms in Washington. You know, Nick mentioned PLCA, which is the Firearms Protection Act. You know, there are only two industries in the United States of America that have blanket immunity. And Nick's right. There's some exceptions. They're narrow. They're small windows to get through. You can't get through them in the state of Florida, but you could in Connecticut, as people might remember the Sandy Hook tragedy and the victory against Remington. PLCA and Big Tech, who's on the front lines of Washington right now to lose their immunity. You know, and so there's very interesting coalitions to remove tech immunity in Washington. People, I'll put it to you this way, the sponsors of that bill in the Senate are Maria Cantwell, Democrat from Washington, and Ted Cruz, Republican from Texas. I don't think we can find another issue they agree on. But removing tech immunity is one. And I'm not saying we could do that with PLCA tomorrow, but people need to know that, you know, Nick mentioned, why do we have airbags? Why do your keys in a hotel room no longer have a room number on it? Because those companies were held to justice in courtrooms. And I venture to say that if Smith & Wesson, Remington, and others had that same accountability, we might have a different result. So I think it's an interesting thing about what the viewer said about insurance companies.
Just briefly, what I would add to that, and my data, Nick's data supports this. The communities that are suffering from a lot of this gun violence are communities of color and poor communities. I remember when my son was born and I took out an life insurance policy. So God forbid something happens to me and my wife, he can be protected. It's expensive, right? It's expensive. And so sometimes it's difficult for these communities to say, well, you know what, we're all going to take out life insurance policies for our kids when a life insurance policy can be incredibly, incredibly expensive.
And I'll just add that as Michael said, there is a lot of innovation, a lot of different ways, using, cities are partnering to sue over ghost guns and having them banned. And there's different things that are happening. It's really an exciting time for kind of litigation. I will say that, again, like I mentioned a lot about cities and states like California really are experimenting and trying things. And I think that's what's exciting about this laboratory of democracy, where San Jose is the first city that is requiring gun owners to have some kind of liability insurance. Otherwise, they're fined $250. Again, it's complicated because it's only for unintentional or accidental shootings. It's very difficult when things are kind of on purpose. And if it happens to you, it's different than if it's someone that's a guest in your home. But I'm excited to follow the numbers and see what happens. There's not a lot of unintentional shootings in San Jose, so it'll take a while to get enough data. But I think we need to encourage people to try things and experiment. There's not one gun law that's going to solve everything, because gun violence, you have to look at unintentional shootings, domestic violence, community violence. There's so many different ways. And so we're going to need a lot of different solutions, but I think we need to try everything.
Now, this question for Nick, it's both you and Alex Piquero talked about about the spike caused by the pandemic in violent crime, and then about the decline following that. And then I think you alluded, if I heard you correctly, that you and Alex are going to be looking at more carefully at that. And so my question to you is, what are your theories about what caused those spikes during the pandemic and the declines now?
Great question. I think people had a lot of assumptions about what's happening at first, and now that we've got a little bit more distance, a little bit more data, I think there's a little bit more of a consensus that we don't know exactly what was the biggest contributor to the increase and then the decline, but that there were some really common factors that we're seeing in cities across the country. One thing that I believe was happening, and a lot of people believe that maybe isn't true, but the data doesn't bear out, was the George Floyd protests. Living in Baltimore, I know that Baltimore had a 30% spike pretty much overnight after Freddie Gray, like a decade ago. And it kind of matched the 30% increase we saw in 2020. And there was this theory that, well, we know in Baltimore there was just people not trusting the police, not reporting crimes, not participating in trials, and not being part of that. Individuals and victims and survivors need to be part of the criminal legal system to hold people accountable. And also, concerns about a pullback effect by police, that they didn't want to be seen doing something that's maybe risky or dangerous that could lead to more violence. But actually, the big increases happened before the George Floyd protests. And so I think there was something else going on that might have happened, definitely happened locally, maybe in Minneapolis and other places. But I think that theory maybe not as strong as originally we thought it was. And I do think there's a few things in the criminal legal system, like backlog of cases. We know that swift and certain justice is more important than how long of a sentence is. And so people were thinking that they could operate with impunity because they weren't going to be held accountable for a year or two with the backlogs. Some issues with the court systems and crime labs. I think really a lot of it is just, I think a lot of people agree that public safety is not just about law and order. It's about community and people, whether it's not having access to schools or domestic violence kind of programs or pro-social things to do. I think we lost this kind of fabric of society and our norms, and people were kind of out for themselves and doing riskier behavior. And I think now that we're able to kind of back to a new level of normalcy, people are still engaged in these government programs and social services. And I think people are resolving conflicts in different ways. And so I think there's a big part of it, but there's a lot we really need to unpack because it happened so quickly in such an unprecedented way. We're really going to look at, weekly by city and state and see where the increases started happening, when they started declining, and look for some similarities. But we talked about community violence interrupters. Like these people are on the front lines, both of the public health epidemic, encouraging people to stay home, wear masks, get vaccinated, stay safe, and try to get people to stop using gun violence to solve their conflicts. And it was, in Baltimore, when I was working in the city government, we were working to try to get more people vaccinated. It'd be heartbreaking to hear from these mostly young Black teenagers. They're like, why would I need the vaccine? Like, I'm going to get shot first. I don't need to be worried about this virus. And so like, we had these credible messages. Like, I get it. I live in these communities, but we're here to keep you safe, and we need you to take these actions to keep you alive, and then hopefully eventually to thrive.
Nick, we're looking forward for the findings of the results of that research, and we'll promise to try to do what we can to bring you back as part of our series on innovations in violence prevention, and to talk about that along with Piquero when that's available. Thank you for doing that. A question, I believe this is for you, Nilo. I said, given that there are still tragedies like the unfortunate killing of Gamali Holly's son, can you talk about what training has been implemented in Miami-Dade for officers responding to those calls, including potential domestic violence?
I don't want to speak too much, because I don't work for the Miami-Dade County Police Department, but let me tell you about some of the trainings that I am aware of. There's a number of new techniques that Miami-Dade Police is doing, that the City of Miami Police is doing for purposes of domestic violence, especially before a shooting occurs. A lot of officers are now being trained in de-escalation. They're actually being trained in mental health, right? So that they can go to a scene and really, instead of going as a traditional police officer, they're going in as, they're still a police officer, but they're really trying to de-escalate the situation, right? So we're getting a lot of police officers are trained in that aspect. These officers often will also respond to calls of an apparent suicide or somebody threatening to commit suicide, right? We're sending a lot of folks who are not just trained in law enforcement, they're trained in mental health, they're trained in de-escalation, they're trained in learning how to speak to folks who are maybe going through crisis. That has become I don't know if it's a national trend, Nick and Michael may better speak to this, but in the county, this is becoming a very, very big trend where we're having a lot of officers with really more expertise in these types of situations. Let's de-escalate. So that is great to see, and hopefully that'll help. In terms of school, I'm sorry, Nick, and in terms of school shootings, especially Miami-Dade public schools, Miami-Dade public schools a couple of years ago hired about 100 new police officers, because really what they wanted to do is make sure that every single public school has at least one full-time, fully uniformed officer on campus, right? And so that's one level of deterrence. This all happened, of course, after Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, after a number of other school shootings. And so if you drive now to a public school, before they used to swap where an officer would be at what school. What we're seeing now, if you drive through a public school, every single one will have a marked Miami-Dade Police Schools car and a fully uniformed officer on campus a half hour before school starts, so about an hour after school ends, full-time every day.
And you know what's interesting with that is, I mean, you think about what we have to do, to think about that, because, where it's come, like, just talking about, it used to be a shared, now we've got that school budget is going towards that. And not to be a downer on that, but if you've seen the Uvalde tapes, if you, unfortunately, I've gone through the reenactment of the Parkland shooting with the AR-15 in those hallways, and people can question all those Uvalde officers. I'm not going to get into that, but when you hear that sound, you can't, first of all, you can't tell how many gunmen there are, because it sounds like there might be an absolute Navy SEAL unit on the other side of those walls. So, I go back to kind of what Nick was alluding to is that these community partners, meaning school districts, the money we have to spend, that goes away from our children, our police resources, needs to be part of the efforts to get those type guns off the streets. And just like everyone said, that's one part of the solution. And we can go through the statistics, but getting assault rifles back where we were, where they weren't an issue, puts a lot of strain off of our schools, because that is the main threat when I say main threat, it's the main result of the mass casualties. And it is a part and parcel approach, all these different things. It's not one simple solution, but that's an easy one. And we know where that polls. That polls at, I think it's the last one I saw was 65% of the American public. So I just say that because I applaud. I don't know if everybody saw the article recently on Broward County schools talking about metal detectors in all high schools. And we know that's coming next. So anyways, I just wanted to throw that out there because I think it's amazing that we have to do those things, and we do have to do those things when there's a simpler solution, but we haven't gotten there yet.
And if I could just add in a couple things, I mean, you mentioned domestic violence, which is one of the, I think, very difficult because, talked to a lot of law enforcement. It's the least favorite and most dangerous call they can get. Things can change really quickly. You have to assume that the person is armed. The dynamics are very difficult, and those are when officers are most likely to be shot. And we do push back against some of the trainings that law enforcement get the kind of killology trainings where they say every day this might be you might not return home, and it makes you less likely to de-escalate. And there's a great new book, The Danger Imperative, looking at some of these trainings. But we have seen much better trainings happening. I think Nilo kind of referenced, like, I've gone through crisis intervention training with law enforcement to learn how to identify when someone is in crisis and how to de-escalate and protect yourself. And one of the big things we talk about at CAP is that, look, every major law enforcement agency has vacancies, and it's been very difficult to hire new people. And a lot of times when you give more incentives and bonuses, people kind of just move around a bit. And we might not be able to get back up to full staffing. And whether or not you think that's a good thing or a bad thing, like, it's a real thing that's every police chief is really facing. And so there has to be ways like, all right, what can we take off the police's plate? Sometimes if someone is, at risk of hurting themselves, maybe sending an armed police who maybe isn't the best. And there's other mental health training people, but with so many firearms, and assuming that even people that are legally prohibited, they have firearms, police are going to have to play a role, even if it is a co-response, because we don't want, mental health providers to be shot at. And so it's very difficult, but I will say there is a lot of money in the Bipartisan Safer Community Act that Congress passed, billions of dollars to really have more school counselors and more mental health providers, and better training for law enforcement and providers, and that's great. But it's unfortunate that Florida does, after Parkland, they did pass a red flag law and extreme risk protection order. And even some of the most conservative sheriffs that testified against it, they're the ones that are using that law the most, because it's one of the best tools they have to, instead of waiting until tragedy happens, law enforcement community, before these shootings, they're like, oh, we knew something eventually was going to happen with this guy talking about zombies and like in mental health crisis, but we had to wait until they fired the first shot, and that's unacceptable. And so it's great that they passed it and they're using it, but Florida is the only state with a red flag law that did not take federal dollars to train law enforcement on how to best respond. And so there's money being left on the table for politics that I think advocates on both sides of the aisle need to be like, no, like, we need better training. We need to use the laws on the books, and we need to make sure that all that money that's available for free to states is being spent. And so for people, I think this is one way. Anybody who's, if you don't do this for a living, if you're just on here because you're curious, like, you can ask your school district or your city council or other people, like, hey, like, what about that federal money and how's it being spent? And are we getting those counselors? And we just need more people in the schools that are there to be our eyes and ears. And the one last thing I'll say is that, it's not a surprise that we're seeing more police and more metal detectors in schools. If you're a principal or a parent, you want your kid to be safe. But we're seeing that potential school shooters are adapting. They know that it's very difficult to get a gun in. And so we're seeing these incidents mostly happening before dismissal, right in front of the school, or afterwards, or more likely at a football game on a Friday night. And we're encouraging law enforcement and schools and the community to prepare for those incidents before they happen and make sure that they're not just focusing on kids in schools where there's rarely guns, but on their way to and from school and at football games, because that's where we're seeing just way too much violence.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. This question is for Nilo. I mean, obviously, you're proud with a good reason about the positive effect of the gun violence unit in Miami-Dade County, and so it begs the question, so what's next with that? Are you expanding? Are you going to have more units? What is going on, or is going to go on with that?
That is a great question, and thank you. The state attorney would like to expand the unit. Here's the problem, and I don't want to go off tangent. One of the things that's happening to the state attorney's office, this one, and the state attorney's office across the state, to public defenders across the state, is that the low level of pay is making it very, very difficult to hire and retain talented lawyers. That is something that we as an office and statewide have been struggling with for the past couple of years. 2 years ago, the state attorney, along with many other elected state attorneys from the state of Florida, went to Tallahassee. We were able to get a fairly significant raise, but really the state attorney's office hasn't had a raise from Tallahassee in over a decade. And so we are, before this last raise, we were in the bottom 4 states of level of pay for prosecutors.
Mm-hmm.
And so we're hurting. In the last, since COVID, we have lost over 120 attorneys.
Mm-hmm.
And so we as an office, we're hurting in that sense. So, in order to expand the program, the state attorney is still fighting in Tallahassee to make sure that state attorneys and, quite frankly, public defenders and police officers are paid a reasonable wage, given how expensive it is to live in Miami,
Mm-hmm.
and how expensive it is to get a bar card. And so that's one of the things that we're struggling with. Otherwise, yes, we would love to expand the program. The program works. We have it in 2 jurisdictions. We would love to expand it further to get further data. Because we really, really believe that this is the way to investigate homicides and contact shootings, is to have prosecutors and investigators work as a team, because you get a better investigation, you get a legally sound investigation, which usually leads to a good result in court and justice for the victims. So yes, in a perfect world, we would like to expand. But we're having a bit of a recruitment and retention crisis, and it's happening all over the state of Florida.
Thank you very much for explaining that to us, because I was thinking, obviously this is a low-hanging fruit, but not if you don't have the resources to do it.
It is a low-hanging fruit. I'll just add one more thing. As recently as the COVID period, the starting salary for an assistant state attorney in the state of Florida was $58,000. That is 4th lowest in the country. So we're requiring folks to get a law degree, which Mr. Haggard knows is quite expensive, right? Then we're asking them to live in Miami, which we all know is quite expensive. And then we're going to pay them $58,000. Yeah. That's, even for folks like me and many others that say to themselves, I want to do public service. That's what I went to law school for. I want to give back to my community. I want to do it in the courtroom. That's what I want to do. It's just difficult to live in this city with that salary when you have mounting student loan debt, right? Like most new lawyers do. And so that's one of the hurdles that we're trying to cross.
And let me just introduce you to our founding scientific director, who sent me a text saying, I want to join in. So He's one of my bosses, so here he is. Don Meichenbaum is here with you. Don.
Well, gentlemen, that have all been terrific presentations. Let me point out three things that is relevant. One is in terms of shootings in schools, peer warning systems are most likely one of the major kinds of preventative events. And we, the Melissa Institute, with our colleague Ron Slaby, has developed an entire set of videotapes of how policemen at school and elsewhere can develop relationships with their students so that they see that they're not snitching, but that they're providing safety both for potential perpetrators and the like. So I encourage both you and the audience to take a look at these videos that he has developed. Secondly, you may hopefully appreciate that I have recently completed a book on spouse abuse, intimate partner violence. And the notion of this book is how women can make smart choices in terms of the mates that they hook up with. And therefore, the list of warning signs that Nilo commented on are part of the overall ways in which individuals, in this case women, can make smart decisions. The third point for the Melissa Institute is we have found out that if you can help students in reading comprehension by grade 3, they rarely, if ever, get in trouble with the law. So the Melissa Institute has 500 free movies, including Hialeah, Florida, of the best teachers engaging these students. And it turns out that reading comprehension is highly correlated with who graduates high school, who remains in, and so forth. So we think that early prevention, even before they come to school, is really important, especially since aggressive behavior is stable over time, and that you could predict from preschool into high school into adulthood as to who will be likely to be perpetrators. So I think the Melissa Institute will have a number of resources that address the issues that you are focusing in on.
Thank you, Don.
In terms of school, one of the things that our office does through our community outreach program is we visit schools and we talk about our START program, which is a presentation we do tailored to young kids about the dangers of guns, the dangers of getting arrested and things of that nature. And we go around all through the county and we present this to students in middle school, high school. We've even done it in some colleges, and to really talk about the dangers, both legally, right, and otherwise, about being involved with guns and playing with guns. And for any school that's interested in that, please reach out to me or my office, and we're happy to go to you or your organization and present the presentation to you.
Thank you very much. You know what? This makes me think, and maybe to use the opportunity to have a policy expert like Nick with us. It might be a good time, Nick, to ask us to tell us a little bit about how the new Project 2025 from the Heritage Foundation. What does it say about the gun violence prevention?
Yeah, so I talked a lot about state and local work, but there's a lot happening at the federal level, and before every kind of election cycle, people start putting out proposals of like, if our side wins, what would we do? And I think it's just interesting to take a look at what's been out there and what's at stake for people that care about gun safety. And so Project 2025, what's interesting is the Heritage Foundation is really spending a lot of money with over 100 coalition organizations. And it's very interesting that, they talk about, there's always like, oh, certain people want to defund the police, and one party supports the police and the other doesn't. But there's a big effort to undercut the role of federal law enforcement, like the ATF, the only agency that can really partner with local law enforcement to trace guns and to hold traffickers accountable. And their budget was cut by $50 million already this year. It's not theoretical. They're already one of the most underfunded agencies, and they're continuing to shrink. And they want to move them out of the Department of Justice. In some of the related proposals, they want to do this thing called concealed carry reciprocity, which is, in some states you can apply and get a concealed carry permit online. If you have a pulse, you can get one. And then some places like New York, they don't want tourists carrying a loaded firearm in Times Square without a background check or knowing who they are. And there's this race to the bottom of, for driver's licenses, if I have a driver's license in Maryland, I can drive in Florida. That's because pretty much every state has the same. You have to do a behind the wheel test. You have to take a test. You have to have insurance. But there's so much difference among the states for carrying a gun. And so one thing that we're emphasizing is that these things that are been theoretical, like really could happen, where just anybody can carry a gun and kind of lawlessness, and the gun laws that are in these states. I said that some states are getting much safer because they have strong gun laws as a protective factor. Those can be undermined at the federal level. And so we continue to see most of the action at the state level, but there's a lot to be concerned about, not only the Supreme Court, but there's a lot of efforts to they want to defund, this proposal is to defund law enforcement training, close law enforcement training centers. The COPS office provides a lot of assistance to localities for gun violence and crime reduction initiatives and staffing and prosecutors. And this could all go away. And so we've had a lot of wins and we're protecting our wins, but it could always go away very quickly. So I saw something that'd be worth kind of mentioning at this inflection point.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I have a question here that it just disappeared from my, it's a question about, it's an invitation for the panel to talk about suicide and the use of firearms for that purpose, and what can you say about that and what can be done? And let me just in response also to the audience, member of the audience who wrote about that. We are planning to have a specific session on that during the Innovations in Violence Prevention series, specifically dealing with suicide through firearm. And we already have on our YouTube channel a couple of courses by Professor Dan Santisteban that speaks about self-harm and different ways to really deal with it and to prevent it. So, but just to let you know, that pass the question to you.
I'll start with something. I'm not a PhD, I'm not a psychologist, but I'll start with simple technology. I don't know if you all remember testimony on Capitol Hill where one of the congressmen said the smart technology is available. I can leave my iPhone on this dais. No one can open my iPhone. And we have that in a million different products. And the technology is absolutely available for any type of firearm, for whether it be fingerprint, whether it be a code, to enact a safety. And so therefore now, obviously that only involves the transfer of a gun. Somebody can legally buy a gun and everything along those lines. But again, when we talk about a layered approach, and Nick can correct me if I'm wrong, I believe of the 40,000 gun deaths a year, a majority or a huge amount are suicides. What amount of those are guns that are not owned by the person? We could eliminate those with that smart technology right away. And it's available. I mean, we all know every day. I mean, we can't watch the news without seeing another AI intervention. Everything that's going on in our world, and some of it can be great. So I would just start with that, but really defer to all the experts on here about what can be done from a mental health perspective.
Okay.
No, that's exactly right. That's definitely should be part of the strategy. I think what's interesting, there are certain policies specific for suicide prevention that are effective. we used to have waiting periods, and that was meant to be a cool off period. If you wanted to go, you're upset at your boss, you have to take a break. And it turns out that most people that kind of commit that type of gun violence, they're able to find another firearm pretty easily. But it actually was really helpful in preventing gun suicides. And I think it's important. When I was leading Maine Gun Safety Coalition, and we finally passed some really strong laws this past week, still a ways to go, but I would always say, like, we have a gun violence problem in Maine, and they're like, no, we don't. I'm like, well, we have a lot of domestic violence homicides and we have a lot of suicides. They're like, well, suicides, they're gonna just find another way to attempt suicide, and it's really wrong. Like, we've learned that having access to a firearm really makes a difference in so many cases, because most people spend less than 5 minutes, contemplating or planning self-harm. And a lot of times if you use pills or something, you have an opportunity to change your mind, and that happens frequently, and calling an ambulance. But with firearms, it's so easy, instant, and so lethal, you don't get a second chance. But 90% of people that attempt suicide do not end up dying later from suicide. A lot of times, if you can remove that lethal means and they have to substitute with a different method, you have a chance to save their life. You hear so many about people that will jump, and halfway down, they'll be like, why did I do that? And, we've been putting nets in under bridges where that happens. But there hasn't been the same thing for firearms. And so for us, there are certain policies, but really the same things of permit to purchase and safe storage and red flag laws, the same things that prevent interpersonal violence also really are effective with suicide. And it's a big myth that really bothers me when people say, like, oh, we'll find another way, we ignore it, write it off. It doesn't matter. It does matter. And working with survivors who've lost loved ones, parents, children to firearm suicide, especially with guns, again, like Michael mentioned, that weren't their guns but were unlocked and unstored. It's really devastating.
Thank you very much. One last question, I think, for the whole panel, and we all are believers in gun violence prevention. That's why we're here, and so is the audience. And each of the speakers today have talked about prevention as a key component of their ideas on this. So the question is more about what kind of recommendations, suggestions you have, or about people in the audience can do to be part of the solution, to be part of this, to kind of like be able to be agents of gun violence prevention.
Loaded question, right? We can do an entire panel, discussion on that. Again, just speaking as a member of the state attorney's office, we need more prosecutors, right? We need more prosecutors so we can target violent crimes and bring justice to those victims, and bring those to justice who are offending. And that's something that we're really, really struggling with. So as a state attorney, that's my 2 cents. Nick brought up a lot of great questions about lax firearms. As we know, just recently, the Florida legislature, took away permitless carry. So now we're what they call a constitutional carry state. Most law enforcement don't agree with that change in the law. They'll tell you they don't agree with that. That was a bad move, right? And so it's hard now to define a good guy versus a bad guy when everybody's allowed to have a gun. So these gun laws are something that we really have to pay attention to. And this is not an anti-gun stance. The Second Amendment means something, and so this is not what this is about. But it is about making sure that those who have guns know how to use them safely, as opposed to giving guns to folks who are reckless or who are mentally ill or who are felons. And those are the folks that we got to protect society from. So those are my main 2 takeaways. But it is again, we can have a panel discussion on just that. But those are just as a prosecutor, those are some of the things that I'm seeing.
Yeah, and I would add, I think just listening to this discussion today, there's so many things we know that work. you know, there are, and we've talked about being multi-layered, but there are steps that we know that work. So for someone to get involved, I mean, there's this incredible organization right here that has task force. I can tell you, you know, Giffords has obviously expanded heavily into Florida. And one thing that they're doing is they're having meetings with moms, with teachers, with community activists to start working on these different things from outreach. So if you want to be involved, there are a lot of avenues to do that through obviously the Melissa Institute, through Giffords, through other groups, to get involved on a grassroots level with these solutions that already work and trying to promote those locally, statewide, and even federal. So, you know, and it's an uphill battle. I mean, we talked about, you know, these little victories, but what I love about Nick's presentation, it shows it works in the states that are doing it. And so the proof is in the pudding. You can make a huge difference. At times, I mean, I can tell you, flying back from Washington, those aren't fun flights. You know, after you try to get something passed sometimes. But you can do it at this grassroots level because you also have the will of the people. We know what the polling really shows. We know how people really feel. So I would really encourage folks to reach out to this great organization here, but also Giffords and others that have the grassroots, you know, task forces ready to go.
That's exactly right. I want to thank my fellow panelists and the Melissa Institute. This has been really, really wonderful. And yeah, exactly what Michael said, that, you know, we're only seeing this progress after so many. I mean, it is really hard being in this gun violence movement. You know, a decade ago, people would come, they'd work for a couple of years, and they would get burnt out because we weren't making progress, and we were up against a movement that was decades ahead of us, the gun lobby movement. But because folks are showing up at the city level, or, you know, it's really not a lot of fun at first, but then it's so meaningful to go to Tallahassee with, again, Moms Demand Action or Giffords or Brady, and, you know, really show up and make noise, and it's working. We're seeing that the conversation really change even in places that are conservative or a lot of gun owners. You know, again, it's exactly what Michael said. We want people to be trained and responsible, not take away their guns. And I think people just need to keep calling and asking your local and state officials what they're doing about this, and making sure that they're balancing accountability measures and making sure that the prosecutors and the crime labs and the police have the tools they need to hold the small number of people driving violence accountable, and also invest in prevention that will make, not just reduce violence, but make everyone healthier and safer. And just any little thing you do, it really makes a difference. It sounds silly, but when you call your member of Congress and say, hey, I support this bill, do something about gun safety, you don't have to be an expert on it. You just need to show your support. They pay attention, and it moves the needle. And that's how we're able to get 10 Republican senators to support massive investments and making gun trafficking finally is a federal crime, so prosecutors at the federal level can finally hold people accountable that are bringing in guns to states with strong gun laws. And so it's working, and you just need to keep showing up and not losing hope.
Thank you very much. You know, from our perspective at the Melissa Institute, what we do is try to provide the best research-based information that we can get on all of these topics, so that those who have the power and the capacity to effect changes at the policy level will be well informed. Those who are making recommendations or taking actions at the school level can deal appropriately with it, knowing with some confidence that what they are trying to implement has some evidence behind it. Those who are trying to help the victims are also working with confidence that they're using procedures that are known to work and to assist those. So, together with your more advocacy recommendations and involvement in the political sphere, I think that the solution includes both. And I think we're happy and proud of had you all be part of these conversations, and that has taken us up to this point. Don, I don't know if you wanted to say anything. I don't want to pull rank and get you not give you a mic. Is there anything?
No, I just think this morning was terrific, and I thank each of these participants. and that the Melissa Institute has a lot of resources appropriate to these topics, all the way from making schools safer to prevention and treatment of people who are highly suicidal. And I encourage all of the attendees to visit the Melissa Institute website in order to see the many presenters we've had who have discussed this topic previously. But a special thanks to each of the participants this morning.
Thank you. So thank you all. And again, congratulations to all of you. We owe you big time. This was great. Now we're going to pause for a lunch break. Welcome back, folks. Hope you had a great lunch. And we're now getting ready for another exciting set of presentations and discussions. And before we do that, we're going to have a special part of our conference, which is where we kind of like recognize local and national members, community organizations, and individuals whose work is having a great impact in our communities on various aspects having to do with violence and violence prevention. To do that, I'm gonna bring in, and you'll see here, the president, co-founder of the Melissa Institute, Leena, to take us through this. Then.
Thank you, Etiony, and welcome back, everyone. It was a great morning, and I'm thrilled that you are all with us. It's my honor today to be here to present the Melissa Institute's Susan L. Keeley Community Service Award. Dr. Susan Keeley is a clinical psychologist and one of the 4 founders of the Melissa Institute. She continues to be a dedicated advocate for community service and violence prevention. This award, as Etiony just said, recognizes individuals or organizations that have made significant contributions to their communities in the field of violence prevention and treatment. Recipients of this award demonstrate a commitment to promoting safety, resilience, and well-being through their efforts to address and prevent violence and assist victims. It is my great pleasure this year to present our 2024 award to Sandy Hook Promise. This nonprofit organization was founded in 2012 in Newtown, Connecticut, in the aftermath of the Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting. Their mission is to prevent gun violence and advocate for gun safety measures through their programs, initiatives, and educational campaigns. Some of their most significant contributions include prevention programs, awareness campaigns, policy advocacy, and community engagement. Sandy Hook Promise offers evidence-based prevention programs aimed at empowering students, educators, and communities to recognize the signs of potential violence and take action to intervene before tragedies occur. The organization conducts national awareness campaigns to educate the public about the impact of gun violence. They also advocate for legislative changes to promote gun safety and prevent future acts of violence. They work at the state, federal levels for common sense gun laws, such as universal background checks, red flag laws, and restrictions on access to firearms for individuals at risk of harming themselves or others. Sandy Hook Promise engages with communities across the country to provide training, resources, and support for schools, educators, and organizations like the Melissa Institute committed to violence prevention. By fostering partnerships and collaboration, the organization helps communities implement partnerships and collaborations. Accepting the award on behalf of Sandy Hook Promise is Mark Barden. Mark is a co-founder and managing director of Sandy Hook Promise. He became involved in gun violence prevention advocacy, as did I, after losing his son, Daniel Barden, who was tragically killed in the Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting in 2012. As a prominent figure in the gun violence prevention movement, Mark has been actively involved in raising awareness about the issues and advocating for changes to promote gun safety. He has testified before Congress and appeared in numerous media interviews to share his personal story and to advocate for common cause. His efforts, families affected by gun violence, ongoing national conversation about gun safety in the United States. Mark, it is a great pleasure to present this award to you and your organization.
Thank you so much, Lynn, and it is such an honor. And let me just begin by offering my deep and sincere condolences to you and your family. This is, as you know, a process that you never get over. You just continue to try to work through it to the best of our ability, and I know you know that, and I'm so sorry. And to be acknowledged and recognized by organizations such as the Melissa Institute doing such good work and so much synergy between what we are doing with Sandy Hook Promise and your Genesis story is so similar. I was reading where you were sitting there deciding whether to curse the darkness or to light a candle, and you know, I to be very honest, I continue to struggle with trying to maintain that balance because it can be so discouraging. And it's moments like this that bring such healing power and encouragement and hope to be recognized by this organization, the Melissa Institute, to be honored in such a way. I take that very personally, and it means a lot, and it continues to help me fuel the work that we do. And as you said so articulately in your opening remarks, you know, we similarly made a decision early on to do whatever we could to prevent other families from having to endure a lifetime of pain, having lost a loved one to gun violence. And we set up about a journey of learning, of listening and learning, which we continue and will continue throughout the rest of our lives. But some of the key takeaways that we came away from interviews with thought leaders and stakeholders and folks all over from every demographic around the country, trying to define our lane in the highway. What can we do to add value to this epidemic? And, you know, we learned that it is really preventable, that this epidemic, the shooting epidemic in this country is not inevitable. It is preventable. And we have learned that to be true through anecdotal evidence and research-based evidence that it is absolutely preventable. There are almost always warning signs, and that is really where we base the fundamental core of our work, is to train folks how to actively look for those warning signs and then equip them with the education and the tools with how to get somebody connected to the help or support or services they need before it becomes something more serious. And so to date, that we can speak to, that we know of, that meet a high bar of criteria, 16 school shootings that did not happen because students trained in our Know the Science programs followed the model and got help for either themselves or someone else. And over 600, near 700 suicides that were imminent and planned did not happen because somebody either told a trusted adult following our model or used our anonymous reporting system connecting to a live crisis counselor in our crisis center, and their lives were saved. And in addition to stopping the bad things, we're also fostering a culture in the communities, in the schools, and the districts that we serve, of upstanders, of students who are compassionate, who are aware of one another, who are more likely to be communicating and looking for those warning signs and getting help for one another. And as you also mentioned, we also have a C4 and a policy component to our organization, that we not only write original legislation at the local, state, and federal level and pass with bipartisan support around gun safety, but also around community safety, school safety, violence intervention programs in communities, as well as funding, grants, and legislation that helps us fuel our programmatic work. So it is a large complex set of solutions that we have developed that address a large and complex problem, such as this epidemic. So it's a deeply personal mission for me. It is a privilege to be able to honor my son Daniel through this work, and to protect my surviving children, James and Natalie, through this work, and to know that we have a model that works. Alongside what you're doing with the Melissa Institute is, and again, I'll just say it is such an honor to be recognized by this organization, and I look forward to continuing our partnership, continuing thought partnership, and working together with the Melissa Institute, and how we can rise all boats and continue to bring about the positive culture change that is so needed in this country. And I know it's possible because we're seeing it happen, and over time and at scale, we're going to be able to get better at it, both of these organizations. And it's an honor and a privilege. And I'll just send my sincere thanks from the bottom of my heart.
Mark.
And I'll send it back to Dr. Aldarondo.
Yeah. So Mark, thank you very much for joining us today. Thank you for day in and day out doing all you can to make our world safer and healthier for everyone. And thank you for expressing the desire to continue collaborating with us. And we have already secretly plotted here on how to do that. So we'll be reaching out to you because we love your materials. We love the work that you're doing in the schools. And we have a parallel set of tools that I think we could share and use and learn from each other, as well as kind of like simply, I'm good at stealing ideas from anybody, especially if they work. So I'll steal everything you got in your website, put it to use. Thank you very much for doing what you're doing. I'm sorry, as you mentioned also for Lynn, that you had to live this part of your life with this commitment and this sense of loss. But I'm grateful for what you're doing for not only your family, your community, but also for the nation. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, all of you. It's an honor. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
And so now, I hope you stay with us, Mark. We'll continue the conference, and now we are ready to move on to an important session about innovative community-based strategies being implemented in our region. And leading this session, we are honored to have the president of Ummah Futures International, an esteemed Melissa Institute board director, and a good friend, Wayne Rawlins. You get an idea, if you don't know Wayne, that he's a known entity and very highly regarded everywhere. The keynote speaker talked about him or mentioned him. The mayor mentioned him. Nilo mentioned him. So just about everybody who works in our community with gun violence prevention issues, in one way or another, really interacts and is familiar with and is impressed and appropriately kind of like wedded to the work that Wayne is doing. He's a strategic planning consultant who has assisted rural and urban communities nationwide in developing, implementing, and evaluating successful community revitalization strategies. He's the project manager of Miami-Dade County's Anti-Violence Initiative, a 4-year, $7 million strategy that includes group violence intervention, and the nationally acclaimed Walking One Stop, which has shifted the paradigm on how services are delivered to Miami-Dade's most challenged neighborhoods by bringing a one-stop victim service center to the doorstep of residents traumatized by gun violence. He also serves as the director of the South Florida Reentry Task Force. Wayne has developed several nationally recognized initiatives and has been honored with the Director's Community Leadership Award from the Federal Bureau of Investigations in Washington, D.C. He co-authored the Planning for Reentry report, the 2004 South Florida Reentry Summit, which was used by the White House for its Office of National Drug Control Policy grantees across the country as a tool for developing comprehensive multi-agency ex-offender re-entry plans. Former Florida Governor Jeff Bush appointed Rawlins to serve on the governor's ex-offender task force, which was the vanguard for unprecedented policy changes in re-entry. His work have been highlighted in national and international conference and publications. And as I said, he's almost in every committee and every group that we had to do with gun violence here in Miami. Thanks, Wayne, for joining us today.
Thank you very much, Etiony. It is certainly an honor and a pleasure to be here today with so many great individuals from not only Miami-Dade County and around the country. And I do also want to express my condolences to Lynn, to Mark, and everyone that's listening that has survived gun violence, either to a loved one or they themselves that have experienced it. And to the Melissa Institute, who has done tremendous work. And I'm always in awe when I sit in on one of our board meetings and see the talent and the commitment and the sincerity and the humbleness of those that participate in the Melissa Institute. So thank you, Etiony, and thank you, Lynn, and the rest of the Melissa Institute family. Well, the anti-violence initiative, it first began in 2008 with the South Florida Anti-Gang Summit, where we brought together 175 experts from around the country and locally to look at some of the emerging gun and gang issues in Miami-Dade County. And from that, there were a number of recommendations to move forward with a operational plan. And the concept was to take the old, some of you may remember the old Weed and Seed initiative, where it was prevention, intervention, community policing, and reentry. And then the Project Safe Neighborhoods initiative came, and instead of using community policing, they used suppression in that component. And so we kind of kept a similar framework. Then in 2019, the Board of County Commissioners instructed the mayor to implement the group violence intervention strategy. And so having already an anti-gang initiative in place, we said, well, taking the work of the anti-gang initiative and then fusing it into the group violence intervention program, we came up with the Miami-Dade County Anti-Violence Initiative. In 2021, we looked at some of the hospital-based initiatives that were taking place around the country in Baltimore and Boston, Minneapolis, and elsewhere, and said, you know, this I think would be a really good fit for what we're doing. So instead of providing just straight case management with credible messengers, we decided to hire master's level and hire social workers to be able to provide the case management. And that was really a game changer for us because, as you all know, there are so many clinical issues, medical issues, trauma-informed issues that people experience as a result of gun violence. And having the people that are equipped with the tools to be able to address those from a clinical standpoint was key. But not only were the ones that we hired capable with master's levels and PhD level degrees in social work, they were also credible messengers. They were young women, you know, that came right from the neighborhoods that we serve and have experienced gun violence themselves and experienced the challenges of the populations that we serve. And so they not only came in with the knowledge at a master's level or higher, but they also came with that lived experience, which is not something that you can learn in the classroom. So they come with a level of empathy and sincerity to the work. So that was really critical for us to make sure that we had the right people doing the right job. Prevention, it's funny, we looked at prevention from really gestation and say, how can we avoid that whole school to prison pipeline? And so we started out with a very simple initiative called Hotspots Reading. And in addition to that, we wanted to educate the broader community on what gangs, what's the composition of gangs, how to prevent it, how to intervene if your child is already gang involved or group involved. We say group involved because gangs, they very often are affiliated with Bloods and Crips and Latin Kings and all that, and groups could be anything from 3 guys on a block that are trying to control whatever it is that they're trying to control. And then we've introduced Resource Writer Community, and this is an amazing technology that helps us to get ahead of the violence. Unfortunately, we are the only ones in right now the world that have this on a community violence intervention pilot that we're doing. So the Hotspots Reading, what we do is we look at the child care centers, daycare centers that are in the areas that have experienced recent or persistent incidents of gun violence, and then we dispatch our staff, criminal justice professionals, into those centers. Criminal justice professionals are particularly interesting as it relates to this because prosecutors and police that go in and reach the children are seen in a very different light than in the communities that these daycare centers are typically placed. So, for example, when a police officer comes into one of the neighborhoods that we serve all too often, it's not a good day for somebody. Somebody's going to jail, or someone's got shot, or something bad happened, and the police are there. And so to see a police officer come in uniform to a daycare center and read to the child and provide an opportunity for them to get in the book club with the Children's Trust, our local Children's Services Council, that child is now seeing that police officer not as the enforcer or the enemy, but as officer friendly. And that book that is now delivered to that child's household helps them to start to build their own home library, and hopefully that there's someone at that home that will read to them, because you and I are readers today because somebody invested time to read to us, right? And unfortunately, in many of the households that we serve, the literacy rate is quite low, not 100% of the time, but generally speaking. And then the children will enter into grade school already with a 2,000-word vocabulary less than children from the more affluent neighborhoods, and it's very, very hard for them to compete. So a very simple initiative, but very impactful, a Hotspots Reading program. It establishes this appetite for learning and appetite for reading in the children also. And it not only does it help the children, but it helps those that we dispatch to the daycare centers, because it makes that connection to the children that are coming from the neighborhoods where there is a lot of gun violence. So very simple, very basic, but very powerful initiative. Gang awareness presentations. It's pretty self-explanatory. Try and address the warning signs, what to do if those warning signs are apparent, and if the person is already deep involved into, gangs or groups, what to do to intervene. We most recently added our medical director to the team that delivers the gang awareness presentations, and Dr. Evelyn as well. She is a trauma surgeon at the Ryder Trauma Center. And so she goes in and talks to the children, and their eyes get very wide. And so it's exciting to have our medical director, to participate in those gang awareness sessions. And the questions that the children ask are very enlightening as well. And in fact, we just did a session a week ago at the Coconut Grove Optimist Club. And sadly, 2 of the children have lost their fathers to gun violence. So we are going to be going back to that group to provide additional supports and training for those children that have been adversely affected by gun violence. Resource Router Community. Sound Thinking, what they did is they took 5 years of ShotSpotter data, 5 years of Part 1 crime data, environmental data, like where the liquor stores are, the full moon, phases of the moon, and all kind of interesting data. And what happens now for us is, instead of our violence interrupters only mobilizing when there's an incident or only doing canvassing in areas where there are incidents, utilizing AI, we can now get ahead of the incidents and project where the next incident might take place based on the ShotSpotter data, the Part 1 crime data, and environmental data. So our violence interrupters, they have a smart device that shows them where are the areas to canvass in advance of a shooting. So their time is not spent just waiting for another incident to take place or following up on an incident that recently took place, but now getting ahead of the incidents and preventing them from happening in the first place. So we're very excited about that. We're piloting it with Sound Thinking, and we're the first in the world to do that. So we're very excited about that aspect of the work. Then, the second component, intervention. We work very collaboratively with police and prosecutors. We don't think that this work can be done without law enforcement professionals. They are a part of the community, just like you and I, and it is, I think, foolhardy to think that you can do this work without the engagement of the criminal justice community. And so one of the things that we have done, and this was in response to the 2008 South Florida Anti-Gang Summit, one of the objectives was, let's put one-stop social, economic, and health-related service centers in all the areas where the high incidence of gun violence. Well, 2008, let's roll the clock back, and what happened? There was the housing bust, so there was no money for this bricks and mortar and staffing and equipping these one-stop centers. And even if you did, okay, let's say if you were able to impact one area with this one-stop center, now you've got this center just stuck there, and crimes very often can be displaced into other areas. But now you've already made all this investment. So by the grace of the Almighty, we said, well, why don't we put that one-stop center on the shoulders of criminal justice professionals, social workers, community activists, elected officials, and bring that one-stop center right to the doorstep of the people in areas where there have been recent or persistent incidents of gun violence. And we came up with the idea of the walking one-stop. So the one-stop we were able to bring to neighborhoods where there were incidents and bring the services right to the doorstep. And the impact is so powerful, not only for the residents, but also for the social workers that go out and criminal justice professionals that go out, because let's face it, most of you on this call, you became social workers or got involved with this work because you really believed that you could change the world. And what happened? You got stuck in a cubicle doing case notes piled up to here. So this got you, walking one stop, get you back out right in the neighborhood where you can see what's going on, smell what's going on. It's amazing the impact that you have not only on yourself as a professional, but also on the residents in the community, because it's not just the victim or the survivor that's impacted by the gun violence, but what about the neighbor? What about the one that lives across the street? One that lives in the natural boundaries of that community that have been equally affected by the violence. So this Walking One Stop, we set up a staging area. We can deliver services right on the spot. If services are not available for what the resident needs, we'll make a referral and ask those agencies to follow up with us within a week as to the success or the lack thereof of delivering that service to the resident. Very, very powerful, and we've done about 300 of them, and we've never had a problem, and it's been quite successful. Positive peer leadership mentoring. We have done positive peer leadership mentoring with children as well as adults. It started out at the Indian River Correctional Institution, where all the children that were direct filed in the state of Florida were held. And we were told that all they deal with every day is gang violence in the prison. And these are children that, are under the age of 19 and are serving adult sentences. And so just imagine if you put children from Liberty City and children from the tough places in Orlando, in Jacksonville, and you put them all in one place, it's just like, it's an accident waiting to happen. And so once we started positive peer leadership mentoring, we were told that there was not any serious, and no more serious violent incidents in the prison. That prison later closed for downsizing, and we have been working in the Everglades Correctional Institution with mostly men that are serving life for murder, and that prison has now changed from being a very, very tough prison to an incentivized prison, where they have very few problems compared to what it was when we first started positive peer leadership mentoring. And then we also do it with children and in the neighborhood of the Verde Gardens community, where children have transitioned from living in shelters and being homeless to transitional living. So it's an opportunity for the individuals that you are hoping to impact with your work, for them to build out plans to improve the quality of life of where they live, and then help them to execute those plans. And then hospital-based violence intervention program, of course, most of you have heard of it in one city or another. Here it's very different. I already mentioned earlier that we utilize social workers that are master's level and higher. We have a data coordinator based at the trauma center, and we have a medical director, Dr. Venezuela, who goes out in the community. She goes out on Walking One Stop. She goes out on gang awareness presentations. She goes out on hotspots reading. So it is totally transformative for those that are delivering the services, as well as those that we are serving. We emphasize a lot on relocation. We have moved people out of state to Texas, to Virginia, you name it, just get them out of harm's way here in Miami-Dade County if they were victimized, or if they are likely to retaliate, get them out of the area so they do not retaliate, and have an opportunity to cool things down so that they can think straight. Victim services on the state level move very slowly in terms of relocation, where you have to file with the state, the attorney general at the state, and just it's a very lengthy process. And between the time of filing and the time of approving, a person could be murdered or murder someone. We can move someone in 20 minutes. So if a person is in harm's way and the police agree that they should be relocated, because some of them have legal exposures that would prohibit us from relocating them. But if they don't, we can get them out in 20 minutes to a safe space from the time that we are notified. Suppression, we look at suppression not in a non-traditional sense. It's a group violence intervention. Group violence intervention is a framework that was established originally in Boston with the criminologist David Kennedy and others. And we've been very fortunate to be one of the GVI sites around the nation. And the hallmark for our work is what we call custom notifications, where if a person has been shot or is a likely shooter based on the data, we will give them a custom notification. It's messaging that tells them, look, we want to see you safe, alive, and free. Don't shoot anybody. You know, and what do you need for help? It could be social, it could be economic, it could be health-related help. We will, for example, a person from one of our catchment areas is shot. They get patched up at the trauma center and they're sent home. They may not have a clue what to do in terms of their discharge plan. They may not have read the discharge notes. They may not know who their primary physician is. They may be oozing at the wound and not know what to do with it. Well, we have a registered nurse, master's level registered nurse, Cleveland, young, Black, male, that will go out and visit them. And he will teach them wound care. He will teach them nutrition. He will teach them how to navigate the healthcare system so that they can get the follow-up treatment so they don't get infected or able to access physical therapy that they may need to relocate. So it has been fabulous. I mean, to have a trauma surgeon, to have a registered nurse, to have master's level and high social workers on the team, it's really giving the people what they need from a trauma-informed way, and it's been extraordinary in our initiative. Call-in is something that is a part of the GVI where it's kind of like the custom notification, but we bring groups in. It's been problematic for us, and because the call-in requires the willingness and the volunteering of known group members to show up at a facility for this call-in meeting. Some of you may know that if a probationer it does not have something in the judge's orders, they don't have to comply, and they don't. So we'll invite 100 people to a call-in, and if we get 5, we're very, very happy, and we're like on pins and needles right up until the start of the call and hoping that they show up. So we really rely on the custom notifications more than the call-in, but maybe if you're in another state, maybe the regulations as it relates to probationers may be different, and call-in can be a very effective tool, and it actually has been for us when we've done it, but it's just not easy because of our probation rules. Custom notifications, I mentioned that. We do that with the police, and it's very impactful as well. And all these things that I'm mentioning, we've had site visits from Copenhagen, Memphis, Nashville, Philadelphia, Columbus, Ohio. We have in a couple of weeks coming in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, Chicago. You're welcome to come visit us, and we'll be more than happy to show you firsthand all these aspects of our work. Street outreach team, they are credible messengers, violence interrupters. I'm quite sure everybody on this call is familiar with violence interrupters that will go out and engage on a street level to support individuals with services. Also, we never have them engage with police on the street, but behind the scenes, we have a very robust shooting analysis that involve police, as well as our street outreach team, our social workers, you name it. Everybody that has some vested interest in the safety of the community is a part, and street outreach is really the front and center in that, because they understand the street dynamics better than most. So street outreach is critical. And here we have a group called Circle of Brotherhood that are our street outreach team. And reentry. Finally, this is our last component. Reentry. We spend time in the jails, in the prisons, working with individuals that are soon to be released, and connect them to social, economic, health-related services so that they can be successful with their reentry. We also deliver the GVI message, during the reentry fear. We want to see you safe, alive, and free. Don't go back to, whatever got you here in the first place. And so we'll bring in the social workers, we'll bring in service providers, housing, probation officers, everybody that can have a positive or negative impact, I guess in some cases, on their reentry, that we bring them in and get them prepared for that first day out and the subsequent days of their release. And so it's very powerful. We've been doing those reentry fairs since 2004. It's a very powerful event and kind of a handoff from the corrections department to the community, saying, here, we welcome you home. Here are the supports that you need to be successful. We have a resource guide that we produce in partnership with the U.S. Attorney's Office, as well as a plethora of providers that have services geared for reentry. And this year, we have taken that guide and made it into an app. And you can view that app at flreentry.org. And it not only does it have all of the resources of the, I think we actually have a mistake on there. I'm sorry, where it says the URL, it should be 2 E's. So please forgive me for that. It should be FLREENTRY.org, where you can access all these resources that are on the guide. Plus, there's a back office with affirmations, to-do lists, planning tools, and all of that. And it's always stays fresh because the printed guide gets old very quickly. Citations that reinforce the empirical value of our work, and contact information. Over to you, Etiony. Thank you.
Wonderful work, Wayne. And thank you again for being who you are and for your dedication to promoting safety and well-being in our communities. You know that I enjoy your presence, and whether it is having a cup of coffee or discussing, learning from you about how technology can be used in creative ways. You become kind of like people learn from young people about technology. I learned from you a few years, my elder. So I appreciate very much your willingness to innovate and to bring all that knowledge to our community.
Thank you.
Now we turn our attention to Reverend Charles Dinkins. And Reverend Dinkins has over 30 years of preaching and community ministry experience. Since 1995, as founder, president, and CEO of Hosanna Community Foundation, Inc., a nonprofit community outreach organization, he has come to the aid of inner city youth and their families in various areas of need. Hosanna Community Foundation, Inc. is the lead agency to support the research efforts of the Urban Partnership of Miami-Dade County Coalition and the Liberty City Protecting Youth Partnership. Reverend Dinkins combines 3 evidence-based models in his work. 1, strategic prevention framework. 2, evidence to success. And 3, collective impact to facilitate comprehensive community planning. This work process implements a behavioral health approach to address risk and protective factors associated with substance abuse, youth academic performance, youth violence, including gun murder, mental health, and collective efficacy. Reverend Dinkins currently serves as the chair for the Miami-Dade Youth Task Force, Liberty City Together for Children Coalition, and program director for the Urban Partnership of Miami-Dade County Coalition, and by the way, and the Liberty City Protecting Youth Partnership. He has a master's in ministry from Jacksonville Baptist Theological Seminary, a master's of public administration from Florida International University, and a Bachelor of Science in Marketing from Southern University in Baton Rouge. Reverend Dinkins is the proud father of Princess Misha Nicole Dinkins. And I wanted to make sure that you knew that. And Dr. Reverend, you're on.
Well, good evening, and thank you for this opportunity. Saddened by the occasion that it came, but nonetheless, I am grateful. I've been a participant of the Melissa Institute from as early as 25, you've been in business 28 years, at least 25 years ago. We've been awed and amazed at the work that you do, and the fact that you're still here providing prevention science education is really amazing. Also want to compliment Wayne Rawlins. We go back to Miami-Dade Weed and Seed, where he served as a program director and I as the seeding coordinator. So our years of working together extends over a few decades as well. Work that I've done over the past 9 years has been under federal funding of drug-free community coalitions. It became very clear in Liberty City that substance abuse was not considered to be a major issue. So I've had to incorporate gun violence into the compliance of the drug-free grant. And so the Urban Partnership of Miami-Dade County Coalition seeks to establish collaborations among community residents, community-based public and private not-for-profit agencies, as well as federal, state, and local governments in support of efforts geared toward building stronger families, drug-free communities, leading to better youth outcomes in the 21st century. I, as a person providing leadership for this, conducted within the first few years, implemented what is called a strategic prevention framework, which is a framework that involves prevention science method of survey data of the participants, which would be youth. We were able to collect survey data for nearly 800 youth during that time. That gave us a good indication of risk and protective factors as it relates to those youth responses. After we collected the data, of course, we analyzed it, community planned around the data, developed community strategies based upon that data, and then have an evaluation component that involves biannual evaluation of our effectiveness of the strategies that we implement. As we all know, trauma is a part of every life, but gun violence is an additional traumatic event. And people who survive a firearm-related injury may experience long-term consequences. These include problems with memory, thinking, emotional, physical disabilities from injury to the brain, paralysis from injury to the spinal cord, and chronic mental health problems from conditions such as post-traumatic stress disorder. So our objective today is following the line with the conference agenda is what we know about gun violence, what does the data say, what we know about public health and prevention science models, and what we know about community plans and proposed solutions. Firearms is a preventable public health tragedy affecting communities across the United States. Each year, I attend an annual coalition conference, and all across the nation, we have similar incidences as it relates to gun violence in communities, have similar characteristics across the country. According to the CDC, in 21, 49,000 Americans died by firearms, which is an average of one death every 11 minutes. Over 26,300 Americans died by firearm suicide, 21,000 by firearm homicide, 550 by unintentional gun violence injury, and an estimated 1,000 Americans were fatally shot by law enforcement. So we have the sightings of where this data come from in our slides as well. So in addition, an average of more than 200 Americans visit the emergency departments of for non-fatal firearms each day. So of course, gun violence is a national health pandemic, and the data bear that out. Firearms were used to kill 13,000 people in the United States in 2015, excluding suicide. Approximately 1.4 million people have been killed using firearms in the United States between 1968 and 2011, equivalent to a top 10th largest U.S. city in 2016, falling between the populations of San Antonio and Dallas, Texas. This is over the course of those years, the amount of people who have died as a result of gun violence. When I looked at gun violence definition, it seems to differ from, depending upon who you're speaking with. Wikipedia defines gun violence as violence committed with the use of a firearm. Gun-related violence may or may not be considered criminal, but criminal violence includes homicide, except it's justifiable, assaults with deadly weapons, suicide, attempted suicide, depending upon the jurisdiction. And non-criminal violence include accidental or unintentional injury and death, except perhaps in cases of criminal negligence. CDC, when I look for their definition of gun violence, the way they define it is firearm violence and injury prevention is how gun-related violence is termed within the CDC. A firearm injury is a gunshot wound or penetrating injury from a weapon that's uses a powder charge to fire a projectile. Weapons that use a powder charge include handguns, rifles, and shotguns. Injuries from air, gas-powered guns, BB guns, and pellet guns are not considered firearm injuries, as these types of guns do not use powder charge to fire a projectile. What I thought was interesting is that whenever we talked about gun violence on a national level, my perspective from a community level, primarily based upon the data of presenters who came in the early morning, particularly the state attorney's office. They gave us a local picture where this data, where these shootings are occurring. I was intrigued and remain intrigued because across the nation, there seems to be similar kind of characteristics in communities where community violence is occurring. Shootings are occurring primarily among African Americans killing African Americans. So I was intrigued when I looked at the way we define firearm violence or gun violence. That particular population never really showed up in the conversation. There are many types of firearm injuries which can be fatal or non-fatal. They list them as intentional, self-inflicted, unintentional, interpersonal violence, legal interventions, undermined intent. Keynote, no definition identifies inner city gun violence as gun violence or as an emphasis to address or to reduce, which may speak to our history as Americans in terms of how we treat our African citizens in terms of systematic racism, systematic exclusion, proven through our practices as redlining, and of such disproportionate arrest rates in communities for people of color. So gun violence is a national public health epidemic. However, it is preventable. Prevention science has provided a framework whereby we can use science to reduce gun-related violence. The focus of public health is on health, safety, and well-being of entire populations. A unique aspect of the approach is that it strives to provide the maximum benefit for the largest number of people. Public health draws on a science based on the science base that is multidisciplinary. It relies on knowledge from a broad range of disciplines, including medicine, epidemiology, sociology, psychology, criminology, education, and economics. This broad knowledge base has allowed the field of public health to respond successfully to a range of health conditions across the globe. What I've observed in my community work is that all of us look at the work based upon our skill set or our agency aim. And though it's all relevant, I've yet to see plans that approach the work from the perspective of the community, that includes the community as the key task or the key component or variable about which we should respond around in terms of understanding why does gun violence seem to only occur in African-American communities. Really understanding that at the root cause or the root cause of that, and then developing community strategies that address those root causes is what public health approaches would do. So the public health approach emphasizes the input from diverse sectors, health, education, social service, the justice departments, policies, and but more importantly, the community members. Very often, community members have little to say about what interventions are provided for them in the form of services and communities. And one of my greatest awakenings in doing this work is to understand that oftentimes as a service provider, what we think the community needs and wants is not how the community see the problem. Very seldom has been our experience over the years. We've learned over the years is that we come to the problem, meaning us as professionals, with our middle class perspectives on what the community should embrace. And oftentimes the community has a completely paradigm or completely different set of values that guides the way they conduct themselves in the community. So including them in the planning process could be very vital in not only understanding the mindset of the community, but also implementing strategies that will work, implementing strategies that the community can see their input and the community take ownership and become a part of it. So the collective action on the parts of these key collaborators can help address problems such as violence. But when you talk about public health approaches, there's three elements. The focus on prevention, it is prevention, and prevention will be defined as addressing the problem as far as you can upstream. What we know about many of these families, as has been pointed out by the state attorney's office, is that the young people who are standing behind the guns, their life issues started long before they pulled the trigger. And so identify those families earlier in life and provide the kind of social services, and I'm almost afraid to use the word services and programs, because we've been doing that for years, and yet we struggle with proving how effective we are at reducing gun violence and other social deterrents in our community. I like to use the term strategies, right? And those strategies include not only focusing on prevention, this public health approach, but also focusing on scientific methodologies that help us identify what the risk and the behavior patterns are of the community. So prevention science does not lend itself to us assuming what the issues are, but what drives the interventions is the data response from the clients as they respond to the tool that we would implement to gain information about their attitudes and behaviors in the areas of our interest. And then the way we develop a comprehensive plan, our community plan, is through this multidisciplinary collaboration to address the issues. And working with partners in the community over the years has proven to be challenging from the perspective of different definitions about what it means to partner and what is the commitment in the partnership. As I said earlier, providing services is great, but what research has proven, what research says really works for young people is a theory called social development strategy. Young people having positive relationships with adults, positive adult role models who share skills and ways and pattern for them ways of resilience that has been most effective in supporting children who are often in family dynamics that are severely dysfunctional from the time they came to know themselves. And in many instances, street and jail could be better than what their family situation is. And so many times partners fail to understand that or embrace that, as well as be willing to take the risk to really meet those clients where they are and be patient enough to allow them to develop the kind of trust that's necessary to embrace a new way of living. So the public health strategies are designed to interrupt the connection between three essential elements: the agent, which is the source of injury or weapon, the perpetrator or perpetrator. So what is the mindset of families that participate in gun-related violence behaviors? Our data have shown over the years, and meaning community level data of the Urban Partnership of Miami-Dade County has shown that the young people or the families that's involved in gun violence, it is a lifestyle. And very often it is an intergenerational lifestyle. When Hosanna, was a part of group violence intervention serving 116 clients that we did serve, it was clear to us, based upon the way we collected data, that over 90% of the shootings in Miami-Dade County were the result of family feuds between families that lived over town and in Liberty City. But our interventions oftentimes provide services, but fail to identify the deeper reasons of why and interventions that address the why. Public health approaches push us or prompts us to address the issues from that perspective. And number two, the host, the injured person. What happened? Time to understand what happened to them and collect the data over time to be able to develop environmental strategies that helps the masses of these young people who are within these environments where these injuries occur, where these shootings occur. Once again, gun violence or inner city gun violence is not happening in every community in Miami-Dade County. In fact, as the state attorney's office has stated, it happens primarily in communities of color. And so it becomes a public health approach to ask why. And then after understanding the collected data of why, understand the risk and protective factors, we work to reduce the risk factors and improve the protective factors in those communities. Over the years, the Urban Partnership of Miami-Dade County in our community planning and implementation of interventions, we've used prevention science models. And because gun violence is so complex, it took us several years to kind of understand how can we address this. It's too complex, it's too large, we can't put our arms around it. So prevention science taught us risk and protective framework models, and of those domains, family, school, individual, and community, we sought to focus our emphasis on families, primarily because children respond to their environment based upon how their parents respond to their environment. And for many of the children in our communities, at least in Liberty City, as a result of the youth surveys the Urban Partnership did in 2016 and 2017, 60% of the youth, of that 800 youth, expressed that they are being raised by parents who have an incarceration history. 30% of that 800 youth said they have seen their parents resolve conflict with another person with the intent to harm, using a gun or knife with the intention to harm them. And so doing this work for us, or for me as a preventionist, sharing this and trying to develop community movement, a community power to be able to influence the governments and systems that make investment decisions toward youth has been very challenging. But we've been able to stand our ground because of using this public health approach. And in so doing, this process has a way of reducing powerful leaders and agencies from dictating the course of the work, which happens oftentimes when the work is agency-led. The agency has a mission and a goal. The agency sees things in a particular manner, and that's where they place their investments. So using this prevention science method positions communities to leverage its community power. And when we speak of community power, we're speaking of the community ability to use its influence to affect the kind of change that it needs within its community based upon its individual community level data. One thing we know about data is that if at the county level, state level, national level, that data is bad, we can assume in African-American communities, then it is toxic. It's that much more severe than just being bad. And very seldom do we have community level data that addresses or exposes the real deficiencies, health deficiencies, economic deficiencies, and otherwise within these communities where this high frequency of violence is occurring. What I have before you now is the adverse childhood experience chart. And in our community, based upon the 116 clients we serve when we serve group violence intervention, and now serving, doing the work from a prevention lens with the Children Trust funded FNSP award, our young people in that community are 4 higher. The community is a 4 higher, which has correlation to other kind of health and other kind of issues as it relates to living a healthy life. But on the surface, you know, all of us have experienced to some extent, parents being divorced, or in this community, kids having incarceration. There's a large population of homelessness, domestic violence, substance abuse. So a lot of our families and those of us who are leaders serving in the community have had these adverse childhood experiences. That's on the surface. But underneath at the broader level are these other community environment types of things that the community as a whole has to deal with: poverty, discrimination, community disruption as a result of violence and other things, lack of opportunity, economic mobility and social capital, violence, poor housing, quality and affordability. But yet in the midst of these challenges, we found that through proper community planning and proper support for young people, if we work to build resilience, community level resilience, though we have in this work, the Urban Partnership in Miami-Dade County through the Liberty City Protecting Youth Partnership, and ultimately working to get together for children to see that this is a more effective way to go about doing prevention, and prayerfully be able to gain the support of the mayor's office and the county so that we can coordinate what group violence intervention is doing with a more robust, intentional prevention side that address not all youth in general, but specific youth who are in families that have been identified at risk of being involved in gun violence. And we know that we can identify them. Some of our community challenges lies in the fact that we still operate in soloic kinds of environments, oftentimes reluctant to share referrals, and oftentimes our work, we lack the trust that's needed among each other to really develop an integrated system of care to address the real needs of young people much earlier. For example, if we were able to identify, say, for example, group violence intervention identified a shooting in a family, and the person was identified at the hospital bedside, but yet that person receives services, but that whole family actually needs services. The trauma did not just happen to the person that was shot. It happened to the whole family. And being able to make referrals to Liberty City Protecting Youth Partnership, we are able to provide those services to the whole family. That involves the strengthening components, developing within the life of those family members, the strengthening components as they are identified through the King's assessment tools that TCON rolls out before us as preventionists. And so resilience is the ability to bounce back when things don't go as planned. Resilience not only has to happen for this type of planning to become a long-term sustainable approach within communities, but communities, youth, and families have to develop this sense of resilience to be able to overcome the challenges that arise as a result of trying to do prevention in this way. It can help you manage or even ward off conditions such as depression and anxiety and improve your mental health overall. And if you've had an existing mental health condition, being resilient can lessen its impact and help you recognize when you need support. I can tell you on a community level, doing this work, there have been days I've laid down at night, unsure as to whether or not the community partners that is needed will come to the table, will be willing to partner in a way that really facilitates the development of a system of care that has a continuum of care as practice. And only to discover that over time, it does come to pass. If you don't give up, you keep pushing forward. And for me, recognizing that it's not about me, it's about the will of God. And if I about that work, just being steady with the work He's assigned our hand, things do come together. So community resilience is the capacity of a dynamic system, community system, to adapt successfully to the disruptions that threaten system function, viability, or development. So the resilience theory is focused on the actions of promotive factors, positive situational, social, and individual characteristics that have the potential to interrupt a negative life course. Three broad categories have been identified as areas to build resilience. Work to create safe, protective, and equitable environments. That's something we all desire. The way we go about it may be slow in process. We talk about it, but oftentimes our practices does not lend itself to our talk. Presence of positive relationships. Everything that happens in life is centered around relationships. For many of the youth that we've worked with that's involved in gun violence, very few of them have had positive adult to child relationships that were sustained to the point where positive values were transferred, and trust and belief and optimism about their future was a seed that was nurtured. So the healthy development of social and emotional youth and families is the foundation of the work. We've discovered in this work that most often parents are less willing to do the necessary day-to-day grind of changing their lifestyles. But our focus is for the children to fill their life with pro-social activities that will facilitate in them a love for learning, some focus about what they want to be in terms of their adult life, and then support them along the way to accomplish the goals that we express to them that they're capable of accomplishing over the course of their life. So our theory of change is based upon sound prevention science. Thus, the prevention hypothesis is if community coalitions provide an integrated array of ongoing data-driven social development strategies and programs, integrate academics and family mentoring support systems to the same children and families over time, complemented by coordinated environmental strategies and legislative advocacy. It will build and empower communities to sustain its local system of care, facilitating resilience in youth and families, better inclinating them for healthy lifestyle choices and overall wellness over the course of their lifespan. Community goals would include increased indigenous community collective prevention capacity, improve legal juvenile systems coordinating with community partners within indigenous community, within each indigenous community among its service providers, improve public school and community prevention partner relationships, creating a collective efficacy within school culture between the different schools levels, elementary, middle, and high, because this population is a very small population, and if we're able to address who they are much earlier and give them the kind of supports, though it may take time, it may not change the adults, but it does provide the youth with a exposure to alternative values and lifestyles. And it is I believe that many of the youth will choose a different lifestyle if they understand what that lifestyle is and they're supported along the way. So we want to improve protective factors on the environmental level, conduct, that's conducive to positive youth development. We want to improve youth outcomes in education, reduce incarceration, crime, violence, and improve employment, create prevention care coordinating systems in each indigenous community using a prevention science model. We believe that it takes a village to raise a child. Many of the African-American communities where this is now occurring, our most affluent leadership over the years have moved out, and the understanding of how to access systems and bring about the kind of change that is needed is a void, and we've tried to do it. We're trying to do it here through community-based agencies. In time past, it was done through our churches, but today churches seems involvement in social justice seem to be very minimal. We want to develop community strategies where we create these safe havens to facilitate youth development at all appropriate phases of youth development life. and develop community strategy plans that address risk factors and indicators in the areas of education, antisocial behaviors, violence, and substance abuse. And with that, I've kind of come to the end of my sharing of what we believe is possible and what we have been doing as a community coalition through the Liberty City Protecting Youth Partnership and in partnership with Together for Children of the Liberty City community. All of these systems require us to abide within a process that often takes time to do what I often consider to be the most simplest thing can take the longest amount of time. But we're here. This is what we bring to the community. This is the work we've been doing for the last 15 years.
Charles, thank you very much for kind of like, for me personally, with as much as I like to think that I'm engaged with communities where I live or near where I live, when I listen to you, when I listen to Wayne, it's so clear that how the disconnect on my lived experience with what is happening, in spite of the fact that I am committed to dealing with these issues every day. It is there is something about not being from the community and having the experience in the urban centers where gun violence is really an important part of the everyday life. And as you said, intergenerational. That really is hard to understand for anybody who's not lived through it. And it's something that clinicians learn often the hard way when they realize that nothing of what they're trying works, or little of what they're trying works, because there's so many other factors that they were not properly trained to kind of like look at. And that's another conversation. But anyhow, thank you for bringing your voice into this, and again, thank you for doing it with no time to prepare. So I am very grateful for you to do that. Let's now move to open the conversation to include the audience, and I'll be both Wayne, Charles, and I will be conversing about these things now, along with the folks who send us their questions in the Q&A section. I wanted to start with a question to both of you. Then might be a positive way to start this conversation, which is if you could please discuss some success stories from clients, families that you have really worked with, that you encounter, and give us a feel about what success looks like. And when you're dealing with such a difficult, situations like the ones that both of you were talking about.
Well, I'd have to talk to Etiony to the relocations. That is something that we see immediate successes in being able to get a person out of harm's way. It makes a difference between life or death. If a person has been victimized and they're being put back in the same environment, in the same situation, and whoever victimized them in the first place is still set upon finishing what they started, and that individual that was victimized perhaps being keen on retaliating, getting them out of that environment and getting them to a safe place where the victim and the victimizer are separated from committing additional harm to each other. That is one of the key successes. There are a number of behavioral health challenges that have been overcome with the clients. The adverse childhood experiences that was mentioned earlier. Some of our clients have been traumatized and re-traumatized, and their trauma is unresolved from gestation. And I'll give you one little anecdote to show you what it looks like. Troy Martin, young man, who, when his mother was a victim of domestic violence when he was in the womb. And when he was 3 years old, he was sent to a daycare center where he got beat up, gang style, by other 3- and 4-year-olds. He got home, his mother told him to man up. He's a 3-year-old boy. He's told to man up. And so at 16, he manned up. He put a handgun in his hand and he murdered someone, right? And he was serving a life sentence in state prison. Well, it was a very bright young man, is a very bright young man, and used all the opportunities that he had to restore justice amongst himself and amongst those at in the facility, and took every program that he could take while he was inside, including our positive peer leadership mentoring program. He appealed to the state, and he was paroled, and now he's in college. He's working a full-time job as well, and right here in the Miami-Dade community. That's what success looks like to me. Basically, to be able to have a second chance on life, to be able to give back to the community, to be able to realize that the harm that you committed in the community, and that be able to take a restorative justice approach to that harm that you committed and give back and become whole again, and start to deal with that unresolved trauma that had been built up from gestation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for me, success looks like a utopia community in the sense that youth have what they need to develop in a positive way, to develop the kind of resilience and temperament that is needed to overcome the challenges of day-to-day life and give themselves the best possible chance to reach their full potential. I think when I look at this work, I look at it from the lens of a 65-year-old Black man who were on the tail end of segregation and Jim Crow. And I look at it from what my parents and my grandparents endured and many others. And as African-American people, it was during the most difficult times that we seem to be most successful. So I think what young people are now missing is this nurturing that builds a sense of resilience and ethnic pride that does not lend itself to the killing each other, but yet holding up and working to become a positive adult in a member of your community prior to incarceration, right? Staying away from being incarcerated and really giving yourself the best opportunity to live the best of the American dream that you can.
Thank you both. I have a question here from our president, Leena. Reverend Dinkins, why do you think the churches are no longer as involved as they used to be? How can you affect change in that regard?
Yeah, so I think what has happened to the church is that we no longer have a universal collective issue that we can rally behind. The pastor that I grew up under was working, and the pastors of his generation was working to create equitable access for Black people in employment and other social opportunities. I think the church and the Black community struggles with survival. To be honest with you, people don't go to church like they used to, and so it's not the central meeting place to have the kind of discussion that really motivated the community as a whole and set some sense of collective community values for communities. What we've done at Hosanna Community is used our church, our foundation, our community collaboration to build and work toward building a system of care that will substitute what churches were prior to the younger generation of pastors that have come along, so that people that we serve have and sense that they have support systems at every appropriate age of development. So we work to teach them the kind of social skills that's needed. I'm sure Wayne will agree, most of his clients have never been exposed to social skills that lend themselves to a productive kind of lifestyle of being able to resolve conflict without using a firearm. And so that's what I sense we can do. From a community perspective, the challenges have been agencies and those who fund the work don't necessarily at this point see the work the way that we present the work needs to be addressed.
Following up on that, Reverend Dinkins and Wayne, both of you are well known for your ability to make a type of community coordinated work. I mean, you seem to have a talent, not only a commitment, but the ability to make it work. And I'm assuming that beyond your individual abilities, you have learned a few things about what it takes really to create effective collaborative work in Black communities, basically, that are working with this issue of gun violence. And I wonder if you can share some of your thoughts on that, about what really seems to be the basic ingredients of a successful collaborative effort and how to promote them. Keep in mind, I'm asking this question, knowing that we have representatives of different states and different parts of the United States in the audience. So I wanted to kind of like give you a chance to share some of your thoughts on this with them too.
Well, you know, when you form a coalition, the first rule is don't compete for your coalition members for funding. So it's hard to keep a coalition together if you're competing with the people that are part of your coalition. So that is the first rule that we put in place, is that we don't compete for funding with our partners. We may do collaborative applications or collaborative funding exercise with our partners, but not competing against a collaborative partner. The other thing is it goes to the initial planning. You can't shove a plan down the people's throat thinking that you know what's best for them. It's important and critical that they develop the plan. And when I say they, that means any group that you're working with, is that they, it's just, for example, let's say Etiony, you and I decide that we're going to hold a baby shower for our wife, right? And, you know, we've never held a baby shower before. We've never been to a baby shower before. We probably will never go to a baby shower. And yet we're going to plan it, right? I mean, it doesn't make sense, right? And so, you know, if you're inclusive of the people that are the treatment group, the one that you're trying to intervene with, let them build up the plan, right? And then you help them to facilitate it. One of the things that we've done is we're trying to elevate the voices of the people in the prison. You know, the ones that were driving the violence, the ones that are, you know, were your shooters. You know, and it's like, well, why? And what do you need, you know, to prevent, you know, this from happening to your children? You know, and so by elevating the voices of the forgotten people, right? The people in the prisons, for example, you know, and let them be a part of the plan. Let them actually be the leaders and the drivers of the plan. And then we provide them with the support. Of course, we have, you know, the academia, and we have the empirical data and these things that can be infused in those strategies and plans so that we don't make, you know, mistakes that, you know, like, you know, so many of the programs, feel-good programs that don't really help just feel good when you're doing them. But allowing people to be a part of that planning process, and then showing them how empirical data and how significant anecdotal data can shape the plans and can shape the success of the coalition. And number one, listen. Stop talking and listen. I mean, we have to be better listeners if we want to incorporate people in the planning.
Yeah, Wayne, I agree with you, yet I struggle with community partners on a number of levels. One of the levels that I struggle with community partners on is the establishment of a clear single process of what will guide what implementation strategies we use. We're beyond the day of doing what we think is a community needs. If we use prevention science models, then the data guides us in terms of what needs to be addressed. It facilitates a path by which we can begin to understand root causes. It gives us the ability to measure our effectiveness along the way. I don't have to wait to get to the end of the grant and have the funder to do evaluation. We have processes in place that helps us to understand the activities that we're doing and the impact that they're having on our clients. Because many of us as community providers are yet learning what prevention science actually is, because of the way funding normally come down in a soloid kind of environment, I struggle with not only partners, but also funders. I believe that no one agency, no matter how great we are, has what it takes to address the needs of an entire community. So to build a system of care gives us the best possible chance to be able to address the needs of the masses with a continuum of care practice, meaning that all of the partners involved in the partnership knows what's happening with those clients. We all agree, we're very much aware of the case management, the process of their improvement, what partner's doing what, is it effective or not, and we're able to make the kind of adjustments that's needed along the way. I said to you earlier, one of my lessons learned was understanding community level politics. That was the one thing that I did not consider in terms of doing this work and developing a system of care. If the community level politics is not on board, it becomes very difficult to win the kind of support you need from offices where elections occur and that kind of thing.
All right. Thank you both for that. I have some other comments to make about that, but we also have now Dawn joining us in the as a discussant. Dawn, you have the floor.
Well, Wayne and Charles, thank you for those really moving and inspirational comments of your work. I want to apprise the audience of two resources that are worth mentioning that the Melissa Institute has attended to. One has to do with the topic of suicide, actually. A former student of mine, Jonas Sarno, who presented at previous conferences, has developed an intervention program for emergency doctors all through California, so that when a victim of suicide, a young person, is brought in, they have an intervention program that follows up. This is sort of like the program that Wayne commented on with regard to victims of homicide. In 25% of the cases, parents of individuals who have attempted suicide do not get rid of their guns in the home. So they have developed an entire intervention program for both the families and the victims. The second observation I want to make has to do a follow-up in terms of Charles. He noted that in 1,000 cases, there's at least some police killing of victims, of individuals. mainly of those who are African American. And the Melissa Institute has created a bystander intervention program in response to the George Floyd kind of incident. If you remember, there were 3 other policemen there when Chauvin had his knee on his neck. So the Melissa Institute has developed a slideshow, apropos of your preoccupation with apps, in order to help police identify high-risk situations. So once again, your movement with regard to the homicide finds a parallel to us in our own work, previous work. And I encourage the audience to visit the Melissa Institute to see those activities. I have the highest regard, God, for the community. And if the Melissa Institute can help you, Charles, achieve your goals of utopian society, we'd be more than happy to do so.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Don. One piece, Wayne and Charles, that came to my mind, and it was, the idea was triggered by your comment, Charles, about the intergenerational, basically, transmission of gun violence, reliance on gun violence, as a means of getting things done, and which to me is just almost like almost synonymous with the structural poverty and structural trauma suffered by these families, over generations. This is and it makes me think, and this has been a theme, mixed in with conversations in the morning and through your presentation, the whole notion of trauma, and really how it is having effects at the individual, relational, and community level. Because it appears to me that if we are to develop workable partnerships, then we also owe it to the people that we bring into those partnerships to help them develop the appropriate understanding of how trauma, how it's affecting their lives, and their ability to engage effectively with others. Because when you raise the issues that you mentioned, Wayne, about competition or this or that, those things just flare up more when you perceive the world in threatening ways, and when you're used to be beaten down, so to speak, and you assume that that's just what's going to happen again. So I mean, I just encourage, and I offer you, both of you, the resources of the Institute, as well as others in the audience. And you know that we do plenty of training in that area. We work with the violence interrupters on this topic in the past, and are working now with every organization that we can find really in South Florida that is dealing with gun violence prevention on this issue. But I think it's a very important one for us to consider. And I wonder if you have some thoughts about that.
So I want to just say this, Dr. Etiony. In Miami-Dade County, from my lens, we have everything that is needed to develop a very comprehensive, not only gun violence reduction initiative, but a positive youth development initiative, right? I mean, community violence interruption is certainly a part of what needs to happen. I think when our nation gives that as a solution to our communities, I don't know about anyone else, but I view it as an insult to say that's our best effort to reduce gun violence for communities that have been very resilient over the years in terms of American history. So I believe that we have everything we need in Miami-Dade County if funders would create an environment that said to us in these indigenous communities, y'all got to learn how to live together. Otherwise, you don't get the money. I think we'll learn how to live together.
Wayne?
Well, there's many things that have come to my mind, and at this point, But the bottom line is you have to answer the question, what's in it for me, for an agency that's going to invest staff time, invest resources. So for example, like the walk-in one-stop that I mentioned earlier, people need to be able to fill the slots that they have for their funding. They need to be able to do outreach. They need to be able to engage clients where they are. And so, walk-in one-stop, everybody comes on their own dime. It doesn't cost much to put on a walk-in one-stop, and it creates a collective efficacy and a team building opportunity for people to come together and address the answers of gun violence in the community. And so that's one thing. And then a couple other things I want to just hit on is this question about the role of faith institutions, and I think it begins with us, right? If you are a believer, then understanding that you're put here to serve others and not to do harm to others. And so for us to be able to take this work and do good for other human beings as we would want to be done for us, I think is a key part of it. And and this idea of success, I just want to throw this out there, Etiony, is that when we started introducing the anti-violence initiative in our catchment area of Liberty City and Brownsville, 2019, there were 27 group member involved homicides that year. In 2023, we had 2. That's 25 lives, and to me, that's success.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks for bringing the data with it. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, if I can, very quickly, our efforts in our community to work together gives us a kind of strength that is sustainable long term. I believe beyond who's in the mayor's office, beyond who's at the state attorney's office, if the community is equipped and their capacity is increased to be able to nurture their own community, create the kind of collective efficacy that's needed, that is a real solution to reducing crime and other undesired behaviors in communities. If we collectively came together across these disciplines and how we see the issue and go through a process of allowing the needs of the client to be the top priority as opposed to the needs of an agency, then we put ourselves in a better position to be able to address the real needs of the client and ultimately create long-term sustainability on the front end before young people get involved in the legal system. Is a belief, and a public health approach speaks to that and leads community down the path of developing that.
It's wonderful. I love the conversation. I'm gonna exercise executive privilege now, and we'll have two more questions before we take a coffee break and get ready for the next session. But one is a low-hanging fruit for Wayne. Is there are questions about how people can get involved with the walking one-stop. We can't hear you. Wayne, you're in mute.
Oh, okay. I'll put my email, my phone number in the chat. Just contact me. I'll send you the link so you can get the invites to the walk-in one-stop. But we'll be happy to have the participation of any and all of you that would like to participate.
And I should add to that Wayne is very understated when he talks about the walking one stop. I wrote the Melissa Institute nominated him for a national recognition award for his work in that area. We didn't win, but we were close. So so it's really a fantastic program and how it is run. So there's a lot of lessons to be learned about that for anybody who wants to reach directly to Wayne to do so. The other question is inspired by a comment made by our good friend Holly Swirling. And as you know, Holly is who's been in the movement of involving fathers and director of the Fatherhood Task Force in South Florida. She's always reminding us that to think about that and not forget in our discussions their role in this. And in this case, it made me think about clearly when we're talking about gun violence especially in communities of color. And we're talking about really gun violence perpetrated by men, you know, and then you're talking about the structural piece of it, intergenerational part, boys learning from their fathers about it. And so the question is, you know, she says, we must see that as part of the solution. And why do we sometimes do not recognize the power of fatherhood in this process?
I think, Etiony, the problem on this, it goes back to before gestation. When a person decides to be intimate with another person, does a question come to the mind, will this person be a good father for my child? You know, or will this person be a good mother for my child? I don't think that crosses the mind. And with the institution of marriage pretty much, you know, going down the tube for half of the American population, and those that the half that does get married, you know, the divorce rates are like astronomical. You know, we have to fix, you know, that commitment that we have to marriage and to our partners, and ask that question. If we're going to be intimate with the person, the question is going to be, would that person make a good parent for my child? And if we assess that to be no, then I think it'd be wise for us to restrain ourselves from engaging in that intimacy and reestablishing that concept and that belief in marriage, you know, between individuals that are committed to raising families and raising children. So a father that's, you know, absent, is in prison or just not around, and then he comes into the life, it's important. Don't get me wrong, definitely it is important. Fatherhood is critical, but it goes back to before gestation and making that assessment. Will that individual make a good father or a good mother for my child?
I'll just make two comments along that line. One is, in every man, there's a boy. Learning how to be a man starts at the boy phase of life. And so having good role models and pro-social activities that help you understand the responsibility of being what a man is, defining what a man is, I think is important, needs to be a part of the community fiber. But also let us not overlook the impact of slavery upon African Americans in America. The impact of slavery, the trauma, is very seldom mentioned when we start addressing the issues of being Black in America. But trauma still has, slavery still has a traumatic impact on how we live and move and have our being among the African diaspora. And this whole Willie Lynch theory and how it impacts even the way we behave and think today as Americans, Black Americans, is still a thing that we have to overcome.
Well, thank you guys for always overdoing yourselves and kind of like exceeding expectations. Thank you, Charles, in particular, for coming to bat in the 9th inning with 2 outs and getting it out of the park. So I am very, very grateful to you for the courage to do it and the willingness to share with us your insights. And Wayne, the same to you. And love having the opportunity to hear you again and again and again. I learn something every time from you. And thank you, Don, for joining us. We're going to be taking a coffee break now. And you got to be back a couple of minutes before 3:15, because we're going to start sharp at 3:15 with a wonderful session on school-based strategies for gun violence prevention. See you in a few minutes. Okay, again, I hope you had a good cup of coffee and you're ready to go. We now move to the third and best session of the conference. We saved the best to the end, and on a session on school-based gun violence prevention, led by renowned scholar, Dr. Jaclyn Schildkraut. Dr. Schildkraut is the executive director of the Regional Gun Violence Research Consortium at the Rockefeller Institute of Government. Prior to this appointment, she served as an associate professor of criminal justice at the State University of New York, SUNY, at Oswego. Her research interest includes mass school shootings, school safety, violence prevention, and media effect. She is the co-author or editor of 6 books, including Mass Shootings, Media Myths and Realities, Columbine, 20 Years Later and Beyond, Lessons Learned from Tragedy, and Lockdown Drills, and also connecting research and best practices for school administrators, teachers, and parents. Dr. Schildkraut has published more than 50 book chapters, research articles, policy briefs assessing different facets of school and mass shooting. A nationally recognized expert on mass shooting and school safety, her research is regularly cited by local, national, and international media. It's our great honor to have with us Dr. Jaclyn Schildkraut.
Thank you so much for having me today. I'm going to go ahead and share my presentation. I very much appreciate the opportunity to join your group today and to share this presentation. Not too much of a lead up, so I hope I don't disappoint being the last. But I'm going to present today on mass shootings in schools, the lessons from tragedy, and opportunities for prevention and response. And I want to start off by saying, we hear a lot in the news about the shootings that do happen, but we really always want to think about prevention as being our goal. And I want to start our presentation here with this saying, it can never happen here. And as somebody who's worked in the school safety space for many years, this is something that I'm constantly faced with over and over. No matter how many tragedies we hear about on the news, everyone seems to think that it can't happen here. And I have to admit that I too was guilty of probably thinking this statement at some point until it did happen here. I actually grew up in the community it was never supposed to happen in. In 2018, we had what went on to be called the United States' most preventable mass shooting in the Parkland, Florida community. And the reason why it was so preventable, and we'll talk about it throughout this presentation, is because there were so many warning signs about what was going to happen that went unnoticed and unheeded. And consequently, unfortunately, 17 members of our community lost their lives, 17 others were injured, and the entire community was forever changed. Now, the reality is that each one of these presentations is very unique, but there still are some similarities. And in thinking about that, one of those similarities is the fact that they are never spontaneous. I won't be able to hear you laugh, but in case you need a late afternoon joke, this is left field, which is not where they come from. And the reason they're not spontaneous is because there's always planning that goes into these events. And that can look anywhere like days to weeks to months to even years in some cases. That planning is conducted to ensure that the shooting comes out the way that the shooters are intending to. We also hear people talk a lot about profiling. Like if we just know what a mass shooter looks like, then we can go out and figure out who they're going to be before they are and stop them. And the reality is that short of the fact that they all use firearms and 95% of them are men, the reality is that there is no profile of mass shooters. There's a lot of variability between their socio-demographic backgrounds. But they do all share a lot of common behaviors. And when we look at these behaviors in this constellation, it really kind of creates the opportunity to put pieces together to realize that a plot is, in progress and ultimately prevent these tragedies. And this idea of common behaviors is something that emerged out of an initiative from the United States Secret Service back in the 1980s with their exceptional case study project. And what they did is they were looking at people who assassinated high-value targets like presidents and other diplomats. And so people who were planning to do that and also people who had carried it out. And so they noticed that there was a lot of common behaviors amongst these individuals. And then in the late 1990s and early 2000s, as we saw a spate of school-based mass shootings that kind of capped off with Columbine in 1999, they applied that same model to school mass violence and realized that we were again seeing a lot of these common behaviors. And so this is along what is termed the path to intended violence, which I'm going to walk through with you guys and also give some examples. So the path to intended violence starts out with some type of a grievance. And that grievance can be real, like the loss of a job, the loss of a relationship. If we're talking about students, some sort of catastrophic failure, right? We didn't get into the school we wanted. We didn't get the grade we wanted. We don't think we have a future. Somebody didn't like me. Or it could be perceived. So thinking that you're socially ostracized or feeling persecuted in some way, even if you aren't. And I hesitate to use the word bullying here because we know that there are so many students in the United States who do suffer at the hands of bullies. Who will never go on to commit a mass shooting. In fact, they're much more likely not to do so than to do so. But we also know that that is a buzzword that has been attached to mass shootings as some sort of way to understand why these individuals go out and carry out their attack. But it starts off with some type of stressor or a grievance. And that's something I think that we all can relate to. We all have these things that happen in our lives that make it, kind of feel like a setback. And these individuals will go on to have violent ideation about how they're going to revenge or exact revenge or address that grievance, right? So whereas we may think about, okay, I lost my job, I need to go out and get a new job, this individual might subsequently think, I lost my job, I really want to go kill my manager. And so it's a very different thought process, and they will sit there and fantasize over and over about it. Those fantasies can be incredibly vivid, but at some point they're going to make a decision, and that fantasy is going to shift into reality. And once that decision is made, then we're going to start to see very overt behaviors that if we detect them and we put them all together can really aid in that prevention element that we're looking at. So they're going to plan out these attacks. As I said, these are not spontaneous. They don't wake up on Tuesday morning and say, I have nothing better to do today, so I'm going to shoot up my school. These are people who plan well in advance. In some cases, as we saw with Columbine, they'll plan all the way down to the details of their clothing, where on their person they're going to carry certain weapons, what entrances they might go into the school. So very, very meticulous and detailed planning. And part of that process is they're going to gather information. And in that process, they're going to research other shooters. We've seen this a lot, and I'm going to give some examples from outside of schools just because they're really the ones that are top of mind. But if you look at the shooting that happened in Highland Park in 2022 at the July 4th parade, you had an individual who went to a building and was shooting a downward trajectory onto parade goers. And that was something that we had seen, of course, in 2017 with the Las Vegas shooting at the Route 91 concert. We also saw in that same year, actually a couple months before that, here in New York, out in Buffalo, that the individual who committed the mass shooting at the Tops grocery store was live streaming his shooting. And that was, again, something that was mimicked as a behavior from the Christchurch shooter in New Zealand. So we see that they are not only researching other shooters, but they're also mimicking them. And part of the research process is really an evaluation of what did the people before me do well? And when I say well, I mean in the context of being able to carry out their plan. And then what things did they not do well, right? What are the obstacles that they perceive that they have to overcome from other events to be able to carry out their attack the way that they want to? And then they're going to start engaging in preparedness efforts. So part of that is, of course, acquiring weapons because otherwise they don't have the means to carry out the shooting. And if we think about it from the context of school-based mass shootings, we're often talking about juveniles who are either having access to these firearms in their homes, or they are stealing them, or they are getting them from friends. So we know, for instance, in Columbine, the two perpetrators were not old enough to purchase the guns at the time that they were acquired. 3 of the firearms their friend purchased on their behalf, which is called a straw purchase, at gun shows. And they actually had specifically scouted out private sellers at that gun show that did not do any background checks or identification requirements because their friend didn't want to submit to a background check. The other, one of the other guns that they got, or the last gun they got, was through a coworker. If we look at something like Westside Middle School, which was perpetrated by an 11-year-old and a 13-year-old, they actually stole those firearms from the home of the 13-year-old's grandfather. So, you know, it's something that obviously they're not old enough to go to a firearms store or any type of dealer and get, so they're not so they're not in a position to get them through lawful means. Also acquiring ammunition. And this is one of, I think, the most understudied things in this space. We don't actually really know how anybody's getting their ammunition. Presumably with juveniles, again, they're stealing it from the home. If we look at something like Parkland, they that individual, we don't actually know the full extent of how many rounds he had. The police reports that we FOIA'd from Broward County simply said duffel bags full. So he had duffel bags full of shotgun shells, duffel bags full of AR-15 rounds. We know that the Columbine shooters, even in pre-1999, when the internet was not anywhere near what it is today, they were even ordering ammunition online and having it shipped to local gun stores to pick up. So, you know, we don't have any sort of wide scale assessment of where the ammunition is coming from, how much is being purchased, or the like. And then they often will engage in practicing their plan. And this is to, you know, go through scenarios to think about how do we deal with things like if our gun jams, like what do we do, you know, if we encounter somebody. If we look at, again, the Columbine shooters, they were going out into the woods and shooting bowling pins because bowling pins are the same shape as human bodies. And so there's videos of them on this range shooting these bowling pins and then proclaiming entry-exit wounds because they knew that that's what they were going to be doing to people. And then they'll also probe boundaries. And I kind of explain this to people. If you've ever seen the original Jurassic Park movie, not the Chris Pratt version, the Sam Neill version, when they first introduce you to the raptors and Robert Muldoon is talking about, you know, how the raptors would always test the fences to identify the deficiencies or the weaknesses so they could escape. And this is kind of that same principle. When we think about mass shooters, they're trying to figure out how they can best carry out their plan, whether that's defeating security or, you know, what's the clearest pathway to get to where they want to go in a building. They're constantly thinking about probing those boundaries. For students, this looks a little bit different than it would for, let's say, a workplace shooter or a mall shooter or somebody that's going to a movie theater, because they're already really familiar with the ebbs and the flows of the daily patterns of those school buildings, right? They were students 99 out of 100 times. And so they know what security looks like. They know where people prop doors open, for instance. They know where people will be at certain times of the building, or sorry, certain times of the school day. And so for them, probing boundaries looks very different. In the case of the Parkland shooter, his version of probing boundaries was he would bring lunch boxes full of bullets to school and show them around the cafeteria and see if anybody would do anything, which they did not. He also brought knives and decapitated animals to school, and we're showing that around. And he actually did that at multiple schools, and nobody really ever did anything about it. So, you know, he kind of knew, okay, there's not a whole lot of security here. One of the most overt warning signs is leakage. And I use this picture, if we were talking about Parkland, it would be like the Hoover Dam exploding. But leakage occurs when perpetrators share their intentions with other people. So at the point that they're, you know, planning and probing boundaries and gathering weapons and doing all of these things, right, they become so consumed with their plans that they literally can't keep it to themselves. So for those of you who have children, you know, think about when your child has bought you a present or made you a present and they were just so excited about it that they told you what it was before you could ever open it. It's kind of that same level of excitement, only they're thinking about carrying out their attack. And so there's many different ways that leakage can occur. It can be very direct, right? So them saying, I'm going to shoot up my school. If we look at Parkland, he literally was telling everybody who would listen, I'm going to shoot up this school. I'm going to kill everybody in this school. I could kill you and then go over to the school. But you also have more veiled threats, and this is indirect or sort of concealed threats where, you know, they may say something like, you know, I wouldn't go to school tomorrow if I were you, but you can watch the news. Or if you look at something like the Oxford shooting, when he was drawing all of those things on his math homework, which didn't say I'm going to carry out a school shooting, but it had pictures of bullets and bodies and all sorts of different things. So it doesn't necessarily have to be extremely overt. There's also numerous ways in which these threats can be communicated. So obviously, person to person or verbal communications. We see things in obviously online posts, you know, whether it's photos of guns or pictures of animals that have been mutilated or threats that are being made. Our shooter in Parkland made videos where he said, my name is such and such, and you'll know who I am when I'm on the news. We've seen it in school assignments. So there's many different ways in which these threats emerge and show themselves. And then if they get all the way up to this point, they're now really kind of at that last point where the attack is imminent. They're engaging in final acts. So things like writing suicide letters, creating manifestos. These are individuals who may start to withdraw a lot more from people because, you know, if they don't want to disappoint their family or leave them with any type of shame, they'll kind of distance themselves. They'll give their belongings away. But at this point, if they haven't been interrupted, it's not to say that they won't be, but it's unlikely at this stage that they will. And then, of course, if all of this occurs, they're basically left to carry out their plan. What this all represents is a series of escalating behaviors. The closer we get to the attack, the more overt and the more, I can't think of the word I'm looking for, but the more immediate that this threat is becoming. And it's really important that although I've talked to you about this pathway to violence as though it's a very linear model, it's really important to remember that these things don't always happen in a line and they don't happen for a set amount of time. So you can have individuals who skip stages along the pathway. You can have individuals who go in a different order. They could go forward, back, spend more time in one area, less time in another. They can actually be in multiple stages at the same time. So we actually had conducted a total case analysis on the Parkland shooting using documents, those documents I mentioned that we FOIA'd from Broward County, as well as open source records. And, you know, we found that he was kind of almost manically moving through all of these stages back and forth, sometimes very simultaneously. So it's really important to think about it as not being always linear, but rather a constellation of behaviors that sort of occur in concert with one another. And ultimately, what this all provides is opportunities for de-escalation. If we can find people when they are on this pathway to intended violence, then we can effectively intervene and get them off of there. There's some really great research that was done by the National Threat Assessment Center, or NTAC, which is run as part of the U.S. Secret Service. And so they looked at school-based targeted violence. And they use the term targeted violence because they did look at all targeted violence, not just mass shootings, but the majority of the cases that they looked at were actually mass shootings. And when looking at completed shootings, which they looked at 41 attackers, they found that 100% of those individuals had exhibited one or more of those concerning behaviors that I just discussed prior to committing those shootings, or those attacks rather. 83% of those individuals actually made their specific threats or intentions known to others. And 66%, so 2 out of every 3 cases, at least one person knew and did not come forward. They've also conducted studies on averted shootings, and we don't hear as much about averted shootings because they don't happen. But averted shootings basically occur when somebody with information comes forward, and then there can be an intervention and subsequently a prevention of the attack. And so looking at the 67 attackers that they studied, again, this was an NTAC study, 94% of them shared their intentions with others. 43% of those cases, at least one person knew and did not come forward. And, you know, I think we underestimate how many people are actually aware of an impending threat before it happens. If we look back to the 2005 shooting at Red Lake, Minnesota, Red Lake High School in Red Lake, Minnesota, there was actually upwards of 40 people who knew about his threats and did not come forward and say anything. Certainly, we know from Parkland that there was actually almost 36 people, at least that we're aware of, who had information. The majority of those individuals did not come forward. Somebody did and actually came all the way to the FBI, but unfortunately, the tip was never forwarded to the field office and it wasn't followed up on. When we think about who's most likely to know in a school setting, it's always going to be students, and that's usually because of volume, right? We know that there are far more students than there are educators. And so it's really important to encourage reporting, which is kind of almost the antithesis of what students hear, because a lot of times there's sort of this unspoken mantra of snitches get stitches and, you know, don't tell and don't tattle and all of those things. But it's really important to kind of break down that stigma of coming forward with information, not only to help prevent mass violence, but we also know that youth-based suicide is a concern. There may be violence at home that people are dealing with that they may need resources. So ensuring that people know it's okay to come forward when they have a peer of concern who might need help, that's something that we can certainly do to help across the board. And so that, of course, is, you know, kind of going back to the old mantra of see something, say something. But it's also important that when people are doing that, that we also are, number one, giving them outlets in which they are comfortable in reporting. So one of the ways that we're seeing schools do this is through anonymous tip lines. So these are systems that are usually integrated into school websites. There are apps. They're anonymous, usually with two-way communication. So students can report a tip, they can upload pictures or conversations, you know, like screenshots of conversations, things that they think are concerning, and it'll get routed to the appropriate people. And subsequently, you now have a tracking mechanism. One of the challenges that we see of these systems is that so many schools have them, but they're not really educating students or even staff on how these systems should be used. So if we want to really ensure that we're working towards prevention or we're utilizing systems to their fullest capabilities, we have to be training on those systems. But it's also important, in addition to see something, say something, that we then do something. And again, as I noted with Parkland, there was somebody who came forward. There was actually somebody who also came forward at the school level prior to any of this happening, when he engaged in a failed suicide attempt. And there just was very poor follow-up. And so what we end up running into is that people fall through the cracks, and then things like these shootings happen. As I mentioned, you know, there's sort of this don't ask, don't tell culture, and that's really important to change. And part of that is really starting with the school itself and making sure that schools have a threat assessment team that is multidisciplinary, that is adequately trained to be able to conduct a threat assessment. When we think about it being multidisciplinary, of course, you want to have representation from mental health. You want to have administrators, you want to have security personnel, but also recognizing that sometimes the threat is going to be too great for what your school team can handle. And so then understanding and having a plan in place for utilizing community-based resources, whether your community also has a threat assessment team. So usually you'll think about it as your school level being a level 1 team and a community team being a level 2 team, or having just a list of what are the resources or who would we need to call, whether it's, CPS or community mental health, or getting in touch with the local law enforcement department. Whose help are we going to need if we have a credible threat? And this is beyond what we're capable of dealing with. The important thing is that we really all have to work together. And too often we see that the information that we know could help us prevent these tragedies from occurring often exists in silos, and people just are not putting this information together. I think there's no more timely or egregious example of this than the Oxford shooting, when a teacher did see the drawings that he was making and called it in to the administration, who called this individual's parents into the school. And those parents knew full well he had access to a gun and never said anything. Nobody checked his backpack. Nobody did anything. And he had the gun in that backpack the whole time this meeting was taking place. So, it's really important that we're sharing all information and encouraging communication, but also thinking about what questions do you feel that you're going to need to ask if you were to find yourself in a same situation as those administrators in Oxford. Does your child have access to a firearm? Is there any reason to be concerned that he or she would have access? Things of that nature. And certainly not sending kids back into a building when there's a credible threat without making sure that they don't have any instrumentality on them. Prevention, of course, is possible, and it should always be our goal. Unfortunately, response just sometimes may be our reality. And I know that that's not something that we want to ever have to think about. But unfortunately, what we see time and time again is this is just I don't want to say the world we live in forever, but it's at least the world we're living in right now, because shootings continue to happen. I just actually received a call prior to this presentation from a news station in Wisconsin that a middle schooler had a gun and was coming into the school to kill other students, and unfortunately for that student was killed by law enforcement. So, of course, we won't necessarily hear about that outside of that area because it didn't happen, but it doesn't mean that there's not still plans that are occurring or that are about to occur. So that requires us to really think about what our plan is should we ever be faced with the very worst day. And this is where we've seen the introduction of lockdown drills. And today, 98% of schools across the United States, and when I say schools, I should clarify public schools, because that's all we have records on. 98% of public schools in the United States practice at least one lockdown drill every single year. And we saw that the use of these practices really increased post-Columbine. And what was particularly interesting is that on the day of the shooting back in 1999, Columbine did not have a formalized lockdown procedure or active shooter procedure in place. And what happened was, and it's a very, very small footnote in the Columbine Review Commission report, but effectively, when the shooting started outside of the building, everybody inside sort of figured it out. So a lot of people, hundreds of people, were actually locked down in that school building. And so everybody who was injured or killed that day was outside of the building or in the library, which could not be secured, or there was one teacher, Dave Sanders, who was shot and killed in a hallway. But if you look at a very, very small footnote in the Columbine Review Commission report, they actually credit the procedure of lockdowns with saving countless lives that day. Because even though the shooters had what by all standards would be an unprecedented 50 minutes, with the exception of Uvalde, which was 77, most shootings are over in about 5 minutes or less. There's two shooters who had 4 guns, 100 improvised explosive devices, so pipe bombs, Molotov cocktails, things of that nature, and full control of this school for 50 minutes, and they never once tried to breach a locked door. And so after Columbine, we started to see more and more of these, more and more schools adopting these kinds of procedures. But the precedent for lockdown drills actually dates back a lot further. So if we look to the 1950s and the 1960s, when there was kind of concern over the Soviet Union and the Cold War, schools would be like in session, and then teachers would randomly yell drop, and students would have to drop, get under their desks, and cover their heads, under the guise that if somebody dropped a nuclear weapon, that would protect everybody involved. Certainly we know that isn't the case, but the drop drills of the 1950s and 1960s, and then moving into the 1970s in Southern California with the drive-by drills. So you would have, again, sort of the same principle, drop, and then everybody would get on their stomachs on the floor, under the perception that if there was a drive-by shooting near the school, as long as you were lower than the bullet was traveling, you wouldn't get hurt. So we're seeing this evolution about what is the, sort of immediate threat of the moment. And so I kind of want to walk through briefly arguments for and against lockdown drills. And I will kind of go ahead with the disclaimer that I am an unapologetic supporter of lockdown drills, because when they are conducted in a trauma-informed manner, as I'll show you here in a little bit, they produce numerous, positive outcomes. And we also know that lockdowns save lives, which I'll talk about here in a moment. But starting with arguments against, these are things that we typically hear sort of in this discussion that we've found ourselves in for the last 6 years. We get taught a lot, told a lot that we're teaching kids to be sitting ducks. And that's a really challenging statement to kind of overcome, because the reality is that they are sitting there. But we also know that the door lock is the #1 life-saving device in an active shooter event. There's only been 4 cases, including Uvalde, which is a little bit of a different case, but 4 cases in which anyone has been killed behind a locked door. And in 0 of those cases was it because the door lock itself failed. And so what we're trying to do by having students engage in a lockdown procedure during a shooting is to build distance between them and the threat. So it's not that we're telling them go sit in the corner and pray, which is something that somebody has literally said to me. It's that we're teaching them to build that distance between them and the threat themselves. We're also hear a lot that we are teaching shooters, and considering that the majority of mass shooters in schools are current or former students, this is certainly a valid complaint. However, there's sort of 2 things to think about in that space. The first is that it's very unlikely, even if a shooter knew the plan, it's very unlikely that they would have the time to defeat it before law enforcement was able to arrive on scene and bring the event to a conclusion. The second consideration is simply a cost-benefit analysis. Yes, we can risk teaching one shooter, but if you think about how many people are in a school, the numbers of how many people we're going to keep safe certainly outweigh the possibility of the potential to teach one person the plan. At last count, we actually just looked this up for a grant application. The average school enrollment, of course, it's obviously much lower for some and much higher for others, but the average school enrollment is 555 students. So at that point, we're thinking about, balancing the need to not give one person information with the need to keep 554 safe. And so, as I've told students who have asked me this very same thing, I would rather risk teaching them that information to keep all of the other individuals in that building safe and protected. And we also get told a lot that drills are causing psychological harm. And certainly this is a valid concern, given that we have seen very horrendous drills make the news. You may have seen news stories about there was teachers in Indiana who were shot with pellet guns by law enforcement that was involved in the drill. We have seen stories about children who have been exposed to crisis actors covered in fake blood, fake shooters, sounds of simulated gunfire. There was a story out of California earlier this year where the principal literally went around to students and pointed her finger at them in the shape of a gun and said, "Bang, you're dead." So, certainly those types of drills absolutely would cause psychological harm. But we also don't set our schools on fire to practice a fire drill. So there's no need to simulate an active shooter drill or an active shooter situation to practice, excuse me, a lockdown drill. The goal of any drill is to build muscle memory. So that way, if your body is, or your mind is compromised in stressful situations like a shooting, right? You've got a lot of sensation going on around you, lots of sights and sounds, and your anxiety is up, and rightfully so, that when your mind stops working, your body sort of takes over and goes on autopilot. And unfortunately, when we think about these different drills that have been used, they tend to be drills that use options-based protocols, things like run, hide, fight, or the Alice protocol. They're not using things that are more standardized, and they're not being, there's really no tracking mechanism for how. Let me rephrase that. When we look at the studies that claim that psychological harm is being done to students, there's a lot of methodological issues with those studies. There's one study that was conducted by a very prominent gun control organization with researchers at a university that found that based on Twitter posts that community members were more susceptible to psychological harm, and they were having PTSD and all of these things and anxiety, and the drills were harming people based on these tweets. But the challenge is that you can't say that drills are harming children when children are not likely to be on Twitter, right? Their research shows that they're more likely to be on Snapchat and YouTube and Instagram and TikTok. And so if you're capturing a different group and then saying that it's harming children, that's not really a fair assessment. But a bigger issue is that the majority of studies that are claiming some sort of psychological harm or adverse impact are only asking about perceptions at a single point in time and then saying, oh, yep, this is how it always is. If you actually want to be able to actually measure whether or not something is causing harm, you have to measure before and after an actual practice. And so really there's been very few studies, our studies and then 2 others that have actually done that. And all of our studies show positive outcomes when you are doing it in the context of an actual practice and when you're using trauma-informed principles, which I'll talk about. To give you some arguments for why drills are important, it's always important to practice a plan. As I said, muscle memory is incredibly important, and people need to know what to do in certain situations. One thing I think that's also really important is that we recognize that lockdown procedures or this training that we're doing in schools does not only have utility in schools. For instance, the school district that I worked in is an urban inner city school district that was very unlikely to ever have a parkland, but these were children who were exposed to gun violence in their community. And so I had a lot of different conversations with them about what it would look like to take what they were learning in school and move it outside and how they could help keep their family safe, because that was their concern. We can also look at something like the Buffalo shooting in 2022, which happened in a supermarket. And there was a really interesting story about an 8-year-old girl who was there with her grandfather. And when the shooting started, her grandfather had no idea what to do. And she did because of her training at school. And so she was able to get him out to safety versus him getting her out to safety. So very important to always practice those plans. And it also helps to improve preparedness. And I think one thing that's really, really important is to think about when we're talking about lockdowns versus active shooter drills. Lockdowns are something that could be used for any threat inside of the building. I know that, the Melissa Institute is in South Florida. I grew up in South Florida. Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School is not that far from the Everglades. It's not inconceivable that something that shouldn't be in a school could get into a school. Also, other areas have different wildlife that should not be in a school. You don't want a student engaging with an alligator or a moose any more than you want them engaging with an angry parent or a shooter or anything else. Excuse me. So when we think about broadening the scope of just emergency preparedness, excuse me, for anything occurring in the school, it's incredibly important, and it helps to reframe that discussion. And we also know that lockdown drills save lives. As I mentioned, there are only 4 shootings in which anybody has been killed behind a locked door. And in 0 of those instances, was it because the door lock failed? But we also have conducted research to try and understand how much of a life-saving effect or protective effect these procedures have. And what we found is that when a lockdown procedure is successfully deployed in a real world mass shooting, it helps to reduce on-scene fatalities and deaths, as well as deaths or casualties overall, between 60 and 80% in schools. So if we can increase the likelihood of survivability by 60 to 80% just by locking the door and moving out of the way, then that just should not be controversial. A challenge for this discussion is that there are so many different options out there. You have run, hide, fight, avoid, deny, defend, craze, which is civilian response to active shooter events, the standard response protocol. There's one now called hero, which we should not be telling children to be heroes in mass shooting events. But there's all of these different options out there, and they tend to be talked about in this very blanketed way under this umbrella of active shooter drills, which there is no real thing as an active shooter drill, right? There's different practices using different protocols. But the other challenge is that there's so little research. When I started my work back in 2018, there was only 2 other studies before mine that had done anything in the context of an actual lockdown drill. So it's really important to kind of understand that background. And so we have 98% of schools doing something without really knowing whether or not it's going to work. So this is where I came in, and I partnered for safety with Syracuse City School District, which is New York's 5th largest district. And for context, they have about 30 school buildings ranging from pre-K to 12th grade with about 20,000 students on average, give or take the year, and 4,300 employees. That's faculty, staff, administration, as well as embedded community partners who are working in the school buildings. And so we really sat down and thought about choosing the right fit. And we ended up with the standard response protocol, which is an all hazards emergency response plan from the I Love You Guys Foundation. And just to kind of really quickly run through the project scope, in our first year, we were really starting with a blank slate. We had 30 buildings that were all doing something different. From the point of the district, we were brought in to standardize everything for them after Parkland and give them training. But for us, we really wanted to also conduct research. So in that first year, we actually did a 6-phase project where we did an initial baseline survey with students grades 6 and higher and all faculty and staff. Then we came in and we did 1 round of lockdown drills. And when I say a round, I mean 1 drill in every school building. And then we did a follow-up survey with those same groups, grade 6 and higher and faculty staff, so that we could capture the effects of that first drill on all of these different outcomes that I'm going to share with you. Then we came in and we did training. This is actually one of our trainings that we did in assembly style sessions with faculty, staff, and students all being trained together. Then we came in and did a second round of lockdown drills with some small modifications that I'll talk about, the main one being the drill call. And then we did a final survey, again, same groups, to now assess the effects of continued lockdown or continued participation in drills, but also what happens when you introduce training. In our second year, we were actually brought in to do reunification with them, set up a reunification plan. We were able to conduct an extra round of lockdown drills as a follow-up to see how everything had maintained from that first year. We actually never got to do our reunification exercises because COVID happened. In our third year, even though COVID was still happening, once the schools came back in on hybrid, we actually, our state never suspended the requirement for them to do 4 lockdown drills every single year. So we came in and modified the drill procedure to be COVID safe and did 3 more rounds of drills with them. And then the fourth year, they said, you're so good at running lockdown drills, just do all 4 in all of our schools. So we ran another 124 drills for them in year 4. We also did in year 5, but I don't have that data finalized yet. And we were really focused on answering questions, one of which is perceived safety. So how does this change how students and staff perceive their safety at school and in different parts of school? And what was interesting is we found that students started to feel less safe as the year went on. And that actually does follow research more broadly about students and perceived safety. So we weren't necessarily able to pinpoint the drill specifically, but it did kind of go down over the year. But when we looked at it a little bit further, we actually found that it was their exposure to violence that was more consequential or impacting that safety more than the drills themselves. The drills actually help to offset the negative effects of that, of the exposure to violence on their perceived safety. When we looked at faculty and staff, their perceived safety was always high and stayed high. It wasn't really impacted by going through the drills. We also asked them about perceived preparedness, and this was what was really interesting. So preparedness was, I know what to do in each of those 5 situations that we trained them on. And after going through the training and multiple drills, students were significantly more likely to say that they felt more prepared to respond in each of these 5 scenarios. Faculty and staff were as well, but what was interesting is that when you break it out of faculty versus staff, it actually was different. So faculty members who were already regularly practicing lockdown and evacuate, because our state requires 4 lockdown drills and 8 fire drills, they were only significantly more likely to say that they knew what to do in lockout, shelter, and hold, whereas staff members said all 5, because we were regularly observing that during drills, workers like in the cafeteria or custodial, they just ignored the drills and kept doing their job. And so once we train them, then they're like, oh, okay, we know what we're supposed to do. Just a few other findings to share. We asked about fear of harm. So feeling like they were afraid of being hurt at school or on the way to or from school. And you can't actually really tell this because the differences are so small. But after going through the training and both drills, students are significantly less likely to say that they fear harm. In terms of perceived risk, so I think a shooting can happen at my school. Again, very small differences, but statistically significant. They were less likely to believe that a shooting was going to happen at their school after the training and the drills. We also, in a separate school district, looked at anxiety and well-being, and we actually found that anxiety was lower and well-being, or the absence of anxiety, was higher after going through a trauma-informed drill than before it. And one other thing that I want to just touch upon before we wrap up is about drill effectiveness. So I said muscle memory, being able to complete a procedure. Lockdowns have very concrete steps, the first of which is get the doors locked. And so here we can see, and this is across about, on average, 1,600 occupied rooms district-wide every single round. Their percentage of doors that were locked were high and always pretty much stayed high. There were some disparities between drill 1.1 and 1.2 at the elementary level, because we actually took the administrators out of the drill. So when we came in on the first drill, we said, do what you normally do, which meant all the administrators were running to the doors to try and lock them before we could get there and say, hey, your doors are not locked. But after that first drill, we said, you guys can't do that. That's not how it works in the real world. And so we had them also participate in the drill. And what we found is that the teachers had become so reliant on the administrators to lock their doors, they had moved to the other steps, but they never secured their rooms. So that gave us an opportunity to have something to work on. In terms of having their lights off, which provides an added layer of concealment, you can see here in the very first drill, a little over half of the rooms had it. And by the time we got to the end of year 4, we were at about 98% district-wide. Out of sight, meaning that we couldn't see them or hear them from the hallway, a little over half in drill 1. So again, we have a lot of people making noise, being seen, to about 90%. So 9 out of every 10 rooms, we couldn't see or hear anybody. It usually was that we could hear them, not that we could see them. I will say we have to kind of, with the 3 drills in year 3, temper the expectations that it was somehow really great and then got really bad. That was when they were on hybrid, so there was half as many students to keep quiet, which is why they did really, really well. And this was the one that kept me up at night the most, which was the door knocks. So we would come and we would knock on the door to simulate somebody trying to get in the room. And as you can see in that very first drill, we had more than 1 out of every 3 rooms answer the door. In what you would expect, teachers would come up and answer the door and talk to me. In the really entertaining ones, they would yell through the door, "I can't talk to you, I'm in a lockdown drill." The really terrifying ones were when they would let kids come up and open the door and talk to me. And so that was something that we really wanted to make sure we addressed right away. And as you can see by the very end, we had less than 1% of rooms that were answering the door. And it was usually just, I forgot or I wasn't paying attention. And, you know, again, we want to make sure that people are engaging in situational awareness, but that's a far cry from where we started. And the final thing that we measured is perfect checks. So how many rooms were getting all four steps correctly completed. And when we first began, it was about 1 out of every 4 rooms. And then we were hitting 82% district-wide. So, and usually, again, it was mostly 3 out of 4 steps. So 75% or 100% steps correctly completed. It was very, very rare that you had anything less. It was usually just, I missed something here, I need to tighten up there kind of thing. And all of that really comes from training, but also staying on top of it. So some key takeaways before we shift to the discussion. Prevention is always going to be our goal. And that really starts with us encouraging reporting, making sure that we're following up on all tips that are being promoted by students, as well as faculty, staff, parents, community members. There's a lot of people with information that want to share it, but we have to give them the ways to do it. And I do want to share, you know, I'm actually from 2 communities that have had very high profile mass shootings. In addition to Parkland, I also went to college in Orlando. If there's any UCF fans out there, who we obviously had the Pulse shooting in 2016, and then there was another mass shooting back in 2009 that most people don't even know about. And then now I live 2 hours from the Buffalo shooting and the Binghamton shooting. So, you know, even with all of that surrounding me, I also need to share that this is an incredibly statistically rare phenomenon. It is horrible. It has catastrophic, widespread impacts, but it is very statistically rare in the context of the national crime picture. And so that is not to diminish the importance of preparing for mass shootings, but it's to say that we need to plan and prepare for all threats that a school may face, not just the very worst day. Response, as I mentioned, may be our reality. That requires us to know what our emergency response plan is. And while lockdown may be the preferred plan when you're in a space where you can successfully secure behind a locked or barricaded door, there will be instances in which you need to ask to leave the building, whether you're in an open area like a hallway or you're in some other unsafe space. We need to give people options, but we don't have to encourage them to do things that infringe upon their safety or that defy what would be the first step in keeping them safe. Also, I just encourage you to think about your reunification plans. One thing we hear over and over from survivors or individuals who lose their loved ones in these tragedies is how poorly reunification is done. There are great models out there, such as the standard reunification method from the I Love You Guys Foundation. But whatever plan you use, make sure that you have a plan now and that you're exercising the plan so that when you have to use it, it's going to go a lot smoother and be better for everyone. You have to train everyone. I hear a lot that like just train the adults, don't train the kids. The kids are at least likely to be a threat to a shooter. The adult is. So the adult is more likely to get taken out first. It is incredibly important that you provide training to everybody in the building who needs it. And the reality is if you're training in a trauma-informed way, you can train all the way down. We trained kids as young as 3 years old. These, I think, are kindergartners or first graders. We trained as young as 3 years old without any consequences to their safety and well-being. And always make sure that you practice with fidelity. It's really important that you take drills seriously, that you use it as an opportunity to identify what is going well and what needs to be worked on, and holding people accountable when they're not doing what they are supposed to do. Use that time to identify deficiencies, implement solutions in future drills, and make sure that you're always assessing the efficacy so that you know what you need to work on, and you also have a track over time to see if those issues have been resolved. That allows you to adjust your plan as needed, and things happen all the time. I had 2 schools hit 100% perfect checks on every single room, which was amazing. But on the same token, there were still things, even in those situations, we felt that needed to be worked on. Make sure to repair the cracks in your plan now, because you don't want to be trying to do that. Think about what your backup plans are. What if your doors don't have locks and they open outwards? What's plan B? What's plan C? think those through in tabletops and staff meetings or in conversations. Students actually have a lot of questions, and the ideas and questions that they will share with you actually can help you start to think about those backup plans on your own. And finally, think about relationship building, again, with your community partners, because the last thing you want to be doing is trying to do that in the middle of an emergency. It's just simply not the time. Focus your efforts on what works. School safety and security is a $3 billion a year industry with average annual projected growth year over year. And the reality is that much of those solutions are completely untested. And if you really stop to think about them, they won't actually do what they're telling you that they're going to do. Look at what the evidence shows will be the most successful and invest your money, time, and other resources there. And keep in mind that everybody plays an important role within this space and within your emergency preparedness efforts. Changing mindsets is not impossible. I worked in a school district for 5 years, and I can tell you where we started and where we finished up. But where I'm going to finish today is by sharing the quote that I started with, which is, "It can never happen here." And as you take what I shared with you back to your districts, and I hope I've provided something helpful, I encourage you to think about the mindset change from "it can never happen here" to "it can happen here, even if it's not likely to." These are some references, and I'll be happy to share resources and my contact information. And I just want to thank you so much for your time. And again, thank you to the Melissa Institute for having me join today.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Dr. Schildkraut, and for not only informative, but also action-oriented presentation. And there's so much there for anybody who is a parent, have kids in the schools, as well as anybody who has any kind of relationship with school systems, to kind of like run back with the information and get them involved on our side. I think one of the things that I'd like to do is to prepare a blog based on your presentation so that we can disseminate it among our constituents and through social media. But thank you very much. Now let's move on to the panel discussion. And joining us for the panel are Melissa Institute Scientific Board Member, Dr. Leena Augimeri, Honorary Melissa Institute Honorary Board Member, Dr. Judy Schaechter, and Melissa Institute Founding Scientific Director and Board Member, Dr. Don Meichenbaum. Let me say a couple of words about each of these folks. And Dr. Leena Augimeri is the Director of the SNAP program, Director of SNAP, Program Scaling and Strategic Partnerships at the Child Development Institute in Toronto, where she oversees research, evaluation, and implementation of evidence-based child mental health and crime prevention programs, including the renowned SNAP, Stop Now and Plan program. Dr. Augimeri co-founded the SNAP model, which is recognized globally for effectively managing antisocial behavior in children under 12. She also co-developed related programs utilizing digital apps and has been instrumental in creating assessment tools and protocols that consider gender and culture. Her extensive work leading to the first police community referral protocol in Canada for young children in conflict with the law, and sharing the Ontario government's Youth Justice Task Force. Her contributions to the field have earned her several prestigious awards and recognitions, including the CAMH, which I imagine is some Canadian, but short for Canadian. I should have looked for it, but maybe Leena can let us later. Difference makers of 150 leading Canadians for mental health. Under her leadership, SNAP expanded to 160 communities across Canada, demonstrating significant social impact and potential savings in criminal justice and mental health costs. Dr. Judy Schaechter is an old friend of the Institute, is a physician executive with extensive experience in policy, strategy, and program development across academia, healthcare, government, and nonprofit sectors. Currently, she's the Chief Medical Officer of MedNet Pro. She's enhancing international health services access via telehealth and network improvements. Previously, as President and CEO of the American Board of Pediatrics, she advanced child health outcomes through excellence in professional certification and continuous learning. Dr. Schaechter also served as a health policy fellow with the U.S. Senate, contributing to key legislative initiatives like the COVID response and the American Rescue Plan. She has held leadership roles at the University of Miami and Jackson Memorial Health System, managing large teams and advocating for comprehensive health services, particularly in injury prevention and health equity. Dr. Schachter's educational background includes degrees from Brown University, Stanford School of Medicine, University of Miami School of Business, and Harvard Kennedy School with a focus on public health, maternal, child health, and environmental social determinants. And Don, only thing I would say that you might not remember is, other than being the founding, one of the co-founders and founding scientific director of the Institute, is, as you know, one of the 10 most cited psychologists of the 20th century, a legend in our neighborhood and in many parts of the world.
That's fine. That's fine.
That's all right.
Hands on. Let's go to my colleagues. Leena.
All right. So
Judy.
let's go.
Yeah.
Good. All right. Now I'll leave it up to you guys to start the discussion. And
Leena, you want to start us off?
Sure. Well, welcome everybody, and thank you very much for having me, and really honored to be part of the scientific committee for the Melissa Institute, and really want to thank the Atman family and Dawn and Etiony for having me with part of your team. Jaclyn, I loved your presentation. I loved what you had to share. I thought, the calls to action, really, the importance of, thinking about threat assessment and working together. I think working together is really critical. The access to weapons is a big one, and not only guns, but knives. We're seeing that as a big threat these days too. And then I think the piece of prevention, and I would like to focus a little bit on the prevention piece. But working together, just getting back to that, is I really liked what you said about breaking down the silos. We have to think about systems and cross systems and how do we all work together. And I also heard in the previous presentation by Wayne Rawlins and Reverend Charles Dinkins that we have to stop competing against each other, right? We have to really learn to work together. And then the safety plan. And I really liked what you said is, how do we do this? Is it muscle memory? How do we do it from a trauma-informed manner, which I think is so important. But we do know that brain development, our kids learning from that, I call it the lizard brain versus the wizard brain. And, are they able to get up there and be able to think about how to respond? Like you said, the girl who helped her grandfather, right? I think those are really critical pieces. I also loved what you said about assessing, which is assessing and adjusting. It's like anything, when you do something and introduce something, you have to assess it. Dr. Alex Piquero, who was the opening keynote, talks about data. Data is so critical. We're only as good as our data. And then adjusting it based on what the data says. And then really about what I really like too is the practice with fidelity, right? That's really critical, and holding everybody accountable. I think those are really critical pieces that I really heard in what you said. But what I'd like to talk a little bit about is really about the issue of prevention. And, as I wrote copious notes all day today from 9 o'clock in the morning, and from Alex talking about that we need to, he talks about being smarter on crime, right? And it's about people and places, and how do we do that? Which I think is really important. And, as I was listening, key words were like crime prevention and early intervention and evidence-based strategies and practices. And my statement is good enough is no longer enough. I've been saying that forever. I've been saying that since the pandemic. And we heard loud and clear that a lot of these situations are preventable. And and then I look at the kids who, and my 40 years of working in the field has been with children under 12 in trouble with the law. And I'm chairing a youth justice task force right now, and I'm going into youth justice facilities, and I'm talking to kids as young as 12 who committed murder. Kids who are on the street, at the age of 13 addicted to meth, right? So we have to do better. We have to think about how do we do better for our most vulnerable kids. And so I think, you know, one of my colleagues from the Cayman Islands talks about the perfect storm. The perfect storm, that these kids are in the perfect storm with everything flying at them, whether it's they're stressed or anxiety or they're experiencing abuse or neglect or trauma. There's so many things, racism, all kinds of things that are flying at our kids. So we need to think, and Alex talked about this morning when he talked about some evidence-based strategies, like how do we help kids improve their emotion regulation and their self-control? And how do they handle things? And I think we have to do better in those things. And the work that I've been focusing on for the last 40 years, as Dawn has alluded to, is teaching kids how to stop and think before they act and make better choices in the moment. And it sounds simple. It's not simple. It's not easy, but at the same time it is. And so we need to think about how do we do that and do that better? And how do we ensure that it's from a culturally responsive and relevant lens? Because we also heard about that today. And so really it's about also how do we assess? So you talked about threat assessment. So threat assessment is this school at risk of a threat? And then once you identify, one of the things we have done working with those involved in threat assessment is if there are kids who you are concerned about, there are really good assessment devices, structured professional judgment assessment tools. For elementary school, there's the Early Assessment Risk List. That's in its 3rd reiteration. We just launched that one. There is for adolescents or more teenage age, there's the SAVRI and there's the START AV. And then there's also a new tool called the SAPROF that looks at risk from a protective lens. So we have to do better at thinking about, you said, like a lot of these kids came in, nobody questioned them. They talked about it, but nobody did anything. We heard in the Florida shooting, since he was in middle school, and I could hear her voice in there, since he was in middle school, it was no surprise to anyone who knew him to hear that he was the shooter. Nobody did anything. So I'm going to stop there because I'd love to hear from Judy and I'd love to hear from Dawn and Etiony, but these are the things that I think we have to do better. We have to do better for our kids and our communities. So I'm just going to stop there for a bit and I'll get in later, I guess.
Go ahead, Judy.
Thanks, Jaclyn. Thank you so much. I think if we were in person, you would have heard an amazing round of applause. You laid that out so well and your life's work, not just the presentation, but your life's work of trying to put a research lens in an area that has the gaps or abysses, right? I mean, we need this very, very much. And you've laid it out logically and in a compelling manner. So I thank you for that. I may echo some of what Leena has said, at least in terms of themes, because prevention was key for me. And when you speak about the importance of the drills, and you use certain terms, I'll use the terms drills for skills. I just want to emphasize a little bit, because you gave the 3 arguments that kind of go against this. And that 3rd argument about harm to children, where you shared that the research isn't there yet. I think some of us who have those concerns agree completely. And it saddens us that we also agree with you that we need to teach skills through drills, right? That we're on the same page. I just want to emphasize it in terms of the trauma-informed approach, because we have to recognize that whether we have research to say this is already causing trauma to kids, the way it's being done in many places with it's realistic, they don't know it's a drill, a trusted person like a principal comes on the announcing to say we have an active shooter. There's a whole lot of research to other assaults that would say that's going to cause distress in some, trauma in some, and re-traumatization in others. So we want to be really careful and be in lockstep on that. And I think we are. I just think we need to emphasize that to people so that the places that aren't doing it in a trauma-informed way get there. And the other is, and I thank you for starting with how important prevention is. That is, and I'm not putting all this, I think we need an army of people like you, Jaclyn, that are doing, and pardon the military allegory there, but that are doing work so we get to the prevention up front. So Leena just mentioned, what you said, the warning signs are there, people have communicated this, and yet it doesn't come forward. Maybe just 2 weeks ago, I was with a very smart group of 20-something public health students who presented, hypothetically with, you have somebody who you know that could harm someone else or themselves and has a gun, what do you do? And so many of them, to a person really, I don't know. I don't think I have the power to know what to do. Where would I go? Maybe I'd ask somebody else. But those warning signs we can teach, and we can teach upstanders. We know that very well from the work of the Melissa Institute and others around bullying. And while it will be hard, that's the culture change you're talking about at the end, right? That's the, in my lifetime, it's a huge leap that we got to friends don't let friends drive drunk. And we have to get to friends don't let friends bring guns into school, bring bullets into school, shoot up schools. So I believe we can do that. And the reason I want to emphasize it is I think what you're talking about, again, necessary, have to do, teaches good things. But it's human nature for us to seek one solution. And our lawmakers do that almost better than anybody else. So when people, whether it's in schools or those who have the funding, decide, let's pay for the drills, and we don't do the research on the upfront, and we're not funding the upfront, and we're not teaching those things, I fear for our current and future states.
Can I just make a quick comment? I appreciate that point so much. One of the things that I have been, kind of battling is I keep getting told, well, drills aren't preventing shootings. And I'm like, that's cool. Chocolate's not actually helping me lose weight either. It's not doing what it's not meant to do, right? Drills were designed to protect you if something does happen. They're not meant to prevent it. Those are two separate issues that we have to address equitably and at the same time. So I appreciate you both saying that.
If I may, I have two quick observations and one question for you. I thought it was a terrific presentation. The observation is that everyone should go to the Melissa Institute website to see the video that Leena made of her SNAP, Stop Now and Plan. And she has data that it not only improves emotional regulation, but also when given an MRI, that they affected the neurological functioning of the brain. And you should read that. The second comment I'd like to make is that after an accident, airplane, car, what have you, we go for the black box. It's the first thing people go for. And I would like to propose that we need a black box after school shootings. We have a lot of information that has been presented today that characterizes what are the high-risk factors of the perpetrator, and also what is all the acts that they go through. What we don't have is any kind of analysis of what the schools have done. Like, do they have a parent outreach program, beforehand? Has this child been identified beforehand? Have there been mental health services for that? Does the school have a peer warning system? Do they have an anti-bullying program? How early was this young man identified with, and how much was they referred to? How often did they see the principal? That is, no school is going to collect this kind of data because it's too accountable, and lawyers will have a field day in suing the school board. But if the Secret Service analyzed this across all schools and then wrote a report without naming a particular school, then we could find out a black box about the ecological assessment. Okay, that's my fantasy. And that would be in terms of any mass shooting. And I've written about that, so is the Melissa Institute. Last thing I want to ask Jaclyn is, what do you think about arming all teachers? Giving all teachers a gun? Is that a wise way that we should proceed? And what are the dangers therein?
Well, you're not trying to put me in the hot seat at all there, Dawn, now, are you? You know, I will say this. We do not have any data to suggest that arming teachers would in any way be an effective solution. There's basically no shootings in schools that have been stopped or prevented by an armed teacher. What we do have available data on, and my colleague Hunter Martindale at the Alert Center, which Alert, if you're not familiar with it, is based at Texas State, and it is the national standard of active shooter training for law enforcement. We have done several studies about perceptions of law enforcement about armed teacher policies, and there's a larger body of literature, albeit not very large. But one of the things that we looked at is, in the absence of any research about the effectiveness of civilians using firearms in active shooter situations, is what does it look like when law enforcement uses a gun, period. And the hit rates of officers, so hit rates refer to how many times does an officer fire their gun and hit what they're intending to hit. In real world situations, when there's nobody firing back at them, it's between 23 and 54% of the time. And when you're firing back at them, it drops to about 18%. And that's people who undergo very consistent, regular firearms training, requalification, recertification, all the things to ensure that they can fire their weapons effectively. And there's a case example that I often point to because it just always has stood out in my head as like, this is a bad idea. But back in 2012, there was a shooting, and it wasn't a mass shooting, but it was just a shooting at street level at the Empire State Building. And police responded. And of course, if you think about Manhattan, these streets are incredibly busy, and you're in a tourist area. And so police respond and they shoot and kill the bystander, they shoot and kill the perpetrator. And they also shot 9 bystanders in the process of shooting this perpetrator. And, you know, you think about schools, and they obviously have a lot of similar but different environmental challenges with, you know, bullets can ricochet off lockers and walls and all the things. And all of that is to say that it's kind of inconceivable to think that teachers would somehow be more effective at firing their weapons than a law enforcement officer or any civilian for that matter. So I think, you know, as with anything else, I think it's important to follow what the evidence says. There have been other situations where teachers as well as students have been able to subdue a shooter with just tackling them or talking them off the ledge kind of thing. But we have not seen any cases where an armed teacher has been a success.
Thank you. I must confess that I've been to 28 of these annual conferences. And I need to thank Etiony for putting together this unbelievable conference today. I think of all the conferences we've had over the course of time, the number of dynamic speakers, including those of my colleagues today, are just unbelievable. So Etiony, you know, you deserve much kudos.
Thank you, Don. It's a lot I've been learning from you. So I want to bring this to a closure to honor our commitments to the time, to the presenter. Jaclyn, thank you very much for making time of your busy schedule, and it's been a pleasure having you with us. And thank you for the rest of the panelists for joining us today. This is the most high-power group of women plus Don in this session. I don't want people to not notice that. Anyhow, thank you very much. Now let's now move to the final part. It's going to be brief. We're going to be closing up the conference, and wow, what a day! I mean, if there is one thing that we have kind of like learned, is that the pervasive impact of gun violence on individual families and communities requires a comprehensive exploration of our understanding of gun violence, effective prevention strategies, and avenues for further research. At the Melissa Institute, we hope at the Melissa Institute that this conference has served as a platform for precisely that, and for collaboration, knowledge sharing, and the collective pursuit of innovative solutions. Remember that the Melissa Institute is here to collaborate and serve you in any way we can. That most of what we do, at all of what we do, we offer for free, and that we would like you to consider, if it's within your means, to donate to continue supporting programs like this. Feel free to visit the Melissa Institute website, follow us on social media, use our resources, and be in touch. We would love to collaborate with each one of you. Bye-bye.